Cultivation, I am the world's heavenly Dao. Chapter 111. Uchiha Tobirama and Senju Izuna sent their assassins to various major countries, disguised as people from other factions to slaughter civilians from various countries, create unrest, blow up bridges and roads, and burn down cities. Then the two major factions in the End Plateau fought more fiercely, and later a large number of beast transformation practitioners were mobilized, and the 5 great beasts were invited later. There was no winner in this war, all were losers, and even conflicts arose among the 5 great beasts because of this war. The Sarutobi family declined after this war, and Shimura Nebo served as the Fire Art Shadow after this war and executed the Sarutobi family. The Fire Art Kingdom entered a dark period ruled by the Shimura family. The 2 holy places made a fortune in this war and embezzled a lot of territory. The factional struggles within the 5 major countries made the holy places strong again. The family faction approached the Holy Land of Wood, and the Academy faction approached the Holy Land of Fire. The war that lasted for 2 years came to an end. This war affected nearly 10 million people, with more than 3 million casualties. The behavior of the 2 holy places broke the convention that the magicians did not attack ordinary people. In the Kaladoa continent, in the Holy Land Shen sect, Nangxing, a northern barbarian who worshipped Shen sect, left Shen sect and returned to the northern barbarian area. He established a sect on an unnamed mountain in the original 10 cities of the northern barbarian land. Nangxing named the sect Shushan Sword Sect and recruited nearby barbarians to practice swordsmanship. Therefore, Wyoming Mountain was renamed Shushan Sword Sect. Nangxing created the sword control technique, Shushan Talisman Technique, Wanjianju, and Tiandi Datuanggongfa. With Tiandi Datuanggong as the main cultivation method and sword control technique as the main cultivation method, Shushan Sword Sect began to become famous in the northern barbarian area. Because the sect was founded in the northern barbarian area, the first generation of Shushan leaders even began to teach the source blood system learned in the Kingdom of Heaven in order to cater to the northern barbarians. The number of disciples in Shushan Sword Sect increased rapidly. In a short period of time, there were 3,000 disciples in the inner sect and 30,000 disciples in the outer sect, and 72 peaks were established. However, the style of Shushan Sword Sect was different from what Nangxing imagined at the beginning. He originally thought that it would be like the Shen sect, with everyone having a fairy-like appearance. Unexpectedly, it is now a group of muscular men and fierce women. Everyone carries a heavy sword, which is generally not used to cut people, but to smash people. Fortunately, some people are like the Shen sect. These people were accepted as direct disciples by Nangxing. There are 7 of them. Nangxing also created the Big Dipper formation for this purpose. The 7 Taoist names are Do, Tian Chuan, Yuheng, Tian Xian, Qiang, Yao Guang, and Bixiu. Among them, Do is Nangxing's eldest disciple. Although he is almost 3 meters tall, he likes to wear white Taoist robes and wears a normal long sword. If you don't look at him when he is flying the sword, he still looks like an immortal. And Do is very powerful. He entered the sect with art. Although his swordsmanship is not strong, he was invincible among the younger generation of Baiman before entering the sect. His strength is comparable to that of the Taoist master and even stronger than Nangxing. I don't know why he became fascinated by swordsmanship. Do's existence is awe-inspiring to the inner and outer sects. He is even more majestic than Nangxing. He looks more like the head of the sect than Nangxing. Originally, Nangxing wanted to accept disciples on behalf of the master, but was rejected by Do. The emergence of Shushan Sword Sect attracted the attention of the northern barbarian king's court. After Baiji sent people here and found that Do was the eldest senior brother here, he tacitly acknowledged Do's existence. Do and Baiji were the new geniuses after the disappearance of Ming Tianzun and Gu Mo. Do and Baiji had fought 17 games, with 15 wins and 1 draw. Except for the older generation who could fight Do, there was no one stronger than these 2 in the northern barbarians. Even Fang Li, who was recently known as the Little Gu Mo. The teachings of Shushan Sword Sect are to eliminate demons and defend the way, and cultivate oneself. Their ancestors are Yi Tianzun, Shen Tianzun, and Shi Qiang. The ancestor of Shen sect is Yi Tianzun. According to seniority, Nangxing was classified by Shen into the Shi Qiang lineage. Shi Qiang was once Shen's disciple. Eliminating demons and defending the way means fighting, and cultivating oneself means coming back to practice if you can't win, and going out to fight after you have practiced. As a result, there were a group of street urchins who did good things everywhere in the northern barbarians, and the little Gu Mo was chased and fled out of the northern barbarian territory. Shushan Sword Sect, fighting ruthlessly and bravely, the best in the world. Their disciples shouted slogans when they went out, but Nangxing became more and more confused. In the end, the little Gu Mo was captured. Dou personally captured him, and built a demon-suppressing tower for this purpose, and often went out to capture those evil demons. There were too many street urchins in Shushan sword sect, which led to Bai Ji's complaints, so Dou captured a group of people to fight with these idle street urchins, and told them not to go down the mountain without orders. Since then, the early Shushan entered the stage of self-cultivation. The right path to cultivate one's character. The demons who were captured and put into the demon suppression tower all said good things when they saw it. Some demons who were successfully transformed and put down the mountain began to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. They were moved by the virtues of the disciples of Shushan sword sect. The disciples of Shushan sword sect learned from their ancestor Shi Qiang to conquer people with virtue. What? Cut with a sword. By the way, Shi Qiang's weapon is called the Sword of Virtue. In addition to cultivation, Dou was also good at management. Under his management, the entire Shushan sword sect soon became as famous as the Tian sect, known as the two sects in the north and south, and jointly called the Holy Land of Cultivation. The first generation of the head of the sect founded the back mountain and abdicated. He was in the center of the world for 350 to 400 years. Dou lived up to expectations and inherited the position of the head of the sect, although the disciples always thought that Dou was the head of the sect. Since the establishment of Shushan sword sect, sects on the Kaladoa continent have begun to emerge like mushrooms after rain, and various sects have been established, but their names are not as famous as Shushan sword sect. The cultivation craze in Kaladoa emerged, and various techniques and moves emerged, with 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. The Miao family fort in the 3000 mountains is famous for its poisons, and the Tang sect in the Salt Kingdom is famous for its hidden weapons. The Banruo sect in the Western Plateau Kingdom is famous for its dragon and elephant skills. Their techniques have 18 levels. In theory, if they practice to the 18th level, they can compete with the Heavenly Venerable, but their founder has only practiced to the 12th level. In addition, there are some mortal sects established by some outer disciples who left the Shushan sword sect under Shushan, such as the Yujian sect, the Wanjian sect, and the Tiandi Datuang sect. These are all sects of the Shushan faction. Some sects also emerged in the original Heavenly Kingdom, such as the Magic Fairy Fort, which got a tool. They relied on a tool that could transform to establish a sect and only recruited women. It is rumored that the tool came from the ancient Tian to Jin period. In addition to the Magic Fairy Castle, there are also the Five Elements sect, the Human Saving sect, and even some Gu masters who ran from the northern barbarians to the Kingdom of Heaven and established the Corpse Refining sect. There are countless sects, but the standard for measuring combat power is the Taoist system created by Jun. Here Ron has to praise Jun. This guy's talent is really the best in the cave heaven world since ancient times. Chapter 112. 400 years ago, the great Emperor Shen of Bishan raised an army of 800,000 and started the journey of unifying the Nikado continent. There are now hundreds of countries in the south, but the civilization of these countries belongs to the megalithic civilization. Among them, the megalithic principality is the successor of the previous megalithic country, and Neutral Stone City is its capital. As the successor of the megalithic country, the strength of the megalithic principality ranks among the top 5 in the south. Among them, the holder is the trump card of the megalithic principality. After years of sacrifice and training, the strength of the holder is the Taoist master level. There are not many strong people in the open world of Dongtian, but there are many old coins hidden. Can you believe that there are still old monsters alive in the Atlanta era? This guy escaped the coming of the evil god and even lived to this day. When Poseidon revived, this guy did not appear, but hid in the trench. Yes, it is the sea dragon Atis. After living for so many years, this guy has become stronger and stronger. His physical strength alone is at the level of a Taoist master. However, he has not learned anything else. He only knows some backward water magic invented in the Poseidon era. If he is asked to fight with the Taoist master level, he will be beaten to death. In addition to the sea dragon Atis, there are many old coins. If Ron does not carefully perceive the world, he does not know where these guys are hiding. After all, the cave world is very large, and Ron will not deliberately explore what is hidden in his pores. The first step of the North Mountain Emperor Shishan conquered the 17 countries near him, expanded the territory of more than 2 million kilometers, and established the Southern Alliance. The countries united to resist the North Mountain Emperor who wanted to unify. However, 800,000 light cavalrymen are not something these allies can resist. Emperor Bishan has developed for so many years just for this moment, and the sharpness of his military force is not something they can resist. However, there is a guy watching secretly. That's right, it's Hong. In order to save the life of his father and son, Hong has been secretly harvesting strong people. This time, Shen wants to unify the south, and Hong feels that there is an opportunity. I don't know what Jun has done recently. Hong feels that his life is consuming rapidly, and he almost can't keep up with the harvest. Jun ran to the end of the northern part of the Jelinwu continent. There is the territory of the crazy witches. They are weirder than weird. Jun quickly integrated into them and began to imitate these crazy people. Then the crazy people are not something that ordinary people can imitate. Some of the things they do will shorten their lifespans. This is why Hong feels that his lifespan is consuming faster. Emperor Bishan is riding on a bone tiger at this time. The bone tiger is 10 meters long and 4 meters high. It is wrapped in bone armor and feeds on the bones of the strong. This bone tiger has the strength of enlightenment. The great Emperor Bishan looks very ordinary, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a khaki armor, carrying a big sword made for him by his master, King Sabai, on his back, and on the bone tiger. The bone tiger ran quickly and lifted Shishan's cloak. Shishan's face was full of frost. His face was a very ordinary square face, but the momentum exuded from his body made this ordinary face very majestic. The army was running, and their next target of attack was the Giant Stone Principality. After solving the Giant Stone Principality, the situation of the unification of the south was basically established. The forces of the alliance in the south to resist the Bishan Empire gathered in neutral Stone City. Most of the strong men in the south also gathered here, which was why Hong ran here. Except for Shishan, no one was his opponent. Shishan had practiced the Earth Way for many years, and Hong was not sure to defeat him, the disciple of Shikyong. And Hong was a little afraid to deal with him. If it weren't for the excessive energy, Hong wouldn't dare to do it. However, temptation overcame reason. If they didn't reap a big harvest, Hong and Jun would die of lifespan exhaustion. Shan led the troops to the bottom of neutral Stone City. The city wall was hundreds of meters high, and each stone was more than 10 meters high. In order to resist the blood mist, the stones used were formation stones, which were extremely hard and engraved with formations, which could withstand the full strength attack of the Taoist master. The city wall that blended with the clouds was full of potholes, which were all traces of the years left by resisting the blood mist. There were transparent gaps on the city wall, where the soldiers were stationed. There was a hollow place in the middle above the gate, and a tower was built. It was where the generals were stationed. At this time, a large number of national leaders stood on it, led by Grand Duke Richard of the Great Stone Principality. That's right, after the Great Stone Kingdom split, the descendants of King Richard restored the throne, and they controlled the tool holders and the power to replace the top leaders. The King Richard's court was on the rise again. But his descendants were not as incompetent as King Richard. They quickly stabilized the Principality of Giant Stone and took control of neutral Stone City, making the Principality of Giant Stone one of the powerful countries in the south. Shishan, you were also from the Giant Stone Kingdom in the past. Why are you attacking the former capital of the Giant Stone Kingdom now? The voice of Grand Duke Richard came. You are talking nonsense. Go back and check the history. I am from Maple Leaf Town. It is the hometown of the Hero King. I am a citizen of the Hero King. My master is the King of Mercy. When he was there, it was not under the jurisdiction of the Giant Stone Kingdom. I am the orthodox descendant of the Hero King. Shishan cursed directly. The Hero King was once driven off the throne by the people. My ancestor King Richard was the queen of the people. Before Grand Duke Richard finished speaking, a stone spear hundreds of meters long directly stabbed at the tower, aiming at Grand Duke Richard, and frightened Grand Duke Richard and stepped back. Before the stone spear reached the tower, a transparent color film appeared, destroying the stone spear bit by bit. Neutral Stone City will activate the defense formation as long as there is energy fluctuation. Grand Duke Richard came back to his senses and then arrogantly challenged, "Come on, you traitor, come in and kill me if you have the guts, he, you can't hit me." Shishan's face darkened, and then the earth began to crack. Pieces of land floated up, and then spliced together, and a mud giant as high as the city wall appeared. Grand Duke Richard was very proud, and he had great trust in the defense of neutral Stone City. What's the use? Kill me. Energy is useless, so what about the flesh? The cavalry brought by Shen are all cavemen. Stone City has no defense function for this. It can only defend against energy that can destroy Stone City and infected creatures. Among the cavalry, there are cavalry with battering rams, and thousands of cavalry began to charge. Woo woo woo. The charge horn sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of siege equipment hitting the city gate. But Grand Duke Richard was not panicking yet, and he led a group of leaders of allied countries to taunt Shen. Mud giants crashed into the walls of the stone city, and more mud giants appeared and crashed into the walls. Shen didn't believe that these formations didn't need to be consumed. Earth Deo Fa, Optimus Prime. One pillar after another rose from the ground and crashed into the stone city. Ha 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 ha, don't waste your energy. You can't get in, so what if your soldiers get in? Grand Duke Richard laughed wildly, looking a little wretched, and his two mustaches were shaking constantly. Earth Deo Fa, earthquake. The earth shook, and the transparent light film was constantly rippling, and the power of the avenue was constantly bombarding the light film. Hong could feel that the light film was consuming a huge amount of resources. Once the resources were exhausted, Grand Duke Richard would probably be miserable. As expected. Your Majesty, the formation is constantly consuming formation stones, and our reserves can only last for another quarter of an hour. The military minister next to him looked at the crazy provocation of Grand Duke Richard, and stood up tremblingly and said something. Grand Duke Richard turned his head and looked at the military minister with a questioning look. Crack. It seems that something broke. Chapter 113. The sound of the sword was heard, and the light curtain covering the city wall shattered as the voice fell. Grand Duke Richard looked at Shen, which was being held up by a dragon, with its head facing the tower. Shen was only a dozen meters away from Grand Duke Richard. What about now? Shen smiled at Grand Duke Richard. Neutral Stone City. If there is a Taoist master who continuously maintains the formation, it is indeed difficult to break through. At least a Tanzhan level, at least Jun Tanzhan level, is needed. If it is Yi Tanzhan, then it goes without saying that the city will be smashed to pieces by them. Now the energy to maintain the formation is exhausted, so the things protecting them outside are broken. All the kings or leaders of the countries behind Archduke Richard ran away, leaving Archduke Richard and the frightened military minister. Now, the master, come on. Archduke Richard pretended to be calm, and then decided to show his trump card. A figure appeared in front of Archduke Richard. This figure was wearing armor all over his body, even a mask on his face. There was fire in the eye holes on the mask. The master appeared. Purple light flowed on the armor of the master. He spoke, and a hoarse voice came from the mask, "Leave here." If Jun was here, he would be very interested. Is this immortality in another sense? This master actually retained consciousness. This holder has been passed down for so many years. Only Ron knows his specific origin. The others who know are dead. The holder is a dead soldier cultivated during King Richard's time. He takes special metals and medicines from childhood and practices special skills. Then he wears special armor when he grows up. Finally, he takes a potion from the Jelenmu continent at that time. That potion has disappeared in history. Finally, the dead soldiers who take the potion will die, and then they will be buried in the underground palace and soaked in the blood of royal family members. The royal strongmen will perform sacrifices on these dead soldiers. They will practice together every 5 years. Finally, after 50 years, they will get a set of soul armor. Then King Richard refines his son into the soul armor, and the holder is created. And the failure rate of this integration step is 99.99%. It can only be said to be a miracle if it succeeds. This is impossible to replicate. Shen didn't say anything, but punched him. The fist of the player also punched him. The two fists collided, and the city wall shook. Grand Duke Richard was directly blown away by the collision of the air waves, and hit the tower hard, spitting blood. The military minister hurriedly took Grand Duke Richard away. Ding, ding, ding. Hundreds of players appeared in the air, surrounding Shen, and each of them had the same aura. Interesting. Earth Deo Fa, dust sky. Shen and the player flew into the air, and the sandstorm covered them. The cavalry of the Bishan Empire rushed into the stone city. Hong hid in the cavalry and mixed into the stone city. Shen and the player started a war. This war also had the contractors of paradise join in. This was a camp war. The camp store would be open. Killing the enemy could gain reputation, and then you could exchange goods in the camp store. Earth Dao Fa, power of the earth. The earth continued to rise, and then turned into various beasts and pounced on the holder. The holder held a purple energy longsword and kept swinging it to cut through Shishan's attacks. The holder's soul fluctuated greatly. Although he had the strength of a Taoist master, he was not a real Taoist master after all. He was not connected to the long river of the Great Dao, and he did not have the endless power of the Great Dao like a real Taoist master. So, the holder planned to use his trump card. Emperor Armor, 1000 Armor Combination. The 1000 holders that were differentiated all crashed into the holder's body, and then the holder's strength continued to rise, his body continued to rise, and the soul breath slowly became ancient and powerful. A tall purple armored giant appeared in front of Shishan. Very good, Shishan just likes this kind of straightforward battle. Earth Dao Method, Incarnation of the Great Dao. The shadow of the long river of earth appeared, pouring the power of the Great Dao onto Shishan. The Earth Dao practitioners all over the world could sense the movement of the long river of earth. They knew that the master of Earth Dao was fighting a powerful enemy. A giant who soared into the sky appeared. This was a skill that Shishan created after he saw Tianzhan, who had transformed into the Great Dao, on the battlefield. Boom! Shishan's incarnation of the Great Dao struck down with a hammer, colliding with the long sword of the armored giant. Crack! The long sword broke into pieces and turned into fragments. It hit the ground, and then slowly turned into dust and dissipated. It was this blow that made the player realize that he could not beat Shishan. Since he could not beat him, the player would run away. Shishan hammered down again, but the armored giant disappeared in the wind before he was hit. Shishan looked at the disappearing player and sneered, "The garbage created by the garbage king Richard, how can he replace my master, the hero king?" The incarnation of the Tao also dissipated, and Shishan fell, riding on the bone tiger, and then entered the stone city. The mission engraved on the player's body was to preserve his own and the royal bloodline, so he ran away and took away the son of Grand Duke Richard. Although he was loyal to the royal family, he also knew that he had to run away if he could not beat him. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no fear of running out of firewood. The Bishan army quickly killed all the defenders in the stone city, then took over the defense, appeased the people, and then promised not to purge the families in the city, and their interests would remain the same as before. In the palace, Shishan looked at the calm Duke Richard sitting on the throne. Very calm. Shishan had to look up to Duke Richard. Duke Richard didn't say anything. In fact, he had just been knocked unconscious. When he woke up, Shishan appeared in front of him, and then his legs were weak and he couldn't stand up. The power of the avenue covered Duke Richard, and a moment later, Duke Richard became a statue. Shishan walked out of the palace and looked down at neutral stone city. The palace was built on a high mountain in the stone city, and the whole picture of the stone city could be seen from here. Under the clouds, huge buildings were intertwined, and high-rise buildings stood in the city. The architectural style was the stone style of the Stone Kingdom era, all showing the grandeur of the stone civilization. The avenues were connected one by one, and the special layout made these avenues look like a goshawk. These avenues were also the formation veins of the stone city. Bishan soldiers patrolled the streets, arresting those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and occasionally arrested the remnants of Richard who set the fire. Looking at the boundless stone city, Shishan couldn't help but feel heroic and wanted to recite a poem. The wind rises on the yellow earth, only. The voice stopped abruptly, and Shishan looked at his chest being pierced by a hand. Boom! An earthquake occurred in the capital of Bishan Empire, the imperial palace collapsed, the long river of Earth Road shook, the power of the Tao in the Earth Road boiled, and the Tao master died. After conquering the principality of Giant Stone, the Bishan Emperor of Bishan Empire was killed by the Tao god and fell in neutral stone city. A generation of great Emperor Shishan fell. Chapter 114. The old man was buried in the grave, and the old man was buried in the grave. After the death of Emperor Bishan, the Bishan Empire quickly collapsed and split. Emperor Bishan had no offspring, and his disciple Zixayu only saved the imperial capital. Moreover, his disciple did not have his talent and could not rebuild the Bishan Empire. In this way, the southern part of the Nikado continent, which was almost unified, entered a situation of division again after Hong killed Emperor Bishan. Feeling the full power and extended life in his body, Hong was very satisfied. He harvested for decades on the top of a stone mountain. The master of the earth path was probably the strongest among the 5 masters. After harvesting him, Hong could rest for a while. June, who was imitating the crazy witch, was very satisfied. He highly praised his father's hard-working spirit. The legend of the god of Tao spread again in the Nikado continent. It was just a small fight before, but this time it directly harvested the Taoist master of the Tadao, which made the old monsters hiding in the depths hide deeper. The world has been promoted for many years, and many heroes have emerged in the sea. They obtained various exposed resources in the sea after the world was promoted, and quickly became powerful. Those resources are actually the treasures in the space of the contractors of the major paradises and the reincarnations of the main god space that Ron detained, and then created various relics and treasures for these guys to find. The pirate group in the Atlanta Sea is the Overlord pirate group established by the tall man Saibo. It is protected by the new Atlanta Kingdom. It is an official pirate group and is called the King of Sai. It has the strength of entering the Dao level. The pirate group in the Habo Sea is the representative pirate group established by the caveman Ching Kang. The pirates in the Habo Sea are relatively weak. Ching Kang is called the King of the Sky, with the strength of entering the Dao. He raises a goshawk at the level of enlightenment. There are as many as 30,000 pirates under his command. It is also the largest pirate group at present. The pirates in the Dongling Sea are the Lion King pirates, created by Yasser, a descendant of the Lion King of the Nikado continent. The pirate group has only 13 members, all of whom are descendants of the Lion King. The lowest strength is at the enlightenment level. Yasser has inherited the Lion King and has the strength of the peak of the enlightenment level. He is called the Little Lion King. The Lion King pirates are good at killing. The pirates in the Dongling Sea are the most brutal. The overall strength of the pirates in this sea is relatively high, and the people are simple and like to kill. The flying pirate group in the Teya Sea is created by Kong Tong, a winged man. This pirate group does not like to rob, and generally accepts some news and newspaper transportation from Maya Yacht. It is more like a mercenary group than a pirate group. However, due to its strong pirate group and its backing of the Sky Kingdom of the Sky Continent, the status of the flying pirate group in the Teya Sea is extraordinary. It is called the Sky King, and the Sky King is at the enlightenment level. The Mermaid Sea is the mermaid pirates created by the Grand Emperor of the Mermaid Clan. It is also backed by the Mermaid Kingdom. As an official pirate group, the mermaid pirates are the dominant force in the Mermaid Sea. The Grand Emperor is called the Grand King, and has the strength of the Dao level. However, when in the sea above the Mermaid Kingdom, it can temporarily resist the Dao Master level. The White Ice Sea is the Cave Heaven pirates formed by the Cave Heaven soldiers who are disappointed with the Northern Winter Kingdom. Their leader is Zhang Yi's son Zhang Guanyu, whose strength is comparable to the Dao Master level. If the backup left by Zhang Yi is used, there is even a chance to kill the Dao Master level. Zhang Guanyu is called the Crown King. The Cave Heaven pirates cleared the pirates in the White Ice Sea and established the Cave Heaven Order. The White Ice Sea became the safest sea area, and business began to develop here. As for the last Deep South Sea, it is a pirate paradise. The Caribbean city was built here, and Yi also slept here. Chaos and sin represent this place. This is the darkest area in the world of Dongtian. Human trafficking, bounties for murder, black markets, casinos. You can get a lot of things here, but you can also lose a lot of things. After the Holy Emperor made a fuss, this place was quickly rebuilt. Most pirates would come here to consume. This place is controlled by the Overlord level pirate group. The Deep South pirate group is not just a pirate group. He also established an archipelago country in the Deep South Sea, the Deep South Kingdom. In the Deep South Sea, there is only one king, the Deep South King, who has the strength of a Taoist master. The 7 kings of these 7 seas, collectively known as the 7 Sea Kings, were rated by the Maya Yad newspaper as the 7 most influential pirates on the sea, among which the Deep South King ranked first. At this time, the sea is still using the sea gold issued by the United Navy. The only difference is that the country that manufactures the sea gold is now the Halong Kingdom. They built the first gold bank in the Dongtian world and controlled the flow of sea gold on the sea. Therefore, the Halong Kingdom developed rapidly and became a wealthy country. Every year, many pirates attacked the Halong Kingdom, but think about it. The predecessor of Halong Kingdom. The predecessor of Halong Kingdom was the Navy. Halong Kingdom, which inherited the Navy's weapons technology, was very accurate in fighting pirates. However, Halong Kingdom's king, Hu Tao, was extremely promiscuous and spent a lot of money to buy beauties of all races. He even promoted the development of the slave industry. Various countries protested against Halong Kingdom for this. If Halong Kingdom was not rich and powerful, Hu Tao would probably have been praised. Hu Tao was born with special genes. He had no genetic isolation from any race. Therefore, Hu Tao was related to the Long people, mermaids, winged people, bloodvine elves. He even engaged in human-beast relations, so a group of special races were born in Halong Kingdom, such as half-winged people, fish people, half-elves, centaurs, long cave people. Various races appeared in Halong Kingdom, and Hu Tao was more protective of his children. He issued a law allowing any race to exist in Halong Kingdom, and also issued an anti-discrimination law, so hundreds of races appeared in Halong Kingdom with hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Among them, the descendants of Hu Tao are very powerful and talented. The most famous one is the 7,641st son born from the union of Hu Tao and the giants, a half-giant named Hu Ziai, who was born in the Sun and Moon realm. After training, he is now at the Tao entry level and leads the first legion of the Hulong Kingdom. There are only about 30 giants on the giant island now, and this guy even captured a female giant. Hu Tao's descendants formed his most loyal warriors. Hu Tao took office in the central 290th year. By the time of the central 400th year, he had given birth to nearly 100,000 descendants. The population of the Hulong Kingdom was just over 10 million, and he himself contributed 1%. Ron was shocked for a while after knowing that there was such a fierce man in his world. He could create races better than Ron. The genes of such talents must be preserved, but Ron found that he could not be reproduced. This guy is simply a fertility miracle in the world of Dongtian. If he had a stronger talent, he might be able to point out a way to fertility. Unfortunately, Hu Tao does not have that talent. Hu Tao, who is in the Sun and Moon realm, has entered his twilight years. Even so, he still insists on making babies every day and trying all kinds of new tricks. Ron admires him so much that he even adds a few decades to his life. Chapter 115. June, who was mixed in with the crazy witches, was more abnormal than these crazy witches, so he won the recognition of the crazy witches and became their leader. During this period, June found a way to restrain Yu, just like dealing with the crazy witches, as long as it was weirder than Yu, then Yu was not his opponent. So June led the crazy witches and the crow witches to conduct experiments, study the container for collecting weird energy, and began to explore how to enter the Gigzu. The wizards can exile the weird, and they have sent people into the Gigzu, but none of them came out. The only news that came out was that the Gigzu was full of blood mist. If we talk about the tricks, June Tianzhan has done more. Hong Tianzhan's operations are not as good as his son's. They have 3 Tianzhan in their family, and there is also a weird Yu Tianzhan who leads the way. The 3 of them together should be able to compete with Yi Tianzhan. Jun's research soon produced results. He began to capture monsters in large quantities and found all the monsters he had imprisoned before. Even the blue cow that he had thrown into the mountains to eat grass for many years was caught back. In the dark night forest, there were people wearing black robes and crow masks, and some weird-looking, crazy wizards who were constantly watching their leader tinkering. Thousands of monsters were locked in a huge crystal bottle. June was under the crystal bottle. The blue cow next to him was trembling, fearing that June would throw himself in. The crystal bottle was eroded by the monsters and began to turn grey slowly. June wrapped the main crystal bottle with the power of the avenue, and then began to invest some special energy, such as the pollution energy extracted from the blood mist, the special spiritual energy extracted from the body of the Mad Witch, and even the spiritual toxins of the extinct kingdom of Asia. That's right, it's raising a goo king that can swallow other monsters. This is also the knowledge June got from a goo master who fled to the Jelinwu continent. To create a special monster Dark Eater, June has asked his old subordinates to spread the story of the monster in the Wu Kingdom. When this monster is cultivated, he will be released into the Wu Kingdom to swallow the monsters in the Wu Kingdom. Now the situation in which the Wu Kingdom is controlled by the monster Yu Tianzhan is caused by June, so it is June who will end it. In the future, the monsters in the Wu Kingdom will only become the nutrients of Dark Eater, and according to the principle of raising goo, this monster is equivalent to the goo worm controlled by June. As for raising goo, there is a risk of being bitten back by goo, but June doesn't care. It's just a little life. I believe his father Hong can solve this small problem. Goo is really a good thing. I really want to study the legendary goo demon. It seems that he has also achieved enlightenment. What is in his head? He can actually study so many strange things. It's interesting. June watched the monsters inside constantly devouring each other and growing stronger. Come on, keep catching them. June shouted. Some crow witches and crazy witches left the experimental cave, leaving only some crazy witches who were still sick and had not recovered to normal running around. June touched King Nu's head, and then looked at King Nu kindly. King Nu always felt that something was going to happen to him. Master June, why are you always looking at Xian Yu? June smiled but said nothing. It's okay, I'll ask you to sacrifice yourself later. King Nu jumped out like the wind when he heard it, and then was caught by a big hand. His whole body was imprisoned, and he looked like he had no desire to live. He remembered the happy time when he was a weird. Shen Tianzhan left the sect and began to travel the world. He wanted to divide a more detailed combat power system. Although the current combat power system is based on the Tao system, he thinks it can be more detailed, and Shen Tianzhan knows that this road can continue. His first stop is to go to the Jelinmu continent to visit Jun Tianzhan, who created the Tao system. Ron recently discovered a coordinate point not far from him. There is a third-level world. If you move there, it will take about 1,000 years in the cave world and consume a lot of world power. However, Ron knows that if you can swallow this world, then the gains must be greater than the costs. So Ron began to control the world to move over there. That world would definitely not be able to escape. They did not have the heavenly Dao to control the movement of the world. Only high-level worlds with heavenly Dao could move. And generally, high-level worlds would not move easily. They all had fixed star fields. Otherwise, they would run to someone else's territory. Going there means fighting. Hong hid in the Nakado continent and continued to harvest energy. Those guys knew that the Dao god had appeared again, and they hid more secretly than each other, so that Hong had little harvest now. Hong, who had just killed a powerful person at the enlightenment level, felt something was wrong. He was very familiar with this feeling. He usually had this feeling when his good eldest son Jun was causing trouble. Hong looked around vigilantly, and then released the power of the Great Dao to cover a radius of 100 miles. He did not find his son Jun, but found a hidden enlightenment level. However, Hong did not have time to care about these things now. He shook the space nearby and shook out a hidden Dao entry level, but still did not find Jun. When the enlightenment level and the Dao entry level thought they were going to be harvested by the legendary Dao god, they found that the Dao god ran away like a ghost, as if something terrible happened nearby. Jun felt that his father's great Dao seemed to be a little turbulent, and thought something had happened, but it seemed that his life was not in danger, otherwise he would rush to save Hong. He would not let anyone beat his father to death. If Hong died, who would extend his life? Continuing to watch the strange fusion, the initial results that Jun wanted have appeared. The Crow Witch and the Crazy Witches brought back the strange things one after another and threw them into the crystal bottle. Jun put a goo worm in it, and cut a part of his soul origin into the crystal bottle, and then used the power of the Great Dao to cut the green cow in half, transformed the body structure of the green cow, and placed various goo worms. The crystal bottle was filled with grey fog, and the cry of a child kept coming from the bottle. Crack! The crystal bottle broke into pieces, but there was still a layer of Jun's Great Dao power covering it. The crystal fragments fell and were wrapped in the power of the Great Dao, colorful and very beautiful. Jun knew that the goo he had refined was successful, and then he quickly assembled the green cow. The green cow felt that another part of itself was in this grey fog. Don't forget that the code name of the green cow was Shepherd Boy. A flute sounded, and then a little foot stretched out from the grey fog, and the green cow walked up unconsciously. Chapter 116. A fat, white shepherd boy walked out of the grey fog, wearing a bamboo hat and holding a bamboo flute, with a small braid on his back, looking very proud. The shepherd boy sat directly on the back of the cow, and then Jun chanted a spell and merged himself into the shepherd boy. That's right, the Dark Eater was refined into a clone by him, and he could transform into the Dark Eater. The green cow was refined into a soul poison by Jun, connected to the shepherd boy, as a link to control the Dark Eater at ordinary times, and a trace of Jun's soul origin was also refined into the shepherd boy. This time, Jun made multiple preparations and would not let the Dark Eater break free from his control like Yu Tianzhan. Let's have a carnival. The clear voice of the shepherd boy sounded in the cave, and Jun was controlling the shepherd boy at this time. Ah, ah, ah. Woohoo. The voice in front was from the Crow Witch, who calmly responded to their leader, and the voice behind was from the Crazy Witch, who didn't know why they were having a carnival, so they just shouted. So, Jun led his men to the Witch Kingdom, and notified Jiaguan to send troops to attack the Witch Kingdom and destroy the strange temples in various places. After Yu took control of the Witch Kingdom, he made the entire kingdom a mess, and the people became lambs that the weird ones slaughtered at will. Although Jun was very perverted, he was not interested in ordinary people like this who were useless to him, and would not kill them at will. Jun had a backup in the Witch Kingdom, and those wizard families and wizards in the academy would still obey Jun's call. After all, the thing sitting on the throne now was not of the same race as them. Under Jun's call, wizard families began to fight against Wu Wangyu, killing those Wu Sunsi staff who became Wu Wangyu's running dogs, and using the Taoist tools made by Jun to suppress those weird things. Jun did not summon these wizards before because there was no way to deal with Yu Tianzun. Now there is a solution, which is to deal with Yu Tianzun. After losing control of the Wu Kingdom, Jun felt the difficulty and some experiments could not be carried out. Before, the whole country helped to collect resources, but after being driven away by Yu, he stayed with the poor Crow Witch, and some experimental materials could not be gathered. This is why Jun wanted to get rid of Yu Tianzun. First, he couldn't have a failed work, and second, Yu Tianzun affected his other experiments. So Jun led the army back to neutral Wuwang Tower City. There were no contractors and reincarnations in this neutral place, because Yu's existence could be detected, and he was killed by Yu as soon as he arrived. One of Jun's experimental materials was these contractors and reincarnations. Before reaching neutral Wizard King Tower City, Yu Tianzun appeared in front of Jun and blocked Jun's retreat. All the wizards brought by Jun turned into grey mist and dissipated. Yu Tianzun took action. "My dear great-grandfather, I have clearly let you go. Why did you come back when you knew you couldn't kill me?" Yu Tianzun looked at the shepherd boy in front of him and was a little confused. He judged from the breath that the shepherd boy riding the green cow in front of him was his great-grandfather, but Yu Tianzun didn't know that his great-grandfather had found a way to deal with him. "Of course I miss you, my precious weird great-grandson." Jun smiled brightly. Yu Bing's cold face showed a trace of hesitation. He didn't know what his great-grandfather wanted to do, but there must be some conspiracy. Whether according to Yu's understanding or historical records, his great-grandfather was not a good thing, but his great-great-grandfather Hong was better. But Yu was not worried. He thought Jun didn't have the ability to kill him. "I'll give you one more chance, leave here, and take those who follow you away, for the sake of you being my great-grandfather." Yu was already getting impatient. Jun looked at the majestic neutral Witch King Tower City behind Yu, and said with a smile, "Yu, do you know who built this city during his reign?" Yu didn't say anything, he wanted to see what Jun was up to. Jun talked to himself, "This city was built during the reign of Witch King Hong, and he is my father, guess what my father left for me?" Yu made a move directly, and the grey fog that covered the sky and the earth wrapped Jun with the power of the avenue, and claws stretched out from the grey fog one after another. Slurp! Under Yu's shocked eyes, Jun swallowed all the grey fog into his stomach. "Yu, I taught you before that you should listen carefully when others speak, and it turned out to be a failed work." Yu immediately thought of his great-grandfather who had found a way to deal with him. Then when Yu wanted to escape, he found that he couldn't run away. "My father left me a way to control this city." Jun looked at Yu with a smile. Rumble! Neutral Witch King Tower City. A huge blue hexagram appeared in the sky, imprisoning the nearby space and isolating the power of the Tao. Guess who created the Tao system? Jun was not in a hurry at all, because Yu could no longer escape from his palm. Yu still tried to resist. He turned around and tried to use his weird death judgment, but it didn't work for Jun. Bang! Jun turned into grey mist and dissipated. Success! Yu was doubtful at first, but he soon denied it. Jun was not so easy to kill. Moo! Jun appeared in front of Yu riding a green bull. The green bull blew out a burst of grey air from its nostrils and looked at Yu with disdain, so-called bull relying on the power of others. Yu soon understood what his great-grandfather was now, and he turned himself into a monster. Only a monster can deal with a monster. Yu was swallowed by Jun, but Jun did not kill him. Killing him would cause the Wu Kingdom to be unstable and cause natural disasters. After all, Yu was also a celestial being. After Jun dealt with Yu, he ascended the throne again. Wu King Jun reigned over the world again. Jiaguan submitted a letter of submission and reduced himself to a kingdom. The Wu Kingdom was renamed the Wizard Empire, and Jun was renamed Wu Emperor Jun. The founding emperor was Hong. Hong's imperial name was the Supreme Wu Emperor, Jun's imperial name was Kaiwan Wu Emperor, and Yu's imperial name was Wu De Wu Emperor. After Jun ascended the throne again, he began to legalize the crow and crazy witches, no longer setting up wizard fiefs to guard against them, but restricting them from leaving their own land. Under Jun's intimidation, the crow and crazy witches obeyed the law, but if the witch emperor was not Jun, it would be another story. After Jun's moral education, the group of crow witch and crazy witch became Jun's loyal followers. Jun recollected resources, and then replanned the administration, cleansed Wu Sunsi and those use confidence, which was easy for Jun. News soon appeared on the sea. Jelen Wu ushered in a great era again, and his great emperor Kaiwan Wudi once again ruled his people. Hong. Chapter 117. In the 410th year of the Central Period, the Witch Empire gradually emerged from the shadow of the word under the development of Wu Daijun, and wizards once again ushered in a wave of development climax. Various alchemical potions were introduced, and those weird things were destroyed by the legendary Dark Eater before they appeared. The national strength of the Witch Empire rose rapidly, and it began to trade with foreign countries. A large number of wizard creations flowed out from the Giglin Witch continent, and the number of merchant ships on the sea route to Giglin Witch increased rapidly, and with it, the number of pirates followed. During this period, the Storm Confederation of Storm Continent was split into the Fire Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom. The Fire King was Xiao, the Fire Deist Master, the Storm King was the Pope of the Wind and Snow Church, and the Storm Kingdom was a religious state. Since then, the four countries of Storm Continent have been in a tripartite relationship, and the Ice people have once again given birth to a king, accumulating strength and eyeing the Cave people in the south. In the 423rd year of the Central Period, the new Atlanta Kingdom was changed to an imperial system, with the Longman Emperor Ling, and the founding emperor was Poseidon, named Genhai Emperor, the second-generation emperor was Siren, named Hyang Emperor, the third-generation emperor was Fubo, named Fuhei Emperor, the fourth-generation emperor was Ao, named Xinhai Emperor, the fifth-generation emperor was Ling, named Linghai Emperor. Among the 5 emperors of the new Atlanta Empire, 1 emperor was from the Unicorn Snake clan, and the other 4 emperors were all from the Longman clan. In the same year, Alexander Octavian was attacked by a suspected Taoist god and died on the sacred altar. The Dark Continent was shaken. The emperor in his prime died of assassination. After the death of Alexander the Great, who suppressed the continent, the countries in the Dark Continent, which originally had many conflicts, began to quarrel. The Holy Empire alliance collapsed in an instant, and Alexander left no successor. As for whether it was an attack by a Taoist god, only the people of the Dark Continent knew. Anyway, Hong stayed in the Nikado continent during that time. Many strong people in the Nikado continent suffered. Hong cleaned up a group of old things and allowed the new generation to develop. In the war environment of Nikado, many talents naturally emerged. Fubo led his people to reproduce in the Zonghai continent. Under the protection of Fubo, the original Unicorn Snake clan exceeded 500 for the first time, and more than 100 of them transformed into the form of human upper body and snake lower body. In this form, the wisdom of the Unicorn Snake and the state of energy utilization were greatly enhanced. Fubo called this form Fuxi form. Moreover, Fuxi's form is naturally conducive to communicating with all things. Fubo is also called Lazy E in the Unicorn Snake clan. Fubo's habitat is shrouded in thunder and lightning. In fact, it is his means to isolate the breath and prevent Yi from coming to his door. His people think that he likes thunder and is born to control the divine thunder. Fuxi became good friends with Belier, the king of the blood vine elves. He gave some pure faith crystals to Belier, and Belier gave back some blood vine fruits to Fubo. Fubo was very interested in these fruits and conducted research. Shen, who traveled around the world, visited June and was almost caught by June for research. He ran out of the Jelenwu continent overnight, but took away some books of the Tao system. Later, Shen began to go to the Nikado continent. He wanted to see the hometown of his disciple Shikyang. The absolute demon constitution created by his disciple was very powerful. Even if all systems have been upgraded now, it is still very immune to the skills of witchcraft and magic. Even the Tao system has a great restraint. Shen Tianzhan didn't believe that there was no news about his disciple. He was a guy with higher talent than him. He practiced various systems and achieved the highest achievement quickly. After returning to the Nikado continent, there was no news. This time, Shen Tianzhan went to visit his hometown and looked for his disciples. Several disciples of Shen Tianzhan, Du Tianda Mage became a residual soul in Gigzu, Shi Kaiang left this world, Beiji inherited Shen Tian sect, and most of the other disciples died because of their lifespan. The sect war in Kalidoya continent began. The major sects competed for resources and control of the kingdom and started fighting. The Shen Tian sect in the Kingdom of Heaven and the Shushan sword sect in the northern barbarian zone chose to close the mountain, because if they participated in the sect war, they might be dealt with by the kingdom that counterattacked next. After learning a lot of knowledge from the caveman and Tallman civilizations, the winged kingdom of the sky continent gradually developed its own civilization. They developed their own writing, built various special bastions in the mountains, and divided the winged families into floating cities. The families were scattered all over the sky continent, and gathered in the capital of the kingdom, the floating city, to pay tribute to the floating king in 1 month at the end of each year. Another winged civilization is the winged kingdom of the Zonghai continent, whose king is. The kingdom of winged sky is relatively small. They live in tree houses. The kingdom has only more than 300,000 people. In the vast area of Zonghai continent, they are at most a village. They have less knowledge of cave people and tall people, so their characters are created by themselves and are very simple. The language is similar to the language of the winged people in the sky continent. Fuxi also established friendship with the winged people. Therefore, the kingdom of winged sky practiced the cultivation system given by Fuxi. Then it was the mermaid kingdom, the younger brother of the tall people. After hundreds of years of development, the mermaids in the mermaid kingdom have reached more than 10 million. They are even building and expanding the mermaid reef. The avenue of the sea opened up by Dong Ai is also rapidly strengthened under the cultivation of the tribe members. The strength is enough to resist the tall people. If it weren't for the new Sea Emperor spirit mastering the weirdness, the mermaids would have rebelled against the tall people long ago. Every year, many mermaid women are offered as toys for the tall people nobles, which makes the mermaids hate the tall people. June began to open the new path he was researching and preached again. After opening the path, it is to widen the avenue and then strengthen the power of the avenue. The strength of the heavenly masters is different, and they are measured based on their power of the avenue. June uses Yi's physical avenue as the measurement unit. Yi's physical avenue is determined by June to be 64 Dao power. At present, the physical avenue is the thickest tributary of the long river of the avenue, and even the basic 5 Dao cannot compare. Because many people's systems are related to the physical body, even if he does not take the initiative to practice Taoism, his system will be related to the long river of the avenue. There are thousands of avenues, but they all lead to the same destination. The Dao system is always the culmination of all systems. Even if some systems may be stronger than the Dao system in terms of combat power, compared from all directions, the Dao system is the first system in the cave heaven and the system that measures the standard of the cave heaven. After determining the power of the Dao, the next path is to practice the avenue. After theoretically surpassing 64 Daos, you can open up a realm in the cave heaven world, and after reaching 64 Daos, you will be a new race, out of the scope of the original race. This is called the realm of opening the realm. Therefore, the current realm of the Tao system is as follows, laying the foundation. Enlightenment of the Tao. Mountains and rivers. Sun and moon. Enlightenment of the Tao. Entering the Tao, Tao Lord. Opening the Tao, Tianzhan, 1 to 64 Tao. Opening the world. Chapter 118. Since the Dao system was established in Dongtian, the Tianzhan level who opened up the avenues include Jun Tianzhan of the Dao of Inquiry, Hong Tianzhan of the Dao of Creation, Yi Tianzhan of the Dao of Flesh, Uchiha Tianzhan of the Dao of Art, Justice Tianzhan of the Dao of Knights, who died early after being injured by Yi, Shen Tianzhan of the Dao of Magic, Ming Tianzhan of the Dao of Hades, Gu Tianzhan of the Dao of Gu, Dong Tianzhan of the Dao of the Sea in the Mermaid Kingdom, Gaia Tianzhan of the Dao of Dragon in Dragon Valley, and Yu Tianzhan who opened up the Weird Dao. There are a total of 11 Tianzhan level. Although the rest have Dao Lord level who can fight with Tianzhan, they are not Tianzhan level after all. Among them, there are 3 Tianzhans from the Jelanwuo continent, 4 from the Kaladoa continent, and 1 from the Dark continent. The rest were born in the ocean or islands, so the luck is the strongest in the Kaladoa continent. There are many Daos level. In addition to some special Daos, many Daos with basic attributes actually exist naturally. After all, they are closely related to the operation of the world. It's just that the tributaries of those Daos are waiting for a host who can carry them forward. There are also strong and weak Tianzhans. At present, the strongest Tianzhan is Yi Tianzhan, with 64 Dao powers, followed by Shen Tianzhan, with 16 Dao powers, and then Hong Tianzhan with 13 Dao powers. However, Dao power does not represent complete combat power. In a sense, it is equivalent to mana value, but he has something more than mana value. With June re-establishing the levels of the Dao system, all Dao systems understood the way forward again. Dao masters can also use Dao power to compare their combat power with that of the Tanzhan level. For example, Xiao, the Dao master of the Fire Dao, has half of the Dao power of the Fire Dao, which is 32 Dao power. Since he is not a Dao pioneer, his understanding of the Dao control is not so strong, so the final combat power is about 16 Dao. Shen Tianzhan, who has arrived at the Nakado continent, can't help but sigh at Jun's talent. It's a pity that he has some problems with his brain, otherwise he must communicate with him. If the contractors and reincarnations are investigating the 11 Tianzhans, each of them is at the world boss level, and is a mobile treasure house, but it is not known whether they have the life to take it. Some beings in Gigzu also have the strength of Dao masters or even Tianzhan level. In the 430th year of the Central Period, the mixed-blood dragon Luxi established the Dragon Kingdom in the Zonghai continent and led thousands of mixed-blood dragons to build the Dragon Palace. Although their bloodline was not high and there were few records of magic in their bloodline, their number was much greater than that of pure-blood dragons. Luxi had a bloodline mutation, and at the same time connected the avenue of flesh, the avenue of fire, the avenue of dragon, and the avenue of magic. He called himself the Sun Dragon King, chasing the sun in the sky every day, and then absorbing the sun's energy. Sometimes he would not stop even if he was burned by the sun until his flesh and blood were charred. Luxi created the skills Dragon Power, Sun Magic, Forbidden Spell Marking, Dragon Physique, and Ancient Power. These are all things that mixed-blood dragons can learn after birth, and only mixed-blood dragons can learn them. Luxi hated the pure-blood dragons, and he called the dragons in the Dragon Kingdom the Sun Dragons. In addition, Luxi collected various rare metals in the cave world, brought back some talented mixed-blood dragons, and asked Oyuz Haizi, the first master craftsman of the Nakado continent, to create the inheritance tool of the Sun Dragon Clan Dragon Kingdom Sun Crown. As the inheritance of the Sun Dragon King, it also has the function of blessing the Sun Dragon Clan and purifying the blood of the Sun Dragon Clan. It can also store the power of the sun and form the Sun Stone for the Sun Dragon Clan to practice. Sun Dragon King Luxi created his own Sun Dragon Clan with his own strength, and the Dragon Kingdom is very closed. It was built on the highest peak of Zonghai continent and belongs to a half-space. The Dragon Kingdom does not communicate with the outside world. Only some flying dragons approved by Luxi can walk in the world. Zonghai continent, Snowy Peak. There are caves built on the peaks, in which the dragons of the Sun Kingdom live. Each cave entrance is inlaid with a shining sun stone. The dragons soar on the peaks. This is the outer defense line of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is located in a huge palace on the top of the mountain. The palace stands on the top of the mountain. The exterior is covered with snow, and the interior is a cleared space. Most of the sun dragons live in it, and occasionally come out to replace the dragons guarding outside. Roar. The roar of dragons can be heard from time to time in the palace. Inside the palace, a white dragon surrounded by flames is sleeping on the highest throne in the palace. Below the throne is a huge white dragon with flames all over its body. There were countless sleeping dragons. A huge crown was worn on the head of the white dragon. The crown emitted white light and filled the entire palace. From time to time, dragons woke up and flew around in the palace. The white dragon was Lucy, the Sun Dragon King who built the Dragon Kingdom. When he was sleeping, he was 300 meters high. The height of the throne from the sleeping dragon below was higher than Lucy. Lucy could swallow an ordinary adult dragon with his mouth open. He was the largest dragon in the Dragon Kingdom. Lucy opened his pupils, revealing golden vertical pupils. The air from his nostrils blew up a small storm. He was going out to chase the sun again. Chasing the sun was actually his way to get the energy needed by his body. Meat alone could not support the consumption of such a huge body. He stood up from the throne, spread his wings, which were at least 2 kilometers wide, and gently flapped them to fly up some sleeping dragons on the ground. Luxi flew out of the palace. Not only did he need to replenish his energy, he also needed to go to the Thunder region to seek revenge on the dead snake. He was beaten by Fu Bo the last time he passed by the Thunder region because Fu Bo hated dragons. The huge wings flapped, bringing up a storm that blew away all the snow on the top of the mountain. Then the storm took the snow to an unknown direction, getting bigger and bigger. Roar! Luxi roared, attracting the dragons on guard. The dragons circled around their king happily, like a puppy circling around a lion. Luxi shouted away the dragons around him, and then flew towards the sun to replenish his energy first. Fu Bo, who was dormant in the Thunder Lake, seemed to hear the roar of the dragon. He hated this sound. Since he beat a stupid big dragon last time, the dragon came here to fight him every once in a while. If that stupid dragon wasn't a descendant of his own people, Fu Bo would have probably beaten him to death. However, it seemed that the dragon was getting stronger and stronger, and Fu Bo was having a hard time beating it. Transforming into Lazy E, Fu Bo began to absorb the thunder. When Luxi arrived, he wanted to show Luxi what a Thunder King was. Chapter 119. Currently, there are 7 seas and 8 continents in the Dongtian world. The seas are the Atlanta Sea, the Haibo Sea, the Dongling Sea, the Taya Sea, the Shark Sea, the White Ice Sea, and the Deep South Sea. These seas were determined during the Siren period and named after the king of the Atlanta Kingdom. The 8 continents are Caledoa Continent, Central Continent, Geglanweo Continent, Eastern Continent, Dark Continent, Western Continent, Nakado Continent, Southern Continent, Storm Continent, Western Continent, Sky Continent, Volcano Continent, and Zonghai Continent. The Sky Continent is in the northeast corner of the world, the Zonghai Continent is between Caledoa Continent and Nakado Continent, and the Volcano Continent is in the southwest corner. The data of the world now is like this. World, Cave World LV39, world level is slowly improving. Heavenly Deo, Ron. World area, 549558 W square kilometers, expanding. World specialties, none. World cultivation system, Deo system, wizard system, belief system, night system, magic system. World description, a small world with a regular star, forming an internal cycle of the world, with perfect rules and many intelligent creatures. It is a newborn world protected by the law of the void, which can absorb chaotic energy and achieve self-sufficiency of internal energy. The world is expanding. The world has reached the 3rd level, and the root of chaos has been notarized. The world has just entered the middle level world, and the protection of the root of chaos is being strengthened. World power, 5,378.556 ounces, 3 decimal places have been omitted. After the world was promoted, Ron's speed of obtaining world power was significantly accelerated, but he also had to thank the selfless contributions from the reincarnations and the contractors. According to the current ratio of the continent to the ocean in the Dongtian world, it is 4:6, and it was 5:5 before. After the world was promoted, the expansion speed of the ocean was much faster than that of the continent, so the continent accounted for 40% and the ocean accounted for 60%. So now the continental area of the Dongtian world is 219,823.2 W square kilometers, among which the central Caledoa continent occupies the largest land area. Among them, Caledoa continent occupies 38474 W square kilometers, Nakado continent occupies 26475 W square kilometers, Storm continent occupies 21456 W square kilometers, Geglanweo continent 20566 W square kilometers, Dark continent occupies 19658 W square kilometers, Volcano continent occupies 14655 W square kilometers, Zonghai continent occupies 12236 W square kilometers, Sky continent occupies 11588 W square kilometers, and the rest are occupied by various small continental islands. Don't underestimate the overlords on the continent. They only occupy part of the continent. The Kingdom of Heaven on Caledoa occupies less than 1/10 of the continent. If it weren't for the teleportation array and teleportation tower from the wizard civilization, even traveling would be a hassle. It would take 5 years for Shen Tianzun's power to reach the neutral headless city of the northern barbarians. It must be said that Jun's appearance has promoted great development. Legends say that the array and teleportation tower were invented by him. It is also with these things that the wizard empire can rule nearly 40 million square kilometers of land and is still expanding. However, because the construction of these things requires a lot of resources, they are generally only available in big cities. Some small places don't have such things. The orders of the wizard emperor can only reach the major regions. In those towns, the orders of some manor masters are still effective. Let's talk about the origins of civilizations of each continent. The civilization of the Jelinwu continent originated from the Witch Doctor Valley, which is the ancient witch culture. The civilization of the Caledoa continent all originated from the Tian tribe civilization. Whether it is the northern barbarians or the Kingdom of Heaven, they all worship their ancestors. The civilization of the Storm continent originated from the ancient Yang tribe civilization, also known as the Fire Seed civilization, the first tribe in the world to use fire, and they have a passion for fire in their blood, the civilization of the Nakado continent has two sources, one is the megalith civilization and the other is the beast civilization. One likes to settle down and the other likes to be nomadic. The civilization of the Dark Continent originated from the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe civilization has influenced us to this day. Now the most active people on the ocean are still from the Dark Continent. They love adventure and try to conquer the ocean. As for the three newly born continents, there is no source of civilization. They are influenced by various civilizations of the old continents. Without the precipitation of history, they have become a hodgepodge, but they also have a different flavor. The werewolves of the Volcano Continent established the Volcano Kingdom. They encountered merchant ships of the Sea Kingdom and later sold the special mineral of the Volcano Continent, volcanic iron, at a low price in exchange for some knowledge of the Sea Kingdom. The merchants of the Sea Kingdom exchanged precious minerals for knowledge that was hundreds of years behind, so many merchants of the Sea Kingdom began to travel to the Volcano Continent and helped the werewolves build a city of fire for business. They gained the friendship of the werewolves. And after years of development, the population of the werewolves reached more than 3 million, among which many geniuses emerged. They went to the Sea Kingdom to study through merchant ships of the Sea Kingdom, and the exchange between the Volcano Continent and the Dark Continent began. Ji Kun, the king of the Sea Kingdom who enfeoffed the countries, had died in the central 240 years. Now his son Ji Su is in power. His son lost control of more than a dozen principalities enfeoffed by the Sea Kingdom, and his many calls were rejected. When the naval war between the Sea Kingdom and the Fire Continent broke out, only 3 principalities obeyed the call, which made the Sea Kingdom and the Fire Continent tie, lost a lot of resources, and boosted the arrogance of the Fire Continent. The kingdom of Chu built by Xia Hongdao became popular after the death of Alexander the Great and began to expand continuously. Xia Hongdao enfeoffed hundreds of meritorious officials, and the influence of the kingdom of Chu reached more than 10 million square kilometers. The sphere of influence of the Holy Empire shrank rapidly, and then split into many holy countries. Only the last territory of the original Night Kingdom was still under the control of the Holy Empire. After the death of Alexander the Great, his general Lugger was elected as the new leader, and the imperial system was changed to the elder system. Lugger existed as a great elder, and after Lugger took office, he tried to imitate the 2 emperors to start the continental expedition, and then Xia Hongdao annihilated 100,000 elite cavalry at the first stop. The last vitality of the empire was exhausted in that battle. "Hey, I'm so tired, damn it!" Fu Bo was panting, and there was a giant dragon that was burned by electricity in the distance. Roar! The dragon swooped down on Fu Bo again, and the ground was cracked by the strong wind from the dragon's wings. Fu Bo's lazy form was still very small compared to the dragon, only about 1/3 the size of the dragon. The thunder domain roars. Fu Bo once again stimulated the thunder accumulated in his body, turning it into a thunder curtain covering the dragon. The snake and the dragon have been fighting for more than 3 months. The nearby creatures were killed and injured, and the ground was torn into pieces, leaving no grass. Just when Fu Bo thought he could stop fighting when he killed the dragon in front of him, the dragon turned around and ran away, and Fu Bo's big move was halfway accumulated. Ni ma! Fu Bo's singing came from the lazy E. Chapter 120. The old man was buried in the tomb, but he was buried in the tomb. Shen came to the Nakado continent and found the birthplace of his disciple, the hero king Shiqiang, but he did not find Shiqiang here. In the hero king hall, Shen felt the breath in the hall, a strange breath, and a power of earth. There was a coffin with red hair on the outside, but Shen could not feel the corpse inside. Looking at the statue of the young hero king who looked like his disciple Shiqiang, Shen could not help but show a nostalgic look in his eyes. When Shen met his disciple, Shiqiang was already middle-aged. There are 3 thrones in the hall. One is made of stone and is located in the middle. The one on the left is made of fine iron and is engraved with the word compassion. Another one is made of gems and has a blood-stained armor on it. The word Bishan is engraved on the throne. Bishan? Is it related to Shiqiang? It seems that compassion is his disciple. Then Emperor Bishan is Shiqiang's disciple? Is he also from our lineage? Shen muttered to himself. Then Shen's eyes became sharp. So the Taoist god killed my disciple. Everyone in the Shen Tian sect knows that Suanatian Zun is very protective of his shortcomings. Not only Suanatian Zun, but also people in the general Tian tribe civilization have a habit of protecting their shortcomings. If you beat the young, the old will come. If you beat the old, some buried people may crawl out. It is not obvious in the Tian kingdom area, but more obvious in the northern barbarian area. Therefore, people in the northern barbarian area like to fight bravely and fiercely. Generally, they fight to death. Protecting shortcomings between tribes will also lead to fights. The most representative one in recent years is the Shushan sword sect. A child from the Shushan sword sect secretly ran down the mountain and was captured and eaten by a demon king. Tens of thousands of muscular sword cultivators directly flattened the demon king's mountain, and then captured the demon king and imprisoned him in Shushan. They cut his flesh regularly every day, making the demon king unable to live or die. The demon race was born after Fubo, who can also be said to be the ancestor of the demon race. There are two types of demons. Some beasts absorb energy to a certain extent and then give birth to wisdom. This type is called the original demon, which is common in various continents and usually appears in the form of beasts. The second type is the demon race created by Fubo. This demon has some characteristics of beasts, but appears in human form. This type is also called the later demon, the demon race created after the fall of the Kingdom of Asia, and some later demons also drifted to all parts of the world. Therefore, people often find that some monsters are human-shaped, and some monsters are beast-shaped. Beast-shaped monsters like to eat weak humans, which are easy to capture and in large numbers. Human-shaped monsters like to enter the human world to live and obtain energy, and sometimes they will be exposed, so there is a saying that monsters can change their shapes. The original monsters can never change their shapes, and the later monsters can exist in human form or beast form. However, because the original monsters feed on humans, people think that all monsters are harmful, so people will kill all monsters, and there are legends about monsters on all continents. However, because there are no powerful monsters, the monsters have been unknown in the cave world. Shen Tianzhan only stayed in the Hero King Hall for a while. He did not enter the town because the town was protected by something. If he forced his way in, it might trigger that thing to defend, and once it moved, it might cause damage to the town. Now Shen Tianzhan's goal is to find the Taoist god and kill him. Such a strong descendant actually died in his hands. And along the way, Shen heard a lot of legends about the Taoist god. This Taoist god has existed in the Nikado continent for many years and killed many strong people. No one has ever seen his true face. Shen Tianzhan felt very ashamed of this guy. He was not a hero if he was cowardly. There were many such guys in the Kaladoa continent, but those guys didn't dare to be like the Taoist god. I want to see what this guy is. Shen Tianzhan cast a pursuit magic, and then was counterattacked by the opponent. A mental attack attacked Shen Tianzhan in the opposite direction. Shen Tianzhan's Dao power was slightly activated, and he cast an isolation barrier. This attack was completely absorbed by the barrier. At this moment, Shen Tianzhan knew where this guy was, and this guy should have learned witchcraft, and his strength was at least Tianzhan level. In the cave world, there are only a few heavenly venerables. Shen Tianzhan has never heard of a heavenly venerable level existence in Nikado. When the heavenly venerable opens the way, there are Dao words flowing between heaven and earth, so you can know the name of the heavenly venerable and which continent he is from. Shen has never heard of a heavenly venerable level existence in Nikado continent. No. Shen Tianzhan did not continue to guess, because he already knew where that guy was. Once he got there, he would know who the guy hiding in the dark was. Transformed into a stream of light, Shen Tianzhan flew towards Neutral Stone City. The result he just got was that the god of Taoism was hiding there. In the Stone City, Hong turned into an old man selling tea. He just felt that someone was investigating him, and then he gave a curse witchcraft and didn't care about it after sending it back. He has been harvesting these strong men for so many years, and it's not that no one has calculated and investigated where he is through the traces he left, but they were all killed by Hong's curse witchcraft. Old man Zhang, bring a pot of tea and 2 plates of snacks. A customer called Hong. Okay. Hong found it interesting to play various identities, so he transformed into various professions in his spare time to experience life in the Nikado continent, and then when those guys grew up to the harvest season, he would transform into a god of Taoism to harvest. After brewing a pot of tea, he took a plate of fried fruit and a plate of cakes to give to the guests, and then Hong sat beside him and smoked a dry tobacco. Recently, it seems that because of the war, the purchase price seems to be expensive. Is it because of the last time I killed the guy who controlled the port? I will kill him next time. Hong smoked a dry tobacco while thinking, and crossed his legs, just like an old man in the market. Hong took 2 puffs and felt that the whole person was clear. Although these things are harmful to the body, and the toxins contained in them are still a waste of effort to expel, but Hong likes this thing very much. It didn't exist in the Ge Grimwu continent before. I found this good thing after coming to the Nikado continent. Don't smoke so much, old ginger, be careful not to die. I heard that smoking too much of these things will cause lung disease. A guest advised. No problem, no problem. Hong replied with a smile. It is estimated that Hong will still be alive and kicking after this guest dies a few times. Using a small stick to remove the ash from the pipe, and then putting new tobacco on it, Hong pulled out a sparking stick from the firewood pile for making tea, and was about to light the tobacco, then he seemed to feel something and raised his head slightly. Putting down the pipe in his hand, Hong's hunched back straightened up, and the guests and people walking around him were motionless, and the backs all exploded and gathered into a ball of blood. Hong opened his mouth and swallowed it. It's better than nothing. There was a very strong guy coming over, and Hong thought of the person who had just investigated him, and smiled slightly. Hong disappeared on the spot, and the area within a radius of 10 miles centered on his tea stall was razed to the ground. After each performance, Hong would eliminate the traces of his existence, in a physical sense. Chapter 121. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Shen was heading in that direction, and was suddenly forced to stop. Hong, wearing a wizard robe, appeared in front of Shen. Hong knew that there was no way to hide. As a fellow heavenly lord, these little tricks would not work in front of him. Shen immediately recognized the guy in front of him, the guy who was beaten to a pulp by Tanzhan. It turned out to be you. Shen sneered. Hong's face sank. He had also seen the guy in front of him. He was from the Heavenly Kingdom. He seemed to be the one who opened up the way of magic. When the United Navy fought against the Heavenly Kingdom, this guy was there. It's you. You old man are not dead yet. Hong responded to Shen's words. Shen was born earlier than Hong, but Hong didn't know why this old man could live so long. Hong's son Jun was about to die of old age, but Shen, the old man, had not yet exhausted his power and life. Looking at Hong's surging vitality with a trace of decay, Shen felt a little strange. Why could there be an old and dead breath in the vitality, and Hong's life seemed to be lost very quickly? If you don't go to pursue your King Yi, why did you come to Nikado continent? Hong asked. Why are you running here when you are not in Geglanwu continent? Shen asked back. Hong rolled his eyes. Did he come here because he was afraid that his son would catch him for research? Hong didn't say the reason, but Shen continued to speak. Your son Jun Tianzhan is really a character. Shen sighed. If he wasn't a character, I wouldn't run out of his laboratory, Hong said silently in his heart. Okay, old people just like to talk nonsense. Let's talk business. Did you kill Shishan, the emperor of Bishan? Shen's expression began to become serious. The power of the great Dao surrounded him. Shen was holding the starting posture of the magic forbidden spell in his hand. Hong shook his head. Shen frowned. It was not Hong who did it, but the result of the investigation clearly pointed to Hong. Shen took out a piece of armor and began to tell fortunes. Boom! Hong took the opportunity to sacrifice the jade disc of creation and smashed it directly at Shen, wanting to catch Shen off guard when he was not paying attention. Unexpectedly, Shen had been prepared. Tens of thousands of layers of shields emerged, and after thousands of layers were broken, they blocked the attack. Shen was furious. It was indeed this guy, and he was indeed a rat. On the long river of the Great Dao, the tributaries of the Magic Great Dao and the tributaries of the Creation Great Dao emerged, and Shen and Hong entered the long river of the Great Dao. Shen pushed with his palm, and the water of the tributaries of the Magic Great Dao surged towards Hong. Hong did not dare to show weakness, and the water from the tributary of the Great Dao of Creation rushed forward. The two stood on the waves and kept fighting. In the Great Dao River, any gorgeous moves would turn into the most ordinary attack. Suddenly, the water of the Great Dao River rolled, and the whole space was colorful and loud. In the cave world, thunders were heard everywhere, but there were some places without dark clouds. The sound of the two fighting spread throughout the world through the Great Dao River. This was also the first time that someone ran to the Great Dao River to fight. Jun walked out of the laboratory. What he saw was the scene of the Great Dao River rolling constantly. Ordinary people could only hear thunders. Some things could only be seen in the true realm. At the same time, other Tianzhan and Dao lords also sensed it. They all turned their eyes to the Great Dao River. As for other monks who were not strong enough, they just felt that the power of the great Dao in their bodies was a little manic, not as gentle as before. Who is fighting in the long river of the avenue? Gaya Tianzun raised his head in the Dragon Valley. Fighting in the long river of the avenue requires resisting the erosion of the long river and the erosion of other avenues on his own avenue. What kind of people would run there? Gaya stood up, flapped his wings, and then connected to the long river of the avenue and entered the long river. He wanted to go in to prevent these guys from fighting and interfering with the flow of his long river. Although the possibility was small, there had never been guys fighting in the long river, and no one knew whether it would affect other avenues. However, his worries were unnecessary. Unless the opponent cut off the opponent's avenue at the cost of his own avenue, and the success rate was not high, and there was also a prerequisite. It must be a road opener. The master of the road did not have the authority to control the avenue to self-destruct and fight with other avenues. Shushan area. Ha 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 ha, old ghost Ming, you can't suppress me, fuck, where are you from? The disciples of the Shushan sword school suddenly heard a voice, but the voice disappeared halfway through. And then the headmaster Do appeared. Continue to practice swordsmanship, nothing happened. Do's voice spread throughout the Shushan mountain. Hearing the headmaster's voice, the disciples continued to do their own things. However, Do's voice at this time was from his master's cave. Boom, the Caribbean city collapsed. Gurgle. The sea water flowed back to the bottom, submerging the Caribbean city, and countless pirates were drowned by the sea water in the carnival. Yi Tianzun was awakened by the movement of the long river. He woke up from his sleep, shook off the things on his body, and then stood up and went straight into the sky. Huge rocks kept falling on him, and then fell into the sea, splashing the sea water, and then overturned some ships. Some surviving pirates looked at Yi with his upper body in the clouds, and were so shocked that their mouths opened and couldn't close again. Yi, who walks on the sea, appears. Who? Yi exhaled gas, blowing a strong wind, and then Yi began to move. The sea water rolled into big waves, and overturned the ships of some pirates who were bowing. The direction Yi walked was the direction of Nikado. Yi, who had been sleeping for many years, revived, and the pirate city built on him was shaken off and sank into the sea. This news quickly spread throughout the sea through Mayad News. This legendary cloud-top giant wandering in the sea, the legendary god-killing Yi, the king Yi who destroyed the previous sea overlord, revived. The giants began to hold the island as a clan, looking for their ancestor Yi, who was born from Yi's flesh and blood, so they went on a pilgrimage as a clan. The northern barbarians in the sea went crazy, and Baiji on Kalidoya went crazy too. For many years, Baiji had not been recognized, because one of the conditions for the succession of the northern barbarian kingdom was to find King Yi in the sea and perform sacrifices. Because it had not been completed, Baiji was not recognized by the people. If he had not divided some power, he would not have been able to sit in this position. Countless loyal fans of King Yi went to find Yi's traces and went on pilgrimage. The whole sea was boiling. Some ignorant guys wanted to find Yi and then kill him to prove themselves. Those guys thought that killing the lone giants would kill Yi, and they didn't know what kind of existence they were facing. Chapter 122. Shen Tianzun and Hong Tianzun continued to fight in the Long River. It seemed that they had only fought for a while in the Long River. In fact, half a year had passed in the cave world, and the flow rate of the Long River was different from that in the world. Some other Tianzun also entered the Long River of the avenue, but the two who were fighting were not seen. They fought and ran to the upper reaches of the Long River, where the power of the avenue was more intense. The first to enter the Long River was Gaya Tianzun, followed by Dongtian Tianzun, then Uchiha Tianzun from the Fire Continent, and the last to appear was Tongzijun Tianzun riding a green bull. These were the few Tianzun who could move freely at present. After Jun came in and saw the two alien Tianzun, curiosity appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be interested in these two Tianzun. This was also the second collective meeting of Tianzun. The last time the most Tianzun gathered was the battle between the Kingdom of Heaven and the United Navy. But now Jun didn't care about these guys. He drove King Nyu forward. Gaya and others also kept a safe distance and followed upstream. The higher they went, the faster they felt that their lifespans were losing. The Long River was speeding up their time. Hong, who was fighting with Shen Tianzun, was miserable. Originally, his lifespan was losing faster. Now he ran upstream to fight. If he fought for a while, he would probably lose all the lifespan he had accumulated in the past few years. Suddenly, Hong's face changed. He felt that his lifespan continued to accelerate, but he soon thought that it must be his curious son Jun who ran here. Seeing Hong's face change, Shen thought that Hong could not hold on any longer, so he attacked Hong fiercely again. Hong gritted his teeth and hit him. Another year has passed in the cave world, and it has been 432 years since it came to the center. Tianzhan is still on the way to the Nakado continent. The world has become bigger and the journey has become longer. Yi is just following the guidance of his obsession to go to the Nakado continent. Many people in the sea are looking for his traces. Since there are no teleportation towers and teleportation arrays on the route Yi is walking, these guys can only rely on ships and sea charts to confirm, which makes Yad News, which sells real-time information about Yi Tianzhan, make a lot of money again. Rumble rumble rumble. Every step of Yi will raise a big wave, and every breath will blow a strong wind. Many flying creatures on the sea have settled on him. Yi, who has just woken up from a deep sleep, still has a little drowsiness in his head. He walks numbly and meets some northern barbarians on the sea. Those northern barbarians stopped their ships to hold sacrifices. Many people he met on the way were like this. Fishermen who went out to sea to fish on some islands saw it and released the fish they had caught that day. They had heard the legend of Yi from their ancestors, but the image of Yi changed from generation to generation. He became a god who demanded sacrifices. If there were no sacrifices, he would stir up a storm and overturn fishing boats. The legends in different parts of the world were different, which also meant that Yi was very well known in the sea. The northern barbarian king Baiji wandered in the sea with a group of masters. He must meet God Yi this time to realize the orthodox inheritance of the throne. However, Baiji was very excited. His good friend Do was now frowning, and his master Nangxing was also frowning with Do. Master, should we move? Do couldn't help but say. The battle between Hong Tianzhan and Shen Tianzhan made Do and Nangxing know that there was a demon suppressed under Shushan, that is, the legendary Gu Mo Gu Tianzhan. With him at the foot of the mountain was the previous northern barbarian king Ming Tianzhan. The two disappeared together at the beginning. It turned out that Ming Tianzhan sealed Gu Tianzhan with his own power. The battle between Shen and Shen loosened the silent seal, and the Gu demon tried to break free from the seal. The power of Ming Tianzhan was loosened because he had not absorbed the power of the Great Dao for many years. The Great Dao of Gu was becoming stronger and stronger due to the cultivation of many Gu masters. The number of people practicing the Great Dao of Ming was far less than that of the Great Dao of Gu, so the Gu demon was now stronger than Ming Tianzhan and could break the seal at any time. This was the reason why Shushan had been experiencing earthquakes for the past 2 years. The two were therefore worried. Ming Tianzhan told them that the Gu demon would break the seal in at most 3 years. Even if Do and Nangxing continued to supply power to Ming Tianzhan, it would only last for 5 years at most. Once the Gu demon devoured the spirits of the previous generations of Gu demons, he would break the seal directly. At that time, the northern barbarians would be devastated and turned into a place where Gu were raised, and everyone was a Gu. Where to move? If the Gu demon breaks the seal, the entire northern barbarians will suffer. Other areas can accommodate our Shushan. Besides, we helped Ming Tianzhan suppress the time for him to break the seal. Will he let us go after we come out? Nangxing sighed. I don't know who is fighting in the long river of the road. If it weren't for them, the Gu Mo might not have revived so early. Nangxing sighed. It's a pity that Master Shen Tianzhan went to travel, otherwise we could ask him to help. Do said. Nangxing picked up the teacup on the stone table and was about to take a sip of tea. Rumble. The cave shook, and the stone fell into the teacup. After a while, the shaking stopped. Do and Nangxing were covered in dust, and the shaking shook off a pile of dust. The two were used to it. Nangxing put down the teacup in his hand and sighed. Do had opened the mountain gate some time ago and drove all the disciples out to train. Otherwise, staying in the mountain gate would easily cause panic. It would be better to let them go out on the street. In the sect, this kind of atmosphere is prone to accidents. Let's go see Ming Tianzhan and transfer some energy. Nanxing stood up and walked out of the cave, followed by Do, and the two walked towards the demon suppression tower. The place where the Gu demon was suppressed was under the demon suppression tower. The name was indeed correct, and there was a big demon suppressed below, but Do hoped that there was no thing suppressed below, which would be better. The two masters and apprentices entered the demon suppression tower with bitter faces. The Hulong kingdom sent a large army to kill Yi Tianzhan. Their king Hu Tao may be old and his brain has become bad. He actually wants to kill Yi to avenge their predecessor's joint navy, so Hu Tao set off with 50,000 well-equipped navy. Ron looked at these people who were looking for death. As for people, no one can stop them if they want to die. Ron had given Hu Tao some extra life, but he insisted on dying to return his life. He is indeed a man of integrity. However, Hu Tao's life was wonderful, even wonderful beyond description. It should be described as explosive. For a man who created many races by himself, the beast region of Nikado should change its name to the Halong Kingdom. Soon, those who were looking for Yi's traces gathered together. They found Yi's traces in the Atlantis Sea. At the same time, the new Sea Emperor Ling also knew the news of Yi's arrival, and she had some other thoughts. A storm is brewing. Chapter 123. The four gods who came later went upstream against the flow of the long river and soon came to the place where the two fought. The aftermath of the battle continued to stir up the turbulence of the long river. Feeling the new breath coming here, both of them stopped fighting and looked in the direction of those breaths. "Father, so you are here, have you been found doing something bad?" June laughed, and the fat face of the shepherd boy moved, like jelly, very elastic. "June? How did you become like this now, what are you doing, and what is that jade?" Hong saw his son turned into a child and couldn't help asking, but soon Hong sighed again. Exactly the same as when he was a child, so cute. When Shen Tianzhan saw June, he remembered the scene of being attacked by him, and knew the relationship between Hong and June, so he couldn't help but retreat. The long river fluctuated, and Shen Tianzhan disappeared in the long river. He returned to the Nikado continent. "Run away? It's boring." June curled his lips. Hong Tianzhan also ran away in a hurry. Although June now looks the same as when he was a child, what June did now is not cute. He even dissected his own father. Seeing the two people disappear, June ignored them. He was now interested in Gaia Tianzhan of the Dragon Clan and Dong Tianzhan of the Mermaid Clan. As for Uchiha Tianzhan next to him, he was at most a bonus. Boom! June took the lead in launching an attack. The branch of the Great Dao of Zhu emerged and directly hit the three people. Today, June Tianzhan fought 1 against 3. He, you are all mine. Jun's childish voice sounded funny, but his behavior was not funny at all. He broke one of Gaia's dragon horns with his little hands and kicked Dong Yi. The three Tianzhan had to work together to deal with him. Magic Dao Fa, Fire Sorrow. This is the Dao Fa created by Uchiha Hashirama after he lost his friend. Sea Dao Fa, Heaven's Storm. Dragon Dao Fa, Dragon Power. The moves formed by the three forces of the Great Dao rushed towards June together, breaking the shadow of the branch of the Great Dao of Zhu, and then blasted straight towards June. Boom! The battle between the Tianzhan will not stop in a short time. His initiators Shen Tianzhan and Hong Tianzhan have returned to the Nikado continent. Back to the Nikado continent, Shen Tianzhan threw another spell at Hong Tianzhan. Magic, Hexagram Slash. A hexagram array floated in the air, and then emitted a red light and instantly arrived in front of Hong. Creation method, Instant Shield. Hong threw out a seed, which grew rapidly into a large shield under the blessing of the power of creation, blocking the hexagram formation. Boom, boom, boom. When the two were still fighting, the earth shook, a gust of wind blew, and there was a rhythmic vibration. "Where is God?" A voice like thunder sounded, and the owner of the voice had not arrived yet, but his voice had already arrived. Shen Tianzhan and Hong Tianzhan both felt that the voice seemed familiar. The clouds above began to surge, and the source of the earthquake seemed to be getting closer and closer to the two, and the regular gusts of wind became stronger and stronger, uprooting the trees and causing cracks in the ground. Closer, closer. Finally, Hong saw the appearance of the source and ran away in fear. Shen did not chase him because he also saw a scene that shocked him. Shen performed the etiquette of the Kingdom of Heaven. "My king has revived, they can't run away." Shen was very excited and enthusiastic. Behind Yi followed a group of giants, who carried islands and followed behind Yi. At this time, Yi was covered in blood spots, as if he had just experienced a great battle. This is indeed the case. Those guys who challenged Yi were killed by the physical force of Yi's body as soon as they attacked. Then those guys who attacked Yi were now besieged by the northern barbarians. The northern barbarians in the sea knew that some forces attacked their Yi god, and then ran to the headquarters of those forces to attack, and the sea became chaotic. After Bai Ji sacrificed to Yi god, he was recognized by the elders of the tribe. He issued an order to summon the northern barbarians to go out to sea to fight for Yi. The disciples of the Shushan sword school, the street urchins in the northern barbarian area, flew out to sea on swords. The empress of the Atlanta Empire, Ling Dong, tried to control Yi with strangeness, and then achieved the goal of ruling the world. It must be said that her idea was very beautiful, so the new Atlanta city was half collapsed by Yi's 3 punches, and the strangeness controlled by Ling was physically destroyed by Yi. The monster was destroyed, and was blown up alive with the power of the flesh, and could not be resurrected. Yi thus became the first person in the world of Dongtian to complete the record of killing monsters. The new Sea Emperor died in the central 433 years, and the spirit of the last Sea Emperor inherited her throne and the method of controlling the monsters, but Yi broke the device that controlled the monsters, causing some monsters to break free from control. The Atlanta Empire was once again caught in a monster storm, and various monsters began to wander in the city of Long People. Yi passed Shen, who was saluting, and strode directly towards the direction of the Stone City, chasing Hong, who had escaped. Yi, who was controlled by obsession, acted entirely on instinct. Shen looked at the little giant following Yi like a chick following a hen. Compared with Yi's size, it was indeed a little giant. Shen also followed him up. He was a loyal warrior of King Yi. Wherever King Yi's troops went, that was Shen's mission. Hong ran to neutral Stone City in a panic, and then directly controlled the defense formation here. He knew that if the formation here was controlled by a strong person, it could resist the existence of the Tianzhan level. Then he himself was a Tianzhan level, so he had hoped to resist Yi's attack. By Mian, Shushan was experiencing a major earthquake. Dou had asked all the disciples to go out to sea, including his junior brothers and sisters. Only he and his master Nangxing stayed. The sky of Shushan was divided into a lifeless black on one side, an evil and terrifying grey on the other side, and a little bit of blue. The grey was the embodiment of the power of the great Dao of Gu, the black was the embodiment of the power of the great Dao of Ming, and the blue was the embodiment of the magic power of the two. At this time, Dou and Nangxing's faces were bulging with blue veins. They were trying their best to output energy to the demon suppression tower to help Ming Tianzhan suppress the Gu demon. The Gu demon seemed to have merged with several of his spiritual bodies. After returning to the state, it continued to attack the seal. Ming Tianzhan could not suppress it at all. In addition, some evil Gu masters received news from somewhere some time ago and came here to destroy the seal and release the Gu demon. Although Dou killed them in time, the seal was still damaged. The Gu demon is now attacking the seal with all his strength. Ha 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 ha, you can't suppress it, Ming Laoer, your power is far inferior to mine now, why are you going against me for the nutrients of these Gu worms? The voice of the Gu demon came from below, and there was evil in the voice. And the 2 little cuties outside, I will refine you into Gu after I go out. After hearing this, Dou and Nangxing increased the energy transmission. Humph, even if you come out, you will be dealt with. I won't let anyone come out from inside. Ming Tianzhan's cold voice was a little tired. After more than 10 hours, the power of the avenue in the sky dissipated. Dou and Nangxing collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. They did not have the demeanor of the founders and leaders of a great sect at all. At this moment, they were just thankful to have lived another day. Chapter 124. Dou had already moved all the northern barbarians nearby away. Now Feng Yuan Qunli is deserted. Judging from Gu Mo's words, he is expected to kill many people. All Dou can do is to move people away to reduce the probability of them being killed. Ron did not pay attention to the situation in the world, but paid attention to other things. Shi Qian contacted Ron's human body. At this time, Shi Qian had reached the peak of the 6th level. This time he contacted Ron's human body, it seems that he wanted to do something big. North Corner Domain, Dongtian Mercenary Group, Shi Qian's secret room. Shi Qian took out a parchment and unfolded it, and then placed a world crystal core on it. Swoosh! The surface of the parchment rippled like a lake, and a claw quickly stretched out from the parchment to grab the world crystal core, and then retracted it at a very fast speed. Then the parchment expanded and unfolded, and Jinjin slowly crawled out of it, wearing a small vest, and the hair on his head trembled. Then came out the big fat cat, who seemed to be a little fatter, and was stuck in the teleportation array and couldn't get out. Jinjin grabbed his beard and dragged the big fat cat out with force. The groundhog grabbed the big fat cat's tail and was brought out, and then fell to the ground. Patting his butt and standing up, the groundhog looked at the stone dome with wise eyes. The big fat cat touched his beard, which was just pulled by Jinjin, and his mouth was crooked, and it seemed that there were a few missing. Jinjin threw away the beard in his hand secretly with a guilty conscience. Ron was the last to jump out, carrying a big sword on his back and blood on his body. He had just accepted the mission of the Abyss Paradise to kill people. After receiving Shi Qiang's message, he ran over with a few partners. "What's the matter?" Ron asked. Shi Qiang vaguely felt the fatal message from Ron. His instinct told him to stay away from the man in front of him. This man was a fatal threat to him and had the ability to kill him. "The spirits have sent another batch of supplies, but this time it seems to want to lure you out. I think this time there is a way," Shi Qiang said. After so many years of fighting, Shi Qiang also understood a lot of things. This place is not like the cave world. When Shi Qiang was in the cave world, he was basically invincible. "You haven't cleared your suspicion yet?" Ron asked again. "Indeed, those old guys are not so easy to fool. This time is probably just a pretext to test me," Shi Qiang replied. "Do you want to go back?" Ron saw that Shi Qiang was worried. "I want to go back and see how my people are living now, and how my disciples are doing now." Shi Qiang spoke out his heart. A wanderer misses his hometown, and Shi Qiang feels that something seems to have happened to his disciples, so he wants to go back to confirm. "You are too high-ranking now, and you can only stay in Gigzu if you go back, where the evil god exists." "That big eyeball." Ron nodded, and it would be good to take Shi Qiang back, and take him back to guard against the evil god in Gigzu. Although the evil god is now being tricked by Ron, if he breaks through Gigzu and sucks the world, he will recover quickly. This time, the supplies are enough for the world for a while. "I want to go back to my hometown and find my way to break through the 7th level." Shi Qiang said. He felt that only by returning to his hometown could he perfectly break through the 7th level. Ron nodded and agreed. Before, Shi Qiang was asked to come out to contribute to the world's promotion to the 3rd level. Now that the world has been promoted to the 3rd level, it doesn't matter if Shi Qiang goes back. Moreover, if he robs the spirit tribe again this time, Shi Qiang can't stay on the void battlefield. Next, it's Jinjin and the big fat cat's turn to appear. They started to exchange information. Jinjin took a small notebook and began to record it. The big fat cat was taking out some props, and the groundhog was digging the soil next to him. "The spirit tribe, a dark secret place. I don't know if the guy in the Abyss Paradise can come out this time. I must pay the debt with his blood. But how to deal with the Abyss Paradise? We can't enter the paradise, but his paradise can't interfere with us. Without the root of chaos, he can naturally resist his interference with us. What can a paradise ranked low use to resist? Humph, that little character in the North Corner region still wants to deceive us? He has been exposed. They will be prepared. Let's see what tricks they will use this time." Several voices were talking in the secret realm. Buzz. The secret realm suddenly vibrated, and several voices instantly quieted down. In the darkness, there was no sound. This time, the spirit clan transported a 7th level and 2 6th level people, who could be considered leaders in the North Corner region. They would take the Tian road again this time, and they would get up wherever they fell. All the personnel transporting the materials this time were from the spirit clan, and they were hundreds of times more than before. If no one came to rob, it would be a great supplement to the front line, and if someone came to rob, it would be a chance to establish their prestige. This time, they wanted to capture Ron and re-establish their prestige in the void battlefield. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm out, old man Ming, you're dead." The entire Shushan mountain exploded, and 2 people flew out of it. Countless insects were crawling on the ruins of the mountain and devouring the ruins of Shushan. The Gu demon was very vengeful, and he wanted the place where he was imprisoned to disappear forever. Do and Nangxing trembled as they looked at the Gu demon who broke the seal. In addition to the Gu demon, there was Ming Tianzun. Ming Tianzun looked tired at this time, and he didn't seem to be in peak condition. The Gu demon's condition was at its peak as soon as the seal was broken. "Old Ming, you can only seal me at your peak. Now you are no match for me. These poisonous insects are so cute. Look, they helped me recover my strength as soon as I came out. Do you know what poisonous insects are? Power poisonous insects. I used up the lives of 100,000 young and strong men to make it. It can instantly recover 90% of the strength. It only took 100,000 lives. It's worth it, right? Ha 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 ha." The poisonous demon laughed like a madman, wearing a hat made of human bones and gorgeous feathers on his head. His upper body was naked. The poisonous insects kept crawling on his body. There was a scar on his chest. Several ants and poisonous insects bit on his wound to prevent it from breaking open. This was the wound that Ming left him. It could have healed, but this madman insisted on keeping it, saying that he wanted to feel the pleasure of the poisonous insects biting his wound all the time. The whole sky was grey and the land covered by clouds was not bright at all. These clouds were made up of dense poisonous insects. The goo demon was still laughing wildly. He thought that the people in front of him could not escape. A group of goo masters appeared below at some point, and they shouted enthusiastically. Lord Goo God, the best in the world. Lord Goo God, give me strength. Lord, please let me be your loyal supporter. The goo demon turned his head to look at the group of goo masters below. He knew that these goo masters came to help him break the seal, so the goo demon decided to reward them as food for the goo worms. Crack, crack. The overwhelming goo worms covered the group of goo masters and ate them alive. The sound just now was the sound of bones being chewed. It's delicious. The goo demon said excitedly. He felt the energy and emotions transmitted by the beast plant goo. After dealing with this group of goo masters, the goo demon turned his head to look at Ming Tianzhan, Do, and Nangxing. It's your turn, my little darlings. Chapter 125. The people of the Spirit Clan had ideas about Ron, so Ron would not disappoint them and let them see the operation of professionals. They did not understand the mechanism of paradise and the root of chaos, so Ron let them see it. The 7th rank of the Spirit Clan entered the Tian road with a mighty transport convoy. Other forces nearby had been cleared out by them. They were clearly trying to seduce Ron this time. In order to prevent other forces from interfering, they cleared out the surrounding forces. At the same time, this 7th rank was also the uncle of the last Spirit Clan member. His name was King Mugwan. He took the initiative to take on this task. He was very confident that Ron had no way to deal with him. After all, a 7th rank was also considered a strong man. What he didn't know was that Ron's human body had killed many 7th ranks. Although the strength of those 7th level warriors was suppressed, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, isn't it? Riding a mammoth, King Mugwan walked forward with the team carelessly. He was not afraid of Ron coming, but was afraid that Ron would not come. There was also an 8th level Spirit Clan ancestor waiting next to him in secret. At this time, Ron and his companions were already in the mountain of Tianya Road. There was a hole made by a marmot. The hole made by the marmot could conceal the detection of those who were several levels higher than him. It was a must-have for home and a weapon for killing and robbing. The professional 4-man team could not stay here without some work. Ron was responsible for being the executor, Thug, Jin, and the big fat cat were responsible for professional operation, and the marmot helped to run away. At this time, Shi Qian watched the operation of Ron's 4-man team. Although Shi Qian could not understand it, he felt it was very powerful. Request Abyss Paradise to notarize special regulations, implement hunter protection regulations, and protect hunters from attacks from high-level positions. Abyss Paradise is notarizing, implementing special regulations number 15457 of the regulations, protecting contractor No 001258, and detecting the contractor's environment. Contractor Ron is not in Abyss Paradise. Paradise recommends returning to Paradise, which is conducive to Paradise's implementation of special regulations. Do you want to return? No. The contractor's environment is relatively dangerous. Paradise recommends returning to Paradise. Please confirm again whether to return. Still no return. Special regulations are being implemented, protection notarization is being carried out, and the root of chaos is requested to intervene. The root of chaos intervenes. If the contractor is in danger of life, a short period of invincibility protection will be carried out, and then it will be teleported back to Abyss Paradise. Notarization is in progress. Jin took out a few boxes and opened them. Inside were the contractor's imprints of Abyss Paradise preserved in special crystals. The fat cat took out a transparent bottle filled with a pitch-black liquid. After opening it, a sour smell filled the air, as if one hadn't washed his feet for 30 years. Covering his nose, the fat cat dripped the liquid on the contractor's mark. Jin activated the skills Master of Disguise 6 Max, Aura Disguise 6 Max, Concept Confusion 6 Max, and Substitute 6 Max. The fat cat activated the skills Pretending to be Crazy 6 Max, Judgment Confusion 6 Max, Fishing in Troubled Waters 6 Max, and Invisible Cat 6 Max. An error occurred in the notarization of the special regulations of the Root of Chaos. Multiple contractors with the same aura appeared. The Root of Chaos requested the Abyss Paradise to jointly notarize. The Abyss Paradise is notarizing. Notarizing. Notarization is correct. The Chaos Root has notarized the results through the Abyss Paradise, and implemented special regulations to protect the same targets in the area. The additional notarization expenses will be paid by the Abyss Paradise. Notarization in progress. Notarization successful, deducting the priority of the Abyss Paradise leave 1, and the Chaos Root is being executed. Execution successful. Then when the priority of the Abyss Paradise was deducted, Ron was also deducted. Deduct 90% of the Chaos coins of the contractor Ron, deduct the contractor's leave 10 permissions, and prohibit the contractor Ron from using the function hall for one world progress. Execution. Ron's operation was notarized by the Abyss Paradise, but the Big Daddy of the Paradise gritted his teeth to help Ron cover it up. It is estimated that the loss is not small, but Ron helped him grab more things back. It is estimated that it will make up for it. This kind of operation cannot be done too much. If it is done too much, the Big Daddy of the Paradise will not be able to save it. If the father of the Big Daddy of the Paradise, the Big Daddy of the Chaos Root, does not show up, it is estimated that the Big Daddy of the Paradise alone cannot defeat those big races. This time Ron spent so much money on this. On the one hand, it was for robbery, and on the other hand, it was to make Shikyong a neutral unit of the Root of Chaos, so that Shikyong could be in the Dongtian world. Geekzu, otherwise he will be suppressed when he enters the world. Shikyong has been away from the world for too long, and his aura is too weak. He is not the son of the world. When he returns to the world, the instinct will suppress and expel him for the sake of balance. As the heavenly Dao, Ron can certainly force him to stay, but it will lead to a series of other bad consequences. The operation has been done, so the next step is to start robbing. In order to be on the safe side, Ron asked the Big Fat Cat to do the operation a second time. The Big Fat Cat took out an hourglass, which was his equipment notary time hourglass, and other equipment competition balance, props balancer medal, hunting ground space scroll. Taking one out alone may not have any effect, but adding 3 together will produce a qualitative change. The specific function of notary time hourglass is to notarize the area specified by the notary after the notary uses it, and the notary cannot be attacked during this time. Those who attack the notary will be weakened by the Root of Chaos and enter a weak state, and the notary is invincible during this period. This is one of the task props when Big Fat Cat was a notary before. It was transformed into a prop through special means, and it is a one-time equipment. After use, it will become time sand, and then it can be used for other operations. Competition balance is a special equipment. It takes 100 ounces of world power to use it once. The use time is 10 minutes. It can straighten the strength of 2 people with different strengths to the lowest level. If the difference between the 2 levels is too large, the use time will be shorter. The maximum time is 10 minutes. If it is used on the unnameable level, I am afraid that the equipment will be directly cracked. Balancer metal is used to increase competition balance. I am afraid that the execution time is not enough. As for the hunting ground space, it is paired with the notary time hourglass. After using it, a temporary space will appear, which can pull people with the same strength as yourself into the space. In the space, the user will get the temporary title Slaughtering Weak Hunter, and other people pulled into the space will get the title Weak Prey. The hunting ground exists for 1 minute for each additional prey. Slaughtering Weak Hunter, attack power of weak prey plus 100%, trigger true damage once every 3 normal attacks, trigger a death judgment when the opponent's health bar is less than 20%, and kill all prey within the specified time. Permanently bless 5% attributes and obtain the permanent title Hunter. Weak Prey, speed plus 100%, HP plus 20%, attack power minus 50% for Slaughtering Weak Hunter, and the enemy's death judgment will be triggered when the health bar is less than 20%. If you survive within the specified time, you will get Gift of Fate and a permanent bonus of 5% of the hunter's attributes. This prop was obtained by Big Fat Cat from a world, and it is also time limited. These strange props were made by Jinjin and Big Fat Cat. It is very expensive to use these props, but the profit this time is very high, so these props were used. So, next, the operation officially begins. Chapter 126. The 2 sides of the river are in chaos, and the 2 sides are in chaos. Notarizer time hourglass plus competition scale plus balancer metal plus hunting ground space. At this time, Tian Road has become a slaughterhouse notarized by the big fat cat using the chaos root mechanism, and the one who raised the butcher knife is Ron, who has won the title of Hunter Who Slaughters the Weak. Aoki Guan blinked and found that the entire Tian Road seemed to be covered by a special space. Notarization of the root of chaos, protection of notary cool cat at notary location. Notarization location is hunting ground space, notary time countdown 9 minutes and 59 seconds, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Ron appeared on Tian Road, these guys had no way to turn back. King Muguan smiled, this guy finally appeared, he wanted to see what Ron had. But gradually, King Muguan's expression froze, he saw the golden font slowly condensed above Ron's head, Notary Cool Cat. Cool Cat is the code name of the big fat cat. He used a little trick to disguise Ron as himself, and then used the prop notary time hourglass. As the font condensed, the strength of all the spirits in Ron was suppressed to the same level as the lowest one present, the lowest being a third-level spirit who followed the convoy, so everyone was suppressed to the third level. King Muguan felt that some of his skills were locked, and some skills that were not locked could only exert part of their power. But soon King Muguan's face changed, because a font condensed again on Ron's head. Not only Ron, but also all the people in the transport team condensed fonts on their heads, but Ron's font was red Slaughter Weak Hunters, and their font was white Weak Prey. Soon the rules of the hunting ground were instilled into their minds. They knew where they came and what would happen next. King Muguan calmed down. Everyone was at level 3. Even if Ron could fight many people, what would happen? There were nearly 800 spirits here, and a round-robin battle could kill Ron. You're here. King Muguan's expression began to become ferocious. Ron did not answer, but looked at them with the eyes of a dead man. Zhang. Ron drew out his knight's great sword and walked forward step by step. King Muguan bent his bow and aimed at Ron. The light green arrow shot out and instantly arrived in front of Ron, forming a reflection in Ron's eyes. Ding! A layer of golden protective film appeared on Ron's body, and the mysterious sound of the root of chaos in this space also appeared. Notarizer Cool Cat was attacked during the notarization. Attacking the notarizer unit will be temporarily weakened. After the notarization is completed, the attacker's weakened state will be lifted after confirming the safety of the notarizer. Executing. Execution successful. King Muguan found that he was instantly weakened, at least half weak, and he began to look at the guy in front of him in horror. This guy actually turned this place into a notarization site, which means that the spirits outside have no way to enter this place before the notarization is completed. This guy in front of him is invincible during the notarization. As long as he is attacked, he will become weaker, and he can kill his people more easily. In addition, the opponent has a title bonus, and his own title bonus cannot be used here at all. It is completely blocked and cannot escape. He can't fight, and he can't run away. He has entered a situation where he must die. Thinking of this, King Muguan closed his eyes in pain. He closed his eyes for life. The last sound King Muguan heard was the sound of a sharp weapon stabbing into his body. Puff! Now, the massacre began. 10 minutes later. The 8th rank spirit race looked at the bloodstains all over the ground and the empty Tian Road and fell into a rage. Ah! Notarization of the root of chaos completed, error in notarization, testing in progress. Detection of violation by notarizer Cool Cat. Using illegal props violated the chaos regulations. Now the notary of Cool Cat is being deprived and punished. The punishment is being executed. Big Fat Cat's operations usually violate the regulations, so generally he dare not use those means, but this time the Eldar are too fat, so fat that it is worth paying such a big price, and then Big Fat Cat was electrocuted like this. But it was Ron's turn soon. It was detected that Contractor 001258 violated the regulations when implementing the special regulations of Article 15457 of the regulations. The root of chaos punished the contractor and enforced the punishment on Abyss Paradise. The allocation of Abyss Paradise resources in the next stage will be reduced by 30%. Ron also began to emit white smoke. Jin and Marmot were teleported away with the goods as soon as they returned to the paradise, otherwise they would be sanctioned by Abyss Paradise, and at least a large part of the resources would be withheld. Ron and Big Fat Cat, 2 habitual offenders, were detained before they had time to run. Shi Qian was also detained at the same time, but Ron was also detained on purpose, and there will be more operations next. Special units have been detected entering Abyss Paradise, and special treatment is being carried out. The other party is detected as a special talent, and the treatment is being optimized. Now Abyss Paradise is notarizing, and the Chaos Route will hand over the few people to Abyss Paradise after the punishment. Ron took out a roll of fur and used the props. Abyss Hunter Ron introduced a special unit to the Paradise. Ron, as the introducer of the neutral unit Shi Kaiyang, detected that the other party came from the Dongtian world and carried out notarization. Supplementary information: notarization is being completed, becoming the exclusive neutral unit of Abyss Paradise, and arranged to enter the function hall. Then Shi Kaiyang disappeared, and it is estimated that he was transferred to the function hall and became a neutral unit responsible for some functions. After the big fat cat recovered, he ran away immediately, otherwise Abyss Paradise would catch him and toss him again. He had just been deprived of the identity of the Chaos Route's exclusive neutral unit by the Chaos Route. If he didn't run quickly, Abyss Paradise would capture him. Although these guys often violate the rules, they are very capable and can be easily conscripted. Ron has already given Shi Kaiyang the method of using the Abyss Paradise to return to the Cave Heaven world. The next step is for several people to divide the spoils, but it will probably be very hard later. This time, they have cheated the Abyss Paradise, and they will probably have to work hard later. Chapter 127. After Ron's operation, Shiqiang successfully became a neutral unit in Dongtian World Gigzu, responsible for providing assistance to those contractors who entered the paradise, not only the contractors of the Abyss Paradise, but also the guides of these contractors in Gigzu after obtaining some benefits from other paradises. The main god space does not have this treatment. If Shiqiang finds out, he will be beaten up. Don't forget that Shiqiang has seen the reincarnation. He met it with the Lion King and the Wolf King. The magic girl was studied for a long time, but she disappeared in the end. So the Abyss Paradise was brought here by Shi Kaiyang to kill the reincarnationists. This copy will belong to the contractors in the future. Ron did not fish in this part of the world. These reincarnationists and contractors have gained a lot in the notarized copy of Gigzu. Although the mortality rate is high, the benefits are great, so there are many contractors and reincarnationists who come here to perform tasks. Some life-related professionals also come here, and even a small market has appeared in the town. The tavern is still managed by Jin Jin. The robbery was just suspended because of the temporary suspension. Those contractors ran to the church and were all hacked to death by the demented Knight of Light. After waking up, the Knight of Light prayed for them for a long time. Big Fat Cat, Jin Jin, and the other three also ran to Gigzu and recuperated here. Jin Jin began to sell items. The people of the Eldar found their supplies in the black market again. This time the Eldar could not bear it anymore and destroyed the black market run by several goblins. Then the Eldar's several strongholds in the void battlefield were destroyed by the goblins. The goblins said that they did not rob the Eldar's supplies. If they dared to destroy the black market, they would fight them every time. This time was a warning, and they would take real action later. Then someone saw the president of the Goblin Bank entering the Eldar's ancestral territory with several bodyguards, and then that space was blocked. After the president of the Goblin Bank came out, the Eldar quickly issued an apology statement. This time, the Eldar acted like a grandson to the extreme. The Eldar, unable to suppress their anger, opened up a great war with the demons. The turmoil that had just stopped in the void battlefield started again. The Eldar fought this time and dispatched a large number of troops to the front line, as if they were going to fight the demons to death. The demons quickly pulled in their ally, the Void Hounds, and then the two sides started fighting in the void battlefield. As for the Cave Heaven mercenary group of Shiqiang, it was disbanded, and the Eldar did not pursue the guilt of those small shrimps. In the cave world, the goo demon that broke free was very rampant, so Ron electrocuted him twice, and then Do and Nangxing took the opportunity to teleport the goo demon into Gigzu. Ron did not let the goo demon mess around because he would soon come into contact with another world. Ron wanted to annex that world, so he needed people from his own world to fight, plunder the origin of other worlds, and then weaken that world. Ron could suppress the world and take the opportunity to annex him. At that time, throwing the goo demon to that world to cause trouble is no better than leaving it in his own world. As long as it is used well, it will be a good thug. Do and Nangxing were very fortunate after surviving this disaster, and then rebuilt Shushan on the original Shushan address. Ming Tianzun returned to the Holy Land of the Underworld. He did not take away Baiji's throne, but supported the legitimization of Baiji's throne, and Baiji's status and power were strengthened. The battle in the long river of the Avenue ended quickly. Although Jun was at the bottom, he did not lose. After obtaining some of Gaia and Dong Ai's body tissues, he fled. However, judging from his appearance, he will definitely cause trouble for several people in the future. As for Hong in the Nikado continent, he was miserable. Yi had been beating outside the neutral stone city for 3 months, and the people in the city were already panicking. Although Hong had not reached the extreme, the formation of the city was about to reach the extreme. Yi was so powerful that even this top formation could not stop him. So Hong fled, and Yi followed him and left the stone city together. When he just flew out of the city, Yi's palm almost broke his avenue. The jade disc of good fortune was broken, and the fragments fell into the stone city. Although Yi was not fully conscious now, his physical talent and fighting instinct were top-notch. If Hong had not run fast just now, he would have been crushed to death directly. He ran fast and was hit by a palm. Hong fled to the Jelanwuo continent in the direction of his home. He knew that although his son liked to study him, he would not let him die like this. If he ran to the Jelanwuo continent, he might be saved. In the Gigzu. Where is this place? This fog is a bit like the blood fog swamp. The quality of the cultivated goo worms is very good, but the concentration here seems to be very high. The goo demon came to Gigzu, but he was exiled to the depths of Gigzu. When I get out of here, I must refine them into goo. Damn guy, he struck me with thunder. The goo demon thought it was the thunder and lightning summoned by Do Hanxing. In fact, Ron couldn't stand him and struck him twice, but he didn't hurt his origin. He just stuns him for a few seconds, but a few seconds in a battle is fatal. Do Hanxing used the exile scroll imported from the Wizard Empire to exile him to Gigzu. What is that thing in front? People, catch it to feed my goo worms. Cute. The goo demon saw a sound and shadow in front and walked up excitedly. It was a wizard. The wizard was wearing a black wizard robe with a book pattern embroidered on it. The wizard turned his head and looked at the goo demon. The goo demon found that the wizard's expression was very strange. He seemed to have a question to ask the goo demon. Do you know what 1 + 1 equals? The wizard asked a question. The goo demon controlled the goo worm to pounce on the wizard and quickly devoured the wizard, but soon the goo demon found that the goo worm he controlled died after devouring the wizard. What is it? The goo demon was a little shocked. His goo worms have never died from swallowing things, but he did not use animal plant goo. He believed that if it was an animal plant goo, it would not die. Just when the goo demon was about to leave, a voice sounded slowly from behind the goo demon. Do you know what 1 + 1 equals? The goo demon turned his head stiffly, and the wizard just now appeared again. Then screams began to appear in Gigzu. My power goo! You are still alive this time. Oh my god, my gold-eating goo! What kind of monster are you? I will kill you. It's finally dead. My phantom goo, damn thing, why can't you be killed? 1 + 1 = 2, that's enough, I won't kill you, and I won't mind if you kill my goo worm. The goo demon seemed to be going schizophrenic again. After the goo demon's answer, the wizard said something different, wrong answer. Then the goo demon found that the human goo in his body was dying rapidly, and only a few hundred of the hundreds of thousands of human goo were left. Fuck you. The wizard ignored the goo demon and continued to ask questions, which came first, the egg or the chicken? A miserable cry came from the depths of Gigzu, and the people in the safe town heard it, but they just thought it was some new species of monster, and some contractors took out their notebooks and started to record it. The question and answer game between the goo demon and the wizard continued. Chapter 128. The shabby sign of the Pingan Tavern swayed in the wind from the depths of Gigzu in the safe town. There were many contractors walking on the streets of the town. Some novices would go to the neutral unit Gigzu guide Shikyong in the town for guidance. Shikyong would tell them what they couldn't do in the town, which made some guys who sold strategies lose a lot of money, but they couldn't do anything with the neutral units. Some strategy sellers tried to hire some illegal personnel to attack Gigzu guide, but they seemed to be crushed. Before those guys died, they sent some information, and the exploration showed that it was all question marks, which was obviously not something that the third-level contractors could deal with. The tavern was bustling with people. Not only did the town have contractors and reincarnationists, but also some merchants and tourists from the chaos. They entered Gigzu and stayed there. Jinjin was doing business with a contractor at the moment. The big fat cat hid in a corner and drank alone. The groundhog sat face to face with him, but the groundhog drank a special lemon soda. Oh! The big fat cat sighed. He missed his beard and took a sip of strong liquor. The big fat cat replaced the cigar with a cigarette and smoked it hard. The smoke spread and blended into the smoky environment. The soda tastes good. Do you want to try it? The groundhog tried to comfort his good friend. No, I want to drink the life-restricted area. The big fat cat said. The groundhog jumped off the chair, then twisted and ran behind the counter, where there was a hole he dug. He got in and took out a bottle of wine in a short while. There were strange runes engraved on the bottle of wine, and the label was a red skull, and it seemed to be written in chaos common language: life forbidden zone, for alchemy, prohibited from drinking. The big fat cat didn't seem to know that his good friend really got him the life forbidden zone. The groundhog jumped onto the chair and poured wine into the big fat cat's glass. The life forbidden zone was like blood, and it was more concentrated than blood. The big fat cat didn't observe it carefully and drank it all. Then, the big fat cat's eyes bulged out. What kind of wine is this? Life forbidden zone, don't you want to drink it? Big-headed rat, are you serious? Boom. After the big fat cat finished speaking, the whole cat fell stiffly to the ground, and the fat body bounced twice. The tavern shook slightly, but it did not affect other guests drinking. It was normal to get drunk in the tavern. The groundhog dragged the big fat cat away with great effort and dragged the big fat cat into the hole he dug. He thought the hole was safe and he would not abandon his friends casually. Dong, dong, dong. Along the way, the big fat cat's head bumped, and then several big lumps grew. Jin Jin just took a look, and then enthusiastically promoted the goods to the contractor in front of him. How about it? Which one do you want to buy? Lucky amulet? Or the Eldar suit? Or this unbound title? Jin Jin handed the list to the contractor in front of him. The contractor looked at the things on the list and instantly became interested. 20% off. The contractor's interest became even stronger. Soon the contractor finished selecting the goods, and then Jin Jin activated the skills during the transaction. Concept Confusion 3 max, Swindler 3 max, I Love Discounts 3 max. Then the contractor left the tavern with satisfaction and returned to the paradise. He came to the tavern to sit for a while after completing the task. He didn't expect to buy a lot of things, but he felt that something was wrong. Wait, the contractor took out the goods he had just bought. Name, Lucky Amulet, 20% off. Origin, Dongtian World. Manufacturer, Jin Jin. Type, Accessory. Quality, Epic. Durability, 1/1. Equipment requirements, pay Jin Jin 100% of the amount of the goods. Equipment effect. Rating, 1/3000. Introduction, cheap goods are not good, you are unlucky. Fuck you, profiteer. This contractor went to the forum about Geekzoo to announce Jin Jin's crimes, and then found that many people complained about it. After this contractor complained, other people who were deceived gloated over it. Earth Paradise, help from a noble, another unlucky guy. Abyss Paradise, Mosquito, that guy is a famous profiteer in Geekzoo. Brother, don't you want to read the guide? The Geekzoo guide won't tell you. Come and buy the guide. Mosquito's products must be high quality. Evolution Paradise, I am a good person, brother, if you want to use the things he bought, just pay him directly. Although he is a bit of a profiteer, it is still very useful after unlocking. If you don't unlock it, the purchased goods will be returned to him soon, and the money you gave is equivalent to giving it for nothing. In the end, the contractor paid obediently. Jin Jin watched the money in the goblin bank account continue to rise, and patted his belly happily. Then Jin Jin began to fool other contractors again. Brother, do you want to see the goods? Top-level goods, which came some time ago, according to the black market price, and give you 20% off on the basis. Then the contractor of the Earth Paradise heard that there was such a good thing, and he walked up directly. Some regulars in the tavern couldn't help shaking their heads. Another unlucky guy. When Jin Jin fooled the contractor, the goo demon in the depths of Geekzoo had become numb. How did your mother give birth to you? The question wizard has been following the goo demon. This is the 367th question. The goo demon did not answer any of them correctly. The question of the guy behind him has no answer at all, or his answer is different from what normal people think. The goo worms on the goo demon's body are almost dead. His heart is like dead ashes. He can't find the materials to cultivate goo worms here. The guy behind him killed all his goo worms, leaving only the beast plant goo. The goo demon tried to use the beast plant goo to devour the guy behind him. The beast plant goo was fine, but the guy behind him was also fine. I don't have a mother. I collapsed from the stone. The goo demon answered casually. Then nothing happened, and the goo demon started to ask the next question. The goo worms on the goo demon's body were almost dead, and there was nothing to die. The question wizard's rank is not as high as the beast plant goo and the goo demon, so he can't kill the goo demon and the beast plant goo, but the goo demon has no way to deal with him. The nature of the two powers is different, and the goo demon is not as powerful as Yi, who can physically eliminate the weirdness. The goo mo found someone in front of him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He walked up carefully, fearing that he would encounter another strange thing that would torture him. But he soon found that the people in front of him were alive. They were several contractors who were carrying out the mission. Tears flowed from the goo mo's eyes. Those were tears of happiness. Chapter 129. In the 440th year of the Central Plains, Xiao, the master of the Dao of Fire, discovered some strange flames during an unexpected trip. They grew in various forbidden and dangerous places, and the flames had strange characteristics, with their own characteristics of the Dao power. Xiao called these flames strange fires, which were special fires different from the flames in the world. At this time, Xiao was nearly 500 years old. The lifespan of the monks who practiced the Dao of Fire for many years was shorter than that of the monks of the same level. Xiao was also approaching the end of his life. The appearance of strange fires gave him hope. Xiao began to look for strange fires and rank them, mobilizing the people of the Fire Kingdom. Xiao also found a strange fire in the ancestral land of the fire transmitters. The symbol of this flame is usually engraved on the chest of the fire transmitters, called Xinhuo. Legend has it that it was the first flame made by the cave people in the cave heaven world. It has been passed down from generation to generation and is the ancestor of fire. Xiao tried to refine the fire many times and almost died, so he had to seal it up. In the 441st year of the Central Period, Xiao found 3 strange fires in this year, but because it was in a special area, he only picked one strange fire, and the other 2 were frightened and ran away. In the 450th year of the Central Period, in 9 years, Xiao summarized the strange fires that have been discovered in the Storm Continent, ranked them by their characteristics and power, and revised a strange fire list, which recorded 76 strange fires that have been discovered so far, among which the first one is the ancestor of fire, Xinhuo. Xiao obtained 23 of the 76 flowers, the highest ranking of which was the storm flame, which ranked 7th in the list of strange fires. It was picked from the center of the storm area of the Icemen. Only when the storm was the strongest could he catch his trace. Xiao entered the center of the storm 10 times before he was lucky enough to catch this strange fire. Xiao created the fire art that specifically controls strange fires by combining these strange fires with the fire transmission method of the fire transmitter. Every time a strange fire is refined, the strength of this method will increase. With this method, Xiao's strength quickly became stronger, and he discovered another way to open up the road. In the 460 years of the Central Period, Xiao opened up the road. Xiao's method of opening up the road is to open a new road on the basis of the tributaries of the fire road, which is equivalent to opening a secondary tributary on the basis of the tributaries. In this way, the difficulty of opening up the road is much lower, and of course the power is not as good as opening up the road directly on the long river of the road. The avenue opened up in this way is subject to the size of the avenue of the previous level he relies on. Although he can fully control his own avenue, the avenue power of the avenue river flows into the fire path and then into Xiao's avenue. This is not as fast as the avenue river directly flowing into the avenue opened up, which is equivalent to a middleman making a profit from the price difference. Based on the fire path, Xiao condensed the strange fire to gather into a long river. This time, it was not the avenue river that appeared between heaven and earth, but the fire path river. Xiao opened up his avenue on the fire path river. Strange Fire Avenue, open. Dozens of strange fires surrounded Xiao. At this moment, Xiao was like the Emperor of Fire. He gathered strength and connected the Strange Fire River to the Fire Path River. The Strange Fire River connected to the Fire Path River. The surging avenue power in the Fire Path River poured into the Strange Fire River. Xiao converted his Fire Path power into the power of the Strange Fire Avenue. The impact of the Fire Path River was not as good as the Avenue River. Xiao quickly opened up the avenue. In the world where Xiao was, the fire lotus blossomed, heavy rain fell, the ice and snow melted, and all things revived. The road was successfully opened. Xiao successfully opened up the great way of different fire and became a road opener. However, the road opened up on the secondary long river was never as good as the road opened up on the long river of the Great Way. The blessings and even the movement between heaven and earth were smaller than those of the previous road opening, and only blessed the Fire Kingdom. Today, the Fire Kingdom opened up the great way of different fire, and heaven and earth congratulated it. Heaven and earth transformed Xiao into a body of different fire. The opening of this secondary long river was not enough to trigger the blessing of heaven and earth to transform him into a celestial human body. Xiao transferred all his power of the Great Way in the Fire Dao to the long river of different fire. Some fire cultivators felt that their bottlenecks were loosened. The guy who occupied the luck of the Fire Dao opened up the Great Way, and the share in the long river of the Great Way was given up. In the long river of fire, Xiao occupied 32 Dao powers, and part of it was lost when it was converted into the Dao power of the Great Fire. The Great Fire now has about 26 Dao powers. Although it is less than before, Xiao is easy to use, and the power is stronger than before. Is this the power of the pioneer? Sure enough, only the avenue opened by oneself can be so integrated with oneself. Xiao felt it. Xiao could feel that not only his strength had become stronger, but also his physical talent had become higher and his lifespan had been extended. Xiao was born in a royal branch family before King Wei conquered the gods. After King Wei conquered the gods, Lun reshuffled the power of the Kingdom of Winter. Xiao's family fell into poverty and became a small family, and suffered the rejection of the marriage by the family in marriage. Xiao made a 3-year agreement in anger and said, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young people. This sentence and Xiao's story have always inspired young people from the grassroots to make progress. After that, Xiao joined the Fire Bearers, where he practiced the decay system from the southern Nikado continent, and perfected the decay system by himself, divided the levels by himself, and became one of the Fire Bearers' alternate Fire Bearers. 3 years later, Xiao's strength was enough to rival the titled knights of that year. He defeated the daughter of the Tian who came to cancel the engagement, and wrote the Book of Divorce by himself. At that time, that family was a big family in neutral Winter City. When Xiao returned to the Fire Bearers organization, they wanted to kill Xiao, but Xiao killed him in return, and Xiao began to be hunted down. During the hunt, Xiao gradually became stronger. The Fire Bearers were severely damaged during the King Wei's attack on the gods, and later they were completely destroyed because of Xiao's involvement. Xiao practiced in secret under a pseudonym, waiting for the time. Opportunity. After Jun opened up the Dao system and spread it to the world, Xiao entered the Dao of Fire and became the master of the Dao of Fire. He killed the entire family that was chasing him. The then prince, King Qingming of the North, helped him, so he agreed to Qingming to become the guardian of the royal family and help Qingming win the throne. Later, Xiao refounded the Fire Transmitter, and in the subsequent split of the Kingdom of Winter, he created the Storm Confederation with the Wind and Snow Church, and finally refounded the Kingdom of Fire Transmitter. After the death of King Qingming of the North, he broke into the territory of the Ice people alone and took back the sword of the King of Flame and built a tomb for the King of the North. This is also the reason why it is rumored that the whereabouts of the sword of the King of Flame are unknown. Xiao's life has been more than 500 years old. At the end of his life, he took a different path and opened up the avenue of different fire, becoming the Tanzhan who controls the different fire. Since then, there has been one more Tanzhan Xiao in the world. Chapter 130. Strange structure. Why do I feel that the structure of the big lizard is similar to that of the unicorn snake, but there seems to be no unicorn snake in the ocean? Where are they hiding? Jun is doing research in his wizard tower. At this time, he is holding a transparent test tube with golden liquid in it, which is Gaia's blood. There are various test tubes on the experimental table in front of him. There are various specimens and materials in the space where Jun is, and there are various creatures soaked in transparent bottles. He likes to study everything. This kind of blood seems to be used to make witch medicine, and it has good medicinal properties, but it is too violent when injected into a living organism. It may be because the owner of the blood is too strong. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to obtain specimens of their ordinary adult species. Jun sealed the test tube and put it into a special liquid to prevent the energy factors in the blood from flowing out, causing the blood to lose its mysterious properties. If the blood loses its mysterious properties, then it is just garbage composed of various basic substances. Jun thinks so. Jun walked to the top of the tower, took a deep breath, and then looked up at the sky. After slightly shaking the Great Dao of Ju, the long river of the Great Dao emerged, and June knew that someone had just opened the way. Hey? He's actually opening a path on the fire path. Is he a guy with ideas? Is he from the storm continent? This kind of secondary path opening is definitely not a celestial human body, so what is his physique? I have to find an opportunity to study it. Sure enough, the wisdom of the world is still huge. If I can unite the brains of these people and let their paths explore new paths for me, it will be very interesting. As June spoke, he began to take out his notebook to record it. Many things were recorded in his notebook. After recording, when June wanted to return to the tower for research, he suddenly felt a familiar breath. How come my father's wizard tower seems to be open? He dared to come back. June was very confused. According to Hong's current style, he dared not run back here unless something frightened him. Whoosh! June disappeared on the spot. Hong was looking for something in his wizard tower, but he stopped soon. Father, why are you back? It took a lot of effort to run out. June looked at Hong with a smile on his face. Hong did not hide it, King Yi is hunting him. June was surprised. His father was targeted by King Yi during the war between the Kingdom of Heaven and the United Kingdom. Is he still being hunted? However, June thought about it and felt that King Yi's condition was not right. He seemed not to be in a complete state and his spirit seemed to be a little abnormal. Go to the Dark Night Forest, where you can hide your breath. By the way, don't harvest in the Wizard Empire. June said after thinking for a while. Hong was a little surprised. This kid didn't catch him this time? Hong immediately disappeared from the spot. The Dark Night Forest was an old place. That place was a little special. It isolated detection and suppressed breath. It was a good place left over from the evil god era. Yi, who was moving forward in the sea, suddenly stopped. He could not feel the breath of that guy. The giants following behind almost bumped into him, but they stopped quickly. Yi lay down directly and fell asleep on the spot. The giants put down their islands and lived next to Yi. Then they offered sacrifices regularly. They called Yi the Ancestor King. When Yi was asleep, his snoring sounded like thunder and his breathing was like wind, so the giant island was also called Thunder Island, where thunder roared all year round and storms continued. Hong, who hid in the Dark Night Forest, felt that the threat to his life had disappeared, so Hong began to study the concealment of breath on the road of the Dark Night Forest. The turmoil in the cave world did not stop because of Yi's sleep. First, King Hu Tao of the Hulong Kingdom was killed for attacking Yi, and 50,000 elite navy became nutrients for marine creatures. Because Hulong had many descendants in the Hulong Kingdom, each descendant formed an alliance to fight for the throne and split into hundreds of countries. Among these kingdoms, there were several factions. One faction's princes and princesses were born to Hu Tao and cave people, one faction was a half-orc faction born to Hu Tao and beasts, one faction was born to Hu Tao and tall people and mermaids, and another faction was born to Yi Ren. These factions were the most powerful, and there were more than a dozen other small and medium-sized factions. Hu Ziyi, who led the navy of the Hulong Kingdom, was a man of his own. He did not participate in the competition for the throne. However, all countries were required to pay the Hulong Kingdom's naval military expenses on a regular basis, otherwise they would withdraw from the Hulong Kingdom. Therefore, Hu Ziyi became a neutral force in the Hulong Kingdom, and he gained a neutral status with his strength. In the Seven Seas, the dominant forces of each continent were busy with internal rule and had no time to develop the seas. The momentum of the Seven Sea Kings reached its peak, and they began to collect taxes. The king of Shenese was hit hard after Yi's resurrection, but soon built a new Caribbean city on the original address of the Caribbean city. The Shenese Sea is still a paradise for crazy pirates. In the Dongling Sea where the Lion King pirates are located, the Little Lion King gets along with the local residents. The Lion King pirates were rated as the first Sin pirate group by My Yad News. Except for killing, arson, and fighting, they can't do anything. Except for the pirate flag, which is their own, all the others are robbed. They are notorious in the Dongling Sea, but they have begun to collect taxes in recent years. In order to maintain their image, they originally only killed one village a day, but changed to slaughtering one village every 3 days. The other seas are the Seven Sea Kings, but there is no change. Most of them have the background of the dominant forces on the continent, so their image is generally okay. Recently, the Fire Continent and the Sea Kingdom broke out in war again. The Sea Kingdom hired the Deep South pirates of the Deep South Sea as mercenaries, and the Fire Continent invited the King Qing Kang of the Haibo Sea, and the two countries began to fight. The Atlanta Empire of the Longman clan and the Mermaid Kingdom also broke out in war. Under the long-term oppression of the Mermaid clan by the Longman clan, the Mermaid clan broke out and killed the Longman clan's envoy in the Mermaid Kingdom. The Mermaid Kingdom now has a population of more than 20 million compared to the Atlanta Empire's population of more than 10 billion. It is like an ant shaking a tree. If it were not for the existence of a heavenly venerable, it would probably have been destroyed soon after the war broke out. The heavenly venerable of the Mermaid clan was also entangled by the strong men of the Longman clan. Although the Longman clan does not have a heavenly venerable, there are some old things that can rival the Taoist master level, and they can also use weirdness, and the Mermaid clan is struggling to support. The Tall Man clan used the Mermaid clan as a training ground, and the new soldiers took turns to fight. They could have destroyed the Mermaid clan, but they chose not to do so. Under this situation, the development of the Mermaid Kingdom began to stagnate, the people began to have opinions, and the surrender faction began to appear. Under this situation, the Tall Man clan and the Mermaid clan launched a long war. The Mermaid clan contacted the newly born Fishman clan and asked for help from the Fishman clan. The Fishman clan is a race born from the combination of Walnut, Mermaid clan, and fish. The reproduction rate is much faster than that of the Mermaid clan. One litter is 10 to 20 in 3 months. They have a population of nearly 10 million in just a few decades. Of course, this is the resources that Walnut gave to his sons and daughters to develop so fast. Although Walnut is perverted, he is very good to his descendants. The Fishmen established the Merman Kingdom. In the waters near the Halong Kingdom, they received a call for help from the mermaid. The king of the Fishman clan joined the war without thinking. The Fishmen are humanoids with gills and scales. They like to live in water, but can also live on land. Individual strength is weak, and the strength of adult fishmen is only half of that of cavemen, except for some powerful fish and walnuts. The fishmen and mermaids formed a sea alliance. The fishmen sent 100,000 soldiers to participate in the war. Later, they helped the Mermaid Kingdom maintain the front line according to 30,000 troops per year. The mermaids sold some special materials and gave military expenses to the fishmen, and recognized the existence of the Fishman Kingdom. The two countries established teleportation arrays and teleportation towers, traded with each other, and could not prevent the two sides from intermarriage. The liveliness in the sea is no worse than that on land. Some of the growing number of tall people under the major seas also began to establish countries. The great era of marine development has begun. Chapter 131. In the 465th year of the Central Period, the Beast King of Neutral Beast King City in the Nikado continent opened up a secondary long river in the Long River of the Fleshly Dao, and opened up the Fist Martial Arts Road. The first Tianzhan level of Nikado was born, and the Beast King established the Beast Army. He was eager to realize his ambitions after breaking through the Tianzhan. In the same year, Fu Bo of Zonghai continent opened up the Avenue of Faith and became the first Tianzhan of Zonghai continent. Fu Bo also helped a female Fu Xi named Fu Qin from the Fuxi clan to open up the Avenue of Life. There were 2 Tianzhan in the clan, and they were all opened up directly on the long river of the Avenue. In the 467th year of the Central Period, Abel, the ancestor of the volcano werewolf, opened up a secondary river on the Fire Road River and successfully opened up the Lava Road. The first heavenly venerable of the volcano continent appeared. With the heavenly venerable level strongman, the volcano continent began to communicate with the Sea Kingdom on an equal footing. At the invitation of the Sea Kingdom, Abel joined the war between the Sea Kingdom and the Fire Continent and was responsible for containing the Uchiha Heavenly Venerable of the Fire Continent. In the 470th year of the Central Period, Jieguan, the Emperor of the Withered Bone Empire of the Geglanwu Continent, opened up a secondary river in the Wood Road River and opened up the Withered and Flourishing Avenue. He was the first Heavenly Venerable of the Little Fog clan and the 4th Heavenly Venerable of the Geglanwu Continent. However, after opening up the road, he was invited by Jun to have tea. Jun was very curious about the pioneers of these secondary rivers. In the same year, Basian Yunhai, a disciple of Shushan Sword Sect, inherited the position of Shushan Sect leader. He single-handedly intimidated the northern barbarians and killed many of them. He also created the sword skill Yunhai sword. He gathered thousands of skilled craftsmen from the northern barbarians and combined them with the method of Nikado's imperial tools to create the magic sword, Basian sword. He also made Zaiwei seal, Xiantian robe, Teun boots, and Yufeng whisk. These 5 items became the inheritance of the sect leader, and Zaiwei seal was the symbol of the sect leader's power. Bishan Yunhai built the Sword Tomb and rebuilt the Demon Suppression Tower and the Demon Locking Pool. He also built the Nation Pavilion to collect the skills of the world, and re-established the assessment system and contribution system of Shushan Sword Sect. The prosperity of Shushan Sword Sect began with Bishan Yunhai, and many sect rules were set. Shushan disciples were not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the northern barbarian kingdom, and disciples who reached the Sun and Moon realm would seal their memories and cultivate their minds. After cultivating their minds and reaching the Enlightenment realm, they would begin to travel the world. Tyrant Cloud Sea asked Nangxing and Dukingming Tianzhan to help and jointly created the Cloud Sea secret realm. Disciples can enter the Cloud Sea secret realm in dreams to communicate, and can communicate information at any time in any region. In the 473rd year of the Central Period, the floating king of the Sky Kingdom of the Sky Continent opened up a secondary long river on the Magic Avenue and became the Tianzhan who opened up the Avenue of Sky. The first Tianzhan of the Winged People was born, carrying the fate of the Winged People. In the 475th year of the Central Period, the Shenwu Knight of the Dark Continent opened up the Brave Avenue in the long river of the Night Avenue and became the second Tianzhan of the Dark Continent after the Justice Knight. The Shenwu Knight established the Knights and began to help the weak in the Dark Continent do justice and stop the war. Under the power of Shenwu Tianzhan, the Dark Continent entered a brief period of balance. Except for the foreign war of the Sea Kingdom, other kingdoms on the Dark Continent entered a period of peace. This period was called the Shenwu period, and it was also the happiest period of civilian life on the Dark Continent. Under the influence of the Shenwu Knights, a large number of lower-level knights emerged in the Dark Continent. They followed the Shenwu Knights and fought against the injustice in the world. In the central 480 years, after the loss of the harvest of the Taoist god, geniuses continued to emerge on the Nikado continent. The king of a small country in the southern Boulder area began to unify the south. This small country was called Jiangguo. Their king was said to be a descendant of the wind in the ancient times of the Jelanwu continent. The king of Jiangguo was named Longyang, also known as Feng Yang. In the 481st year of the Central Period, Longyang conquered the former territory of the Bishan Empire. The successor of the Bishan Emperor, Zixi Yudi, offered the city as a sacrifice. After annexing the Bishan Empire, King Longyang entered a period of recuperation and digestion. He began to form cavalry, administratively divided the Bishan Empire and the Zhang Kingdom, carried out population migration, encouraged intermarriage and business, and established a ceremonial council, allowing the old ministers of the Bishan Empire to serve as officials and join the council. Soon, Longyang took control of the territories he conquered. In the 485th year of the Central Period, Longyang changed the kingdom into an empire and established the Longyang Empire. He also began to recruit troops on a large scale, intending to emulate the Bishan Emperor to unify the Jushi region and re-establish a unified country. In the 490th year of the Central Period, Longyang began to conquer the Jushi region and conquered half of the Jushi in 1 year. The land of the region, and Longyang treated the surrendered monarchs well, gave them wealth, and sent them to the capital to live in retirement. In the 500 years of the Central Period, Longyang unified the Giant Stone region, successfully achieved the goal of Emperor Bishan, and ended the wars in the Giant Stone civilization region for hundreds of years. It can be said that the time is right, the place is right, and the people are right. Longyang moved the capital. Neutral Stone City existed as the capital of the Longyang Empire. Longyang began to repair the roads and built teleportation towers in various main cities at a high price. The entire Longyang Empire was divided into 364 administrative districts by Longyang. Each city was equipped with a teleportation array and a teleportation tower, and each city had a Long family member to control the teleportation tower, which was rotated every 3 years. Each Long family member could only serve as the tower master 4 times and was only responsible to Emperor Longyang. The newly born Longyang Empire had rebellions from time to time. Under the suppression of Emperor Longyang, this large empire with a territory of more than 30 million gradually stabilized. The Longyang Empire did not promote the Tao system, but continued to use their Daijia system. Longyang established the Daijia Research Institute and began to optimize the Daijia system, but their combat power was still benchmarked against the Tao system. In addition to the Daijia Research Institute, Longyang also built the Longyang Military Academy, the World Research Institute, and the Giant Stone Battle Institute. The talents produced by the Military Academy benchmark the army. The World Research Institute studies other systems in the world and then popularizes them in the Longyang Empire, making sufficient preparations for the contact between the Daijia system and other systems. The Giant Stone Battle Institute cultivates other talents who do not practice the Daijua system and is responsible for producing high-end combat talents. Long Yang believes that Daijua is suitable for long-term development and suitable for ordinary people to practice, while some geniuses should practice some systems that can give full play to their talents, so the Giant Stone Battle Institute was born. With the development of Long Yang, the strength of Long Yang Empire rose rapidly, talents flourished, and the originally declining imperial system shone again. The imperial system can use several generations or even more generations to win the future for the family. Even if the strong people fall, the family has hope as long as the imperial system exists. The world has the most ordinary people, and the imperial system is the most suitable system for ordinary people in Nikado continent. The Tao system, the wizard system, the magic system. These systems all require talent. Ordinary people have no way out of practicing this, and they can't even become apprentices. Chapter 132. Soon after Fu Bo became a Taoist, Luxi, the Sun Dragon King of the Dragon Kingdom, opened up the Sun Road. Although it was a road opened on the long river of the road, he could not beat Fu Bo. After becoming the Heavenly Lord, Luxi ran to Lazy to fight with Fu Bo. Fu Bo showed his true form of a unicorn snake and almost strangled him to death. This wave was a small dragon meeting a big snake. On the way back, he met Fu Qin, who healed the Sun Dragon King's injuries. He learned that he was beaten by Lazy, so Luxi was beaten by Fu Qin again and returned to the Dragon Kingdom with his injured body and mind. On the sea, the major forces began to suffer losses due to the war between the Sea Kingdom and the Continent of Fire. The war intensified and gradually pulled in other forces on the sea. The Chenese Sea and the Haibo Sea have been caught in the storm of war because of the participation of the two. King Qing King is only the representative of the Haibo Sea. Originally, other forces did not intend to participate in the war, but were dragged in by King Qing Kang. Mai Yat joined forces with the arms King Yelong and began to sell arms and strategic sea maps on a large scale through Mai Yat business. The two secretly instigated discord and added fuel to the fire. Yelong personally slaughtered a large merchant fleet of the Sea Kingdom. Then the Sea Kingdom completely broke out, issued a forced conscription order, mobilized the foundation left by the ancestors, forcibly controlled the leaders of the countries that the Sea Kingdom had divided out, and completed the unification of the Sea Kingdom again. Immediately afterwards, Mai Yat business provided the Sea Kingdom with a part of free arms and helped the Sea Kingdom control public opinion, allowing the Sea Kingdom to mobilize troops and concentrate forces faster. The Arms King supported the Fire Continent on the surface, but actually colluded with the Mai Yat Company and ignited the war in an instant. The Fire Continent had the foundation of the former United Navy, and quickly formed a large fleet. The Sea Kingdom also had naval experience and one of the best shipyards in the world. The fleet was like dumplings. The Sea Kingdom invited the generals of the Tall People for military guidance. The Fire Continent was not to be outdone, and invited the generals of the Sea Alliance, who had been fighting with the Tall People for many years, to provide tactical guidance. The two forces fought fiercely in the Shark Sea, the Deep South Sea, the Sea Wave Sea, and the Atlantis Sea. It even intensified the intensity of the war between the Tall People and the Sea Alliance. The Arms King Yelong developed combat weapons for the seabed and sold them to the Sea Alliance to prevent the Sea Alliance from being defeated by the Tall People, and to do business directly on the seabed. In the same year, Uchiha Tianzhan fought with Abel Tianzhan of the Werewolf tribe. They fought from the Deep South Sea to the White Ice Sea, causing the seawater to flow backwards and the storm to continue. Then they fought to the Haibo Sea, and were slapped away by the sleeping Yi Tianzhan. The battle lasted for 2 years and was stopped only by Yi Tianzhan's attack. The Sea Kingdom established a command headquarters in Neutral Tree City and began to attract some island countries and some backward tribes in major seas to join the war. The Volcano Kingdom of the Volcano Continent joined the Sea Kingdom camp, and a large number of volcano werewolves joined the Sea Kingdom's navy. The volcano werewolves are extremely powerful in combat, and their physical fitness is 3 to 5 times that of the cavemen of the same level, but their brains are a little slow, and when they are crazy, they even kill their own people. Many battles broke out, the biggest of which was the Battle of the Yemu Islands. This battle made a naval general of the Sea Kingdom, Gudmont, famous overnight. He annihilated the 240,000 naval forces of the Fire Continent with 100,000 naval forces, and only lost 30,000 of his own forces, with a loss ratio of 1:8. Decades of war have led to the frequent appearance of generals on the sea, and the art of war in the cave world is developing rapidly. These generals became famous while accompanying battles, and behind them were lives. As the saying goes, one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of lives. At present, the most recognized general on the sea is Gudmund of the Sea Kingdom, followed by Senju Izuna and Uchiha Tobirama of the Fire Continent, then the King of the Deep South Sea, and finally the first mate of the King of the Blue King in the Sea Wave Sea, Redding. These 5 are the first level, and there are also some generals who are famous for commanding small and medium-sized battles. In addition, the King of Soldiers was born in the war, named Phoebe. He participated in hundreds of battles and lived to retire as an ordinary person. He was a symbol of luck among soldiers and won hundreds of medals alone. After retiring, he was received by the Supreme Commander of the Sea Kingdom, Gudmund. Soldiers of the Sea Kingdom would secretly pray for his blessing before going to battle, hoping to be like him. He was also the only person who was sacrificed while still alive in the Sea Kingdom. He participated in various famous battles and killed nearly 10,000 enemy troops, using a mortal body to fight against the mountain and sea realm. In Neutral Tree City, the Sea Kingdom Frontline Command Headquarters gathered the generals of the Sea Kingdom and the generals of the Sea Kingdom's allies. Sitting in the right seat is a middle-aged man with a full beard. His square face looks majestic without anger. This is the Supreme Commander of the Sea Kingdom Navy Fleet, Gudmund. On his left sits the King of the Deep South Sea, and on his right sits Bobo, the military instructor of the Tall People. The generals below are from the Volcano Werewolf Clan, the Winged People Clan, the Tall People Clan, the Cave People Clan, and generals of various races, but most of the generals are from the Cave People Clan of the Sea Kingdom. The King of the Deep South has a full head of white hair, but he is a young man, but his face looks a little feminine. He is ruthless in the war, does not take prisoners, and does not take the lives of soldiers seriously. Everything is based on the completion of his strategic goals. Bobo from the Tallman tribe was responsible for dealing with the generals of the Sea Alliance on the opposite side. After all, the Tallman tribe used the Sea Alliance as a training target, so both sides knew their enemies' tactics very well. The guys on the opposite side have already laid a net in the Shark Sea area, and there are mermaid pirates from the Mermaid tribe. They have formed an encirclement around our fleet and base in the Shark Sea area, and may launch a major battle in the Mahu Trench. Bobo from the Tallman tribe pointed to the detailed sea map hanging on the wall, which was provided by the Mayad Trading Company. Then fight, dispatch the Volcano fleet for me, supported by General Huoyan, and then dispatch the Mao's fleet in the Deep South Sea to break through. All fleets in the Habo Sea area will retreat. This time, we will give them a counter-encirclement and eat them up. Gudmund said while looking at the map, and the adjutant next to him was recording his orders. The military ranks of the Sea Kingdom Army also followed the ranks of the United Navy period, and many aspects of the military system also originated from the United Navy. I think they want to attack the Deep South Seas and take away my Caribbean. The siege of the Shark Seas is probably a trick of those two conspirators. The King of Deep South expressed his opinion. The rest of the fleet in the Deep South Seas is under your command. Tie them down. This time I will not only eat them, but also eat them completely. If everything goes well, I will attack their homeland. In addition, the general staff will start to make plans, count the participating troops, replenish the army members, and purchase arms. Start preparing now. Gudmund pounded his fist on the table. Yes. All the generals in the command center answered. The Sea Kingdom began to deploy troops, and at the same time, the Fire Continent also made a big move. The war between the two can be said to be the largest and longest in the history of marine wars. Except that the participating combat power is not as good as the battle between the Kingdom of Heaven and the United Navy, other aspects are the first in history. Woo, woo, woo. That is the sound of the warship starting. Chapter 133. When Ron was bored, he created a monster, condensed some of the monster energy, added a little world power, and connected it to Tianzhan's Weird Avenue, so a monster was born. This merchant began to appear in all parts of the world of Dongtian, doing business with races all over the world. Most of the goods from the merchant were items obtained by intercepting the space of the contractors and reincarnations who were performing tasks in this world after they were killed. This merchant was called a traveling merchant. He was different from other monsters who appeared and disappeared. People could often travel on the wilderness and the sea, and exchange some treasures for goods from him. Moreover, the traveling merchant had his own way of thinking. Unlike other monsters, who only acted according to their own rules, the traveling merchant could change his own rules. The traveling merchant will appear near anyone who needs his goods, and most of the time he will have the goods you want, and you also need this goods. The more you need to pay, not only the goods, but even the soul and life can be paid. Some guys have their eyes on the traveling merchants, and finally they become the goods in the packages behind the traveling merchants. In the Nakado continent, in a small village that has not seen outsiders for many years, a strange man came. He carried a large package on his back, wearing a black robe, wrapped himself tightly, with a mask on his face, only 2 green eyes showing, and some bags tied around his waist. The villagers surrounded him curiously, looking at this strange man from the outside world. "Make way, the village chief is here." In the voice, the villagers who were watching made way for a passage, and then a tall old man walked out. The old man was the village chief of this village. When he was young, he participated in the Longyang army. After the war, he returned to the village. Because he was knowledgeable and knew some words, and he was of a high generation, he became the village chief of the village. In such a small place, the village chief is equivalent to the king of the villagers, with the greatest power. The villagers dare not come forward to communicate before the village chief comes. "Who are you and what are you doing in Guaiziwan village?" the village chief asked. "Selling things." The traveling merchant's voice was very dark, without a trace of emotion. "Why are you selling things here? What do you have to sell?" The village chief was a little confused. The village was in a remote place, not even under the jurisdiction of the Longyang Empire, and no outsiders would come for decades. "Someone here needs my goods, so I came," the traveling merchant replied. The village chief scratched his head, as if he didn't understand a little. When he was a soldier, he only knew how to chop people, and when he was on vacation, he went to the brothel to have fun. He couldn't understand 2 complicated things. "What do you mean, someone asked you to come?" The village chief began to miss the happy time in the brothel. The few words he knew were taught by Qiwa girl in the brothel. The traveling merchant did not answer. The village chief turned around and shouted to the villagers, "This is a vendor. If you have anything you don't want at home, you can bring it here to exchange with him. If you have money, you can also buy things from him." When the villagers heard this, they all ran back home to get things. Money was something only the village chief had. The village chief had heard of vendors before. His general understanding was what he had just said to the villagers. He heard that he could buy a lot of things. However, at that time, the village chief spent all his money on Qiwa and rarely bought other things. He just heard about it from Ergu, who served in the army with him. "What do you have to sell? Let me see." The village chief stared at the big package behind him curiously. The traveling merchant opened the package, which was colorful. Everyone saw different goods. What they saw were generally the goods they wanted in their hearts. "That painting looks like Qiwa, how much is it?" The village chief saw a beautiful painting with a white and voluptuous woman on it, which made the village chief's eyes turn into hearts. There was also the general armor that the village chief wanted when he was young, as well as various precious metals and gems, and even a golden hoe. The village chief heard from his good brother Ergu, who served in the army with him, that Emperor Longyang used a golden hoe when he plowed the land. He didn't expect that there was one here. However, the village chief knew that these things must be very expensive and could not be measured by money. Greedy eyes appeared in his eyes, but soon he remembered that Ergu said that people who dared to run around alone were not soft stubble. The village chief suppressed his greed again. It was not unreasonable for him to come back alive from the battlefield. The traveling merchant answered his question, "You only need to pay 90% of your remaining lifespan, and your soul after death will belong to me." The village chief hesitated when he heard this, but he quickly agreed, because he didn't believe that anyone could deprive him of his lifespan and soul, because Ergu didn't say that. A ray of green light flew out from the village chief, and was bottled by the traveling merchant, and then the traveling merchant gave the village chief all the goods he wanted. A bunch of villagers came over with things, and they exchanged various things with the traveling merchant. The things these villagers exchanged were different. Some people exchanged the fur of wild animals for steamed buns several meters long, some people exchanged their children for a pile of food, and some people exchanged their daughters for medicine to drive away diseases. They all used the most precious things to exchange for things that were precious in their eyes, but garbage in the eyes of others. Sometimes what you think is precious is not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. The villagers finished the exchange quickly, and they went back happily with the exchanged things. The village chief also went back with the exchanged things. Only a dirty little boy was left, holding a stone and looking at the traveling merchant. The little boy thought this was his most precious thing. When he was born, his parents died. The villagers thought he was ominous, and the little boy could not speak. He was regarded as a freak in the village and was bullied all day long. He lived by collecting wild fruits every day. When night fell, he ran into the pigsty of the villagers in the village to sleep. He lived a life of hunger and cold every day. What do you want to exchange? The traveling merchant asked, and his customer this time was the little boy in front of him. The little boy handed the stone to the traveling merchant. I want to follow you. This was the first sentence the little boy said. He wanted to leave this place, he didn't want to stay here. The traveling merchant's eyes were shining, he seemed to be thinking, and the little boy looked at him with hope. Okay, you will give all your life and soul, and you can never leave me. The little boy nodded happily. The traveling merchant took the boy away from the small village. Soon after, all the people in the village died peacefully, and their souls turned into light spots and floated away. They sold their lives and souls. In the later legend, the traveling merchant was accompanied by a child carrying a large package. They appeared in various corners of the world together. The child always had a smiling face and took away the souls of those ignorant people. The story of the traveling merchant continues. Chapter 134. After inheriting the throne of the Kingdom of Heaven, Qiling, a descendant of Yi, began to make drastic reforms and reshuffled the old forces. Tian sect became the state religion of the Kingdom of Heaven, and Qiling obtained the support of Beiji, the head of Tian sect. With the support of the most powerful camp in the country, Qiling began to promote the magic system, vigorously cultivate low-level magicians, and create magic scrolls, reserve strategic materials, build weapons, and recruit troops, and reuse the practitioners of the ancient blood pattern system. Although their mortality rate is high, those who can practice successfully are all warriors. These blood pattern warriors have become grassroots generals in the army of the Kingdom of Heaven. Under the leadership of these blood pattern warriors, the combat effectiveness of the army has increased by at least half. Qiling established a prime minister and a general, and divided the civil and military affairs. He also established 6 major departments: the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Rights. The military department was managed by the general, and the other 5 departments were managed by the prime minister. He also established the Patrol of the Heavens to manage the monks and the Gate of Ghosts to control the weirdness. There was also the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be responsible for the royal family and the royal family's exclusive military Tianwei. Qiling's detailed division of the administrative system further strengthened his rule over the kingdom, improved administrative efficiency, and on this basis, he carried out reforms in domestic commerce, laying the foundation for the later unification of the 12 kingdoms to establish the Tian dynasty. In the 480th year of the Central Period, when Long Yang conquered the Giant Stone region on the Nikado continent, the Tian kingdom on the Kaladoa continent changed the king to the emperor. Qiling became the emperor, and posthumously named his ancestor Yi as Yi Tiandi, and his father as Yuan Tiandi. Qiling's own imperial name was Xin Tiandi, and the rest of his ancestors were not posthumously named. The Tian dynasty was established. Qiling took the lead in attacking the sects in the Kingdom of Heaven, and issued the Heavenly Patrol Edict, requiring them to hand in the names of disciples and skills, and to pay regular tributes. All actions must follow the laws of the dynasty. Once violated, they will be wanted nationwide and their sects will be wiped out. As soon as this order was issued, some sects moved out of the Kingdom of Heaven, some obeyed the order and handed in the names and sect skills, and some tried to resist, but were suppressed by the Tian sect and the Heavenly Patrol. For a time, the domestic order became good, and the Kingdom of Heaven flourished in various political orders. In the 485th year of the Central Period, the Heavenly Dynasty, which had initially completed the reform, began to attack the countries that had split from the Kingdom of Heaven. The first one was the Kingdom of Tianhai in the southeast. The country controlled 2 of the 10 large ports on the mainland of Kaladoa. After regaining the Kingdom of Tianhai, the Kingdom of Heaven opened up the sea trade route again. Han Wu, the last disciple of Beiji of Tian sect, was appointed as the commander of the Tian dynasty's expedition against Tianhai Kingdom. He led 3,000 blood-marked warriors and 300,000 ordinary cavalrymen to march south to conquer the rebellious and restore the glory of their ancestors. On the sea, the coalition forces of the Sea Kingdom began to compete with the coalition forces of the Fire Continent in the Shark Sea and the Deep South Sea. The generals of both sides began to make plans with each other, using the troops in their hands to bite each other's plans. As long as the first wave of war begins, a super-large war will break out in the Shark Sea and the Deep South Sea. The war will be fierce and reach a climax. The end of decades of war may be determined after this war. Government is in command at the front line. The fleet of the Sea Kingdom has counter-encircled the fleet of the Fire Continent. Cooperating with the fleet of the Sea Kingdom in the Shark Sea, the encirclement has been completely formed. On the Fire Continent, the holy masters of the two holy places are discussing. Senju Izuna and Uchiha Tobirama were arguing. Both of them were ranked high among the generals on the sea, only inferior to Gudment. Together, they could just compete with Gudment. You want to give up the fleets of the 5 major countries? Using them as bait, if Chenese fails in the battle, there will be no turning back. Uchiha Tobirama said. This is originally a decisive battle, and this battle will determine the outcome. Decades of war are too much of a burden for us. Using the 5 major countries as bait can weaken them on the one hand, but if they withstand the pressure and we win in Chenese, we can quickly counter-encircle them again. Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice while looking at the Chenese sea area full of flags on the sea map. If you do this, will you also kill our holy land of fire? The king of Chenese is not an easy guy to deal with. Senju Izuna growled. Uchiha Tobirama called his assistant, issued an order, and ignored Senju Izuna. You will regret it, Tobirama. I am the commander-in-chief. Humph. Senju Izuna slammed the door and left. Uchiha Hashirama's strength made the Holy Land of Wood in this war. Under the manipulation of Uchiha Tobirama, the Holy Land of Fire and the 5 great nations suffered heavy losses, and even the spoils were scraps. On the sea, the war began. The fleet of the Sea Kingdom was built with giant trees, with a huge size and a large number of artillery. The warships of the Fire Continent were made by Uchiha Tanzhan using magic. They were numerous but had a small displacement, and the artillery was not powerful enough. There were too few trees on the Fire Continent, and large warships were rare. The flags of the fleet of the Sea Kingdom were printed with unicorn snake patterns, while those of the Fire Continent were different. The 5 great nations were printed with their own tailed beasts, and the Holy Land was printed with the family patterns of the 2 major families. The fleets of the Sea Kingdom and the fleets of the Fire Continent fought a great battle in the Mahu Trench. Thousands of warships attacked each other, shells flew in the air, and the powerful firepower network formed a barrage. The islands near the trench were burning with flames. Soldiers from both sides fought on warships, on the sea, on the wreckage of warships, on islands, and on artificially created ice. The sea was dyed red with blood, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air above the sea. The generals of the Sea Kingdom and the Fire Continent continued to spread information, divided the battlefield, and formed their own small encirclements. The overall situation was that the Sea Kingdom suppressed the Fire Continent. On the battlefield, you can see winged people of various races raiding in the air, volcano werewolves jumping between warships, mermaids and tall people attacking the bottom of the bed, cave people fighting desperately, and even a few small fog people can be seen fighting some cave people together. Both sides use various arms to constantly make plans, and the art of war is reflected here. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery is roaring, and the fleets of the 5 major countries are constantly suppressed and contracted in the encirclement. Even though their generals are constantly integrating and shaping, and constantly leading the fight, the war situation is still one-sided, and they are abandoned. Gudment was looking down at the war below from the air. He had just killed the commander of the fleet of the 5 major countries, and was holding the corpse of the enemy in his hand. The tailed beasts and strong men of the 5 major countries did not participate in the war. They knew that they would be consumed. In order to preserve their combat power, they did not send strong men. This commander was also a Taoist master-level combat power of the Tall Man clan, and was a military instructor invited by the Holy Land. However, such a large-scale army was annihilated, and the 5 major countries also suffered heavy losses, and the middle and low-level combat power was exhausted. Ha 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 ha, the war is about to end. Gudment laughed, and the next step was to support the Deep South Sea. At this time, the Deep South Sea also launched a war. Chapter 135. In the Chenese Sea, the fleets of the 2 holy places defeated the troops of the King of Chenese. The fleets of the holy places have 90% of the large ships of the Fire Continent and are the absolute main force of the navy of the Fire Continent. Compared with them, the 5 major countries are like stepmothers. The King of Chenese can't let us in so easily. You have to be careful. There has been news on the Mayad news just now. The fleets of the 5 major countries were annihilated by Gudment. That guy is too scary. Senju Izuna and Uchiha Tobirama stood on the side of a large ship, watching the densely packed warships sailing in the distance. The vanguard fleet has already fought with the king of Chenese. Speaking of Gudment, Uchiha couldn't help but nod his head in affirmation. That guy's command is simply an art. He can micro-control every ship and defeat the enemy from the subtleties. Every time he launches a battle, he defeats the enemy with the least loss. Senju Izuna and Uchiha Tobirama have fought against Gudment together, with 1 win, 1 draw and 2 losses. The victory came at a great cost. Both armies suffered heavy losses in the draw. As for the 2 defeats, it goes without saying. Just by defeating Gudment once, the 2 ranked high on the sea. This is the strength of Gudment. Those guys are too useless. They can't even be bait. They were defeated by Gudment in one fell swoop. However, they have also preserved their strength to a large extent. The people of the 5 major countries don't dare to do their best. Uchiha Tobirama sneered. Senju Izuna sneered at Uchiha Tobirama. If it weren't for him, how could this situation happen? Who dares to do their best? If they do their best, they will be eaten up. Senju Izuna has hidden most of the strength of his holy land. Uchiha Tobirama ignored Senju Izuna's gaze and waved his hand. Pass my order, spread out on the left and right sides to form an encirclement, and the rear army's firepower covers the Caribbean city. Woo, woo, woo. The warship moved forward, the cannons kept firing shells, and the soldiers on the ship kept delivering shells and replacing the red and scrapped gun barrels. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire from both sides roared, and under the coverage of shells, warships were blown up one by one, and human lives were harvested like grass. The wailing was covered by the sound of artillery fire, and the soldiers on both sides launched attacks to kill the enemy soldiers who fell into the sea. Boom! The 2 warships collided with each other, and wood chips and sparks flew everywhere. Kill all these pirates for me! The soldiers of the Fire Continent shouted slogans and charged, and the subordinates of King Chenese were not to be outdone. Kill the shorty on the opposite side for me! Both sides waved and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, occasionally releasing a few long-range skills, and some guys who secretly released skills to hurt people were hiding in various places on the warship. While Uchiha Tobirama went deeper, King Chenese was also watching them in the Caribbean city. The coalition forces of the Fire Continent were getting closer and closer, and King Chenese showed a cruel smile on his face. Who is he? The king who ruled the chaotic and disordered deep South Seas, would he be a good person? Those sent to the front to fight with the coalition forces of the Fire Continent were just abandoned pawns. How could they trick Uchiha Tobirama, the old fox, into coming in without any benefits? This Caribbean city was rebuilt on the ruins. King Chenese did not mind rebuilding it again. Touching the walls of the Caribbean city, King Chenese's smile gradually became perverted. Let you be buried with him, 1 city for 1 person. King Qingkeng in the Fire Continent coalition noticed something was wrong. In the past, he had always fought with King Chenese, and each time he had to struggle. This time it was so easy. Could it be that Uchiha Tobirama was wise? King Qingkeng could feel that Uchiha Tobirama had strong command ability, but it would not lead to this situation. The entire Sea Kingdom's troops in the deep South Sea area were slaughtered like chickens. So, King Qingkeng led his fleet quietly away from the central battlefield and away from the Caribbean city. Seeing that the Qingkeng King's fleet had deviated, Uchiha Tobirama frowned. Let Qingkeng King's pirate group return to the central battlefield, and the rest of the troops will rush forward. No matter what conspiracy he has, I will take care of the Sea Kingdom coalition's troops. Uchiha Tobirama was already in a state of panic. The army in the same sea was quickly annihilated by Gudment, forcing him to speed up the battle progress and rush forward. At the same time, Uchiha Tobirama was very conceited and believed that he would win this battle. Senju Izuna knew that he was in a state of panic, and began to prepare to preserve the strength of his troops. He learned from Qingkeng King and transferred the troops to the outer battlefield. The only thing left on the inner battlefield was the Holy Land of Fire. Fighting with the fleets of some island countries that supported him, Uchiha Tobirama didn't notice that his allies were quietly withdrawing from the battle. He thought that King Qingkeng had obeyed orders and returned. Uchiha Tobirama looked fiercely at King Chenese on the Caribbean city in front of him. The other party wanted his life, so he wanted the other party's life too. Pass my order, let the offensive in front be more fierce, and the command ship move forward. If it is not taken before the command ship arrives, all the heads will fall to the ground. Under the urging of Uchiha Tobirama, the army increased the offensive, and the fleets of the Sea Kingdom and King Chenese were defeated all the way to the Caribbean city, and abandoned their ships and landed. Ha 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 ha, I still won this round. Uchiha Tobirama laughed. The command ship arrived near the Caribbean city. Uchiha Tobirama and King Shenize on the city wall looked at each other. You are dead this time. King Shenize looked at Uchiha Tobirama with regret. What a pity, your two allies ran away. What does it mean? Uchiha Tobirama was shocked, and then found that Senju Izuna beside him had disappeared, and King Kang's army was not nearby. He turned around and saw that they were still wandering in the back pretending to fight and picking up the remaining soldiers. You are still stubborn when you are about to die. Uchiha Tobirama sneered. He wanted to see what tricks King Shenize had. In terms of masters, the Fire Continent Coalition has more than King Shenize, and in terms of troops, King Shenize's army has been completely lost, with only some defeated soldiers fleeing back to the city. Guess why it was so easy to wipe out my troops? You're so crazy. You used to hide in the dark corners, but you're actually at the front line. Don't you understand? Uchiha Tobirama just reacted, and King Shenize laughed wildly. I'll give you the Caribbean city as your grave. I hope you'll be satisfied. King Shenize disappeared. As King Shenize disappeared, a huge energy wave burst out from the Caribbean city, spreading at the speed of light. The warships and soldiers that came into contact with the front turned into light particles and merged into this energy beam. Brother, help! Uchiha Tobirama hasn't finished speaking yet. Just like those warships and soldiers, he merged into the beam. At this moment, Uchiha Hashirama, who was fighting with Abel, felt a tremor in his heart. He seemed to hear his brother's cry for help. It was this moment that allowed Abel to seize his flaw and hit him on the road. Uchiha Hashirama vomited blood and his breath declined, but he ignored Abel and rushed towards the Caribbean city like crazy. Tobirama, I'm here, hold on. Abel would not let him have his way, and blocked him. Uchiha Hashirama directly burned the avenue, and with an angry blow, he threw Abel into the sea, and his life or death was unknown. King Qingkeng and Senju Izuna were constantly fleeing, and the fleet behind them was too slow and had already turned into a part of the light. At the junction of the Shark Sea and the Deep South Sea, the fleet led by Gudman stopped, and their commander issued an order. Looking at the crimson light coming out from the direction of the Caribbean city, the sky was dyed red, like blood and fire. King Shenize is really a madman, he can actually use this trick. Gudman was shocked, and the generals around him were also shocked. However, this round of war has ended, and I don't know what form the next round of war will take. After the energy beam disappeared, the Gudman fleet set off again. He wanted to see the results of King Shenize's creation. Chapter 136. Uchiha Hashirama rushed into the sea pit created by the energy beam that exploded in the Caribbean city, frantically looking for the figure of his brother Uchiha Tobirama. The sea water poured back into the sea pit, and everything within 100 miles was annihilated by the energy beam. Uchiha Hashirama went crazy. He used all kinds of Taoist methods frantically to pursue his brother's breath. Even his soul did not exist. After learning that Uchiha Tobirama was dead, Uchiha Hashirama left here crazily. On the way, he met Gudman's fleet. The fleet attacked him but he was indifferent. Uchiha Hashirama disappeared under the bombardment. Senju Izuna ran back to the Land of Fire with some of his confidants, and joined the Land of Fire to defend the land. On the way back to the Heibo Sea, King Qingkeng encountered the army of the Sea Kingdom. The entire pirate group was annihilated, and King Qingkeng was captured alive. The Sea Fire War that lasted for decades ended with a great victory of the Sea Kingdom. Gudman led the army to occupy the overseas garrisons of the Land of Fire and its coalition forces, and the fleet went to the Land of Fire for artillery bombardment, and tried to force a landing, but was repeatedly repelled by the five-tailed beasts and the high-level officials of the 5 major countries. Abel Tanzhan was injured and was no match for the five-tailed beasts. The coalition forces of the Sea Kingdom gave up landing, but demanded war reparations from the Land of Fire. The 2 holy places and the 5 major countries paid 80% of the compensation, and other small countries on the Land of Fire and the island countries participating in the coalition paid 20%. The specific compensation was negotiated by the relevant personnel of both parties. King Shenize led his newly formed pirate group and borrowed troops from the Sea Kingdom to invade the Heibo Sea. The Heibo Sea asked for help from other seas. The Taewanghai Island group in the Jiao Sea helped the Heibo Sea to expel King Shenize. Several 7 sea kings in other seas also took action to prevent King Shenize from expanding his territory too much and breaking the balance between seas. After this war, the volcano werewolf tribe of the volcano continent obtained some advanced technology from the Sea Kingdom and began to develop civilization rapidly. Medicine, literature, and agronomy from the cave people began to become popular among the volcano werewolves. The Fire Continent suffered the greatest losses in this war. Not only did it fight for decades and millions of people died, but it also paid war reparations in the end. The Sea Kingdom was second. Even if it received war reparations, it was not enough to make up for the losses of decades of war. The entire country has served the war for decades. If it fights for a few more years, it is estimated that the Sea Kingdom will collapse on its own due to economic problems. The biggest winners of this war are those who sell maps and arms. My yacht and the Arms King have become the biggest beneficiaries. They have made a lot of money in the past few decades. The Arms King has even developed a variety of black technology arms. This war, in a sense, has promoted the development of medicine. The war requires a lot of medicine. In order to expand the source of income, the Wizard Empire has upgraded the treatment potion. Dejun spent a lot of money on experiments. In order to raise funds, the Wizard Empire exported a large number of wizard products, and even some low-level wizard teleportation tower manufacturing schematics. The entire Wizard Empire is like crazy. In addition, the Wizard Empire has also started an arms business, selling some forbidden scrolls. These scrolls play a big role in war. The two sides can kill each other by using them cleverly in battle. This war has a large impact and affects the whole world, which has promoted cultural exchanges around the world. While the war brings disasters, it also brings about the collision of civilizations. After the war, some defeated soldiers from the Fire Continent drifted to the Zonghai Continent. They built cities and settled down in the Zonghai Continent, and then discovered strange creatures on the Zonghai Continent, which were called monster spirits. The local winged people called these creatures strange elves, but these defeated soldiers did not pay attention to these things. They caught these monster spirits to eat and found that these monster spirits tasted very good. For example, the thorns of a hedgehog will become crisp and sweet after cooking, and it will taste sweet first and then smooth, which makes these defeated soldiers like it very much. They built a city in the west of the Zonghai Continent, far away from the Winged Sky Kingdom in the east, so their hunting of monster spirits was not discovered by the winged people. The city built by these defeated soldiers is called Food City. They believe that the continent they are in is full of food. They began to revise the recipes, and then set the capture level and consumption level for those monster spirits. They also established the Food Hunter Association, and the hunters began to explore the Zonghai Continent. There is a dessert tree on the Zonghai Continent. Its fruit tastes like bread when cooked, its leaves taste like candy when eaten raw, and its branches become pudding when cooked. The people in the food city soon developed many ways to eat, and the food hunters continued to collect specimens and make monster spirit maps. Soon, merchant ships from the Sea Kingdom arrived here. They reported what happened here to the world, and a large number of food lovers poured into the Zonghai Continent, ushering in the food era of the Zonghai Continent, and the Zonghai Continent was named the Food Continent. The monster spirit trainers in the Winged Sky Kingdom learned that someone was hunting monster spirits, and spontaneously organized to form the Monster Spirit Protection Association, and fought with the food hunters to rescue the captured monster spirits. Under the opposition between the Food Hunter Association and the Monster Spirit Protection Association, a group of powerful food hunters and monster spirit trainers appeared. Monster spirit trainers set up gyms in various parts of the Zonghai Continent to protect local monster spirits, and studied ways to train monster spirits and make them powerful. Among the many monster spirit trainers, Dr. Gong Damu developed a method to purify monster spirits. Through battles and experience, after the monster spirits and trainers have a bond, there is a certain probability that the monster spirits will evolve into the next form. The so-called evolution is that these trainers induce the genes of the monsters to mutate. These monsters were originally failed products when Ron created them, so their genes are very unstable. When their genes mutate, they evolve. If the direction of the mutation is unfavorable, the evolution fails. Under the research of Dr. Gong Damu, the perfect evolution method of 3 monsters was studied, and various materials were used to promote the benign purification of these monsters. These 3 monsters are Frog, Grass Meowth, and Spark Dog. Therefore, these 3 monsters have become the best monsters for training novice monster trainers. During the research process, Dr. Oak also found that these monsters contain various attributes of power, so he referred to the food illustrations of the Gourmet Hunter Association and compiled the monster attribute classification illustrations, collecting illustrations of various monsters and their advantages and disadvantages. Under the research of Dr. Gong Damu, the monster trainer system was improved, and a series of industries dependent on monster trainers were born, such as monster doctors and monster feed manufacturers. The monster spirit trainers and the gourmet hunters waged a long struggle. Some people from other continents joined the monster spirit trainers camp, and some joined the Gourmet Hunters Association camp. Chapter 137. As the vice president of the Monster Protection Association, Dr. Gong Damua cultivated a very powerful monster. He used the spark dog to cultivate the flame-devouring dog, which evolved from the spark dog to the flame dog and then to the flame dog. Generally, it can only evolve to the flame dog, but under the operation of Dr. Oak, it was super-evolved and cultivated the flame-devouring dog. Ma Yad quickly established a business in Zonghai continent, and reported the battles between various gourmet hunters and monster trainers. He also held a trainer competition with the gym and helped Gong Damua establish the monster house, which divided the monster training into levels. His partner, the Arms King Yelong, provides weapons and some witchcraft potions that can enable people to obtain elemental energy for the gourmet hunters. A group of superpowers appeared among the gourmet hunters. Their bodies mutated, and they began to develop the mutated parts and then capture stronger monsters. According to the evaluation of My Yad News, 4 title hunters appeared among the gourmet hunters, namely, Mitsu, the so-called poison hunter, Gang, the iron bone hunter, Kixing, the white-haired hunter, and Guyan, the devouring hunter. The first among the monster trainers is Dr. Gong Damu, and then he pacified the 5 kings, namely, the Wind King who trained the air monsters, the Storm King who trained the thunder monsters, the Snow King who trained the ice monsters, the Dragon King who trained the dragon monsters, and the Meow King who trained the water elves. The 5 kings all have monsters recorded as divine beasts in the Monster Spirit Atlas. The Wind King has a 6-winged flying tiger, the Violent King has a roaring bull, the Snow King has a humanoid elf, the Dragon King has a blue dragon beast, and the Meow King has a carp dragon. In order to expand the commercial market of Zonghai continent, Ma Yad and the Arms King Yelong jointly held a competition and invited several Taoist masters as judges. The top 10 in the competition can formulate the laws of Zonghai continent for monsters, and they must abide by the rules after formulation. The competition is held every 5 years, which means that the rules are rotated every 5 years. Under Ma Yad's management, a large number of foreign populations poured into the central continent, and towns were built all over Zonghai continent. There will be a Monster Spirit Protection Association and a Food Hunter Association in each settlement, and the competition between the 2 sides is very fierce. However, after the Winged Sky Kingdom of Zonghai continent intervened, the top 10 in the competition were all members of the Monster Spirit Protection Association, and they formulated the rules for the first 5 years. 1. It is not allowed to capture monster cubs. 2. It is not allowed to capture the monsters marked as rare or endangered in the monster illustrations. 3. It is not allowed to hunt monsters with a gourmet level lower than 3, unless the opponent actively attacks. 4. The monsters captured for consumption must be sold after double testing and certification by the Gourmet Hunter Association and the Monster Protection Association, otherwise they can only be eaten by themselves. 5. It is not allowed to intentionally harm the monsters of the monster trainers. 6. Monster hunting can only be carried out in the area divided by the Monster Protection Association. 7. Gourmet hunters must undergo mental testing and certification by the association at regular intervals. 8. Gourmet hunters can only hunt a limited number of monsters each month. Each gourmet level has a corresponding quota, and monsters are not allowed to be slaughtered at will. 9. It is not allowed to capture humanoid monsters. 10. It is not allowed to harm monsters that can communicate with people. A total of 10 monster trainers have formulated the rules of disorder, and they dare not be too strict, because if the rules are too strict, then the opponent will definitely not abide by them. The monster trainers can only protect the corners to the greatest extent. The 2 associations jointly passed the monster law and revised it into a book. The Winged Sky Kingdom created the monster guards responsible for enforcing the law, which were established in various towns. After the monster law was passed, the 2 sides entered a period of peaceful coexistence, with only occasional minor frictions. Most food hunters abided by the monster law, but some guys did not abide by the law and hunted monsters at will, and were listed as terrorist organizations by the 2 associations. The organization formed by these guys is called the Food Association, which is only 3 words different from the Food Hunter Association, but they are indeed illegal. They hunt various precious monsters and sell them on the black market, and kill the monster guards who chase them. The Food Association is wanted by the Winged Sky Kingdom in the Zonghai continent. As time goes by, in the 520th year of the Central Period, Dr. Gongda Mu systematically summarized a group of monster evolution methods, and used the outer fields of the fire continent to create a prop for holding monsters. This prop is called the monster ball. With the monster ball, it becomes very convenient for trainers to carry monsters. Therefore, the Mayad company has refined the trainer competition. Each trainer, you can carry 6 monster balls to fight, and the opponent will be defeated by the same monster after 3 monsters are defeated. Ron was very interested in observing them. He didn't expect that the failed product he made would actually produce such a system. However, this system is too weak. If the trainer is killed, the monster will slowly degenerate and the combat effectiveness will also decrease. Most of the trainer's combat power comes from the monster. That Professor Gong Damu is also very strong. He opened up such a road. If this guy practiced the system, he should be able to open up the road quickly. Unfortunately, this guy has been studying monsters, and he is still an ordinary person. These food hunters have also gradually improved their food illustrations. At present, the highest in their illustrations is Lazy E in the Thunder domain. There are food hunters who are not afraid of death. They have been there, but they turned into ashes before entering. They were also beaten by the Fuxi clan. The Food Hunter Association was almost destroyed. If it weren't for the Arms King Yelong inviting the Beast Lord, it is estimated that the Food Hunter Association would be gone. In a large farm, there are hundreds of monsters living. A middle-aged man who looks like a farmer is constantly recording with a pen and a notebook. If a 3-legged cow eats white rock ore on the 15th day after eating Qingling grass and becomes sleepy, it has a chance to evolve into a sleepy cow, but this evolution is a neutral evolution and fails to bring out the potential of this monster. It's really brain-burning. This farmer is Dr. Gong Damu, who is famous on the Zonghai continent. At this time, he is studying the evolution of monsters. Beside him lies a listless puppy, a scarlet bird rests on his shoulder, and a little monkey lies on his head. If these small animals show their true form, they are all very precious monsters in the monster illustrations, and the danger level is very high. Professor Oak, the Gourmet Club attacked East City and took away all the monsters in the Gourmet Hunter Association and the Monster Association. Please come to support us as soon as possible. A snake coiled around Dr. Oak's waist suddenly made a sound. This snake is a special monster cultivated by Oak, called a communication snake, and its function is just like its name. Received. The little red bird on Oak's shoulder suddenly turned into several dozen meters in size, and flames emanated from its tail feathers. Ouch! The red bird cried and grabbed Dr. Oak with its claws and flew into the sky. In the sunset, Oak and the red bird flew far away, heading for their destination, East City. Chapter 138. After 500 years in the Central Plains, the exhausted Shen Tianzhan returned to the Kaladoa continent after traveling around the volcano continent and communicating with Abel Tianzhan. After returning, he entered the back mountain of the Shen Tian sect and announced his retreat. After conquering the Tianhai kingdom, Hanwu created a navy and began to recuperate and accumulate food. Qiling quickly implemented the system of the Tian dynasty in the recovered areas. On the one hand, he killed the rebellious nobles, on the other hand, he allowed the supporting nobles to participate in governance, and opened some prohibited cultivation methods to civilians, providing a channel for ascending. He quickly mastered the recovered areas and restored maritime trade. 5 years later, Hanwu led his army to the west again, conquered the 3 kingdoms in the west, and then conquered the 6 kingdoms in the east. In the end, only the strongest Bohun kingdom was left, and Hanwu was in a stalemate with it. The king of Bohun built the Bohun Pass with the whole country's strength. This pass is the best defense in the world. It can only be attacked from the inside. If it is attacked from the outside, it requires the power of the Tianzhan level. However, the Tianzhan generally does not participate in the wars between these countries, not to mention that Shen Tianzhan of the Tian dynasty has entered a retreat, so it is even more impossible. The Tian dynasty has been in a stalemate with the Bohun kingdom at the Bohun Pass for 10 years, and no progress has been made. The Kaladoa continent. In the wilderness, 2 Tianzhan level were born among the original monsters. They are 2 snake monsters, one is the white snake monster and the other is the green snake monster. The white snake monster created the Road of Immortals, and the green snake monster created the Road of Monsters. The white snake monster is also called the white snake fairy. The 2 Tianzhan Bai and Qing established the white snake fairy forest and the green snake cave, and began to recruit demons into the Holy Land. Tianzhan Bai was kind by nature, and he restrained his disciples from killing innocent people, and was kind to others and did more good deeds. Tianzhan Qing retained his bestiality and did not restrain his disciples. The demons under his tutelage devoured humans wantonly and killed disciples of the Shushan sword sect. Many demons were on the Shushan sword sect's wanted list. In the 510th year of the Central Period, Tianzhan Qing controlled the flood to flood the snake-catching city, drowning more than 300,000 northern barbarians. Tianzhan Ming injured Tianzhan Qing, and Tianzhan Bai rescued Tianzhan Qing. Under the protection of the two Tianzhans, the demons developed in the uninhabited wasteland and established the Demon King city, but some demons often entered the northern barbarian area to devour mortals and massacre villages, which made the Shushan sword sect begin to enter the wasteland to kill the demons. Qing Tianzhan taught everyone and passed down the method of transforming monsters. A large number of birds and beasts were transformed into monsters. The latter monsters suffered discrimination and killing from the original monsters and were hunted down by humans. Their number decreased rapidly. After Bai Tianzhan took action, they all entered the White Snake Fairy Forest. After that, the figures of the latter monsters gradually faded out of the northern barbarian territory. The monsters became rampant and began to attack various kingdoms. Not only the northern barbarian area, but also the rest of the kingdoms suffered attacks. Many sects were destroyed because of this. So the countries united and built a great wall to defend against the monsters, encircling the monsters and calling the inner circle the monster plain. The various passes of the defense wall were defended by the major sects to assist the kingdoms. In the 513th year of the Central Period, Han Wu took advantage of the chaos of the defense at the unconquered pass to replace the chief commander and sent people to sneak into the city. He also contacted some generals and took down the unconquered pass with internal and external cooperation. Since then, the Tian dynasty has unified all the countries formed by the split of the original Tian kingdom, and a huge dynasty of more than 50 million kilometers was born. Qiling established the stargazing tower to study the method of dynasty luck and observe the operation rules of the stars of heaven and earth. The stargazing tower accommodated a group of strange people, so it was also called the Strange People Tower. In the 520th year of the Central Period, the stargazing tower created the dynasty luck method, Heavenly Emperor method. After Qiling practiced, he condensed the long dragon of dynasty luck. The Tian dynasty, which was at its peak, condensed a long dragon of 10,000 feet and entrenched on neutral Tiandu. Qiling also established rules. The cultivators who took action in the imperial capital would be suppressed by the dynasty luck, and those with official positions would be blessed by the dynasty luck. Some evil cultivators were even killed by mortals under the dynasty luck. The Great Wall of the Tian dynasty to defend against the demons was in charge of the Shen Tian sect. The demons launched demon waves against the Tian dynasty many times. Qing Tianzhan invaded the Tian dynasty many times and was almost caught by Shen Tianzhan and skinned and pulled out. Bai Tianzhan saved Qing Tianzhan from Shen Tianzhan many times. In the same year, Ba Tian Yunhai, the third-generation leader of Shushan sword sect, opened up the Great Dao of martial arts. Holding a long sword, he killed his way into the demon field and almost broke up Qing Tianzhan. Later, Tian Tianzhan came forward and promised not to let Qing Tianzhan out for 300 years, thus saving Qing Tianzhan's life. This time, Ba Tian Yunhai killed a Taoist master and dozens of great demons at the enlightenment level, and killed tens of thousands of demons, suppressing the demon tribe in the northern barbarian area. And Basian Yunhai stipulated that Shushan disciples must enter the demon field every year to kill demons. After a Shushan elder named King Songzi discovered that demon pills could be used to refine pills, a large number of human race strong men entered the demon field to hunt demons, but the demon field was extremely dangerous, and demons were constantly born. Entering the demon field was a life-or-death situation. In the Storm Continent, the extreme ice people had accumulated a large number of strong men after 100 years of cultivation. They began to attack the Cave People Kingdom in the south. The Northern Winter Kingdom quickly fell after losing the protection of the Cave Heaven soldiers. The Cave people on the continent were massacred, and dozens of Dao Lord-level combat forces were born among the extreme ice people. Xiao Tianzhan killed 7 Dao Lords of the extreme ice people by himself, and injured 20 Dao Lords of the extreme ice people, but he was also injured. The 4 kingdoms of the Fire Kingdom, the Storm Confederation, the Southern Winter Kingdom, and the Northern Winter Kingdom jointly drove the Iceman out of the Northern Great Wall, and the Northern Winter Kingdom spent a lot of money to invite back the Cave Heaven soldier master Zhang Guanyu, to resist the Iceman's attack at the Northern Great Wall. Zhang Guanyu was very experienced in dealing with the Iceman, and quickly stabilized the situation at the Northern Great Wall and once counterattacked the Iceman. Jun had completed his research on Jiaguan. He found that Jiaguan's physique after opening the way was not as good as the heavenly human body, but it was very tolerant of his own avenue. Jiaguan's withering and flourishing avenue was very powerful. After opening the avenue, Jiaguan thought he was more capable than Jun, but was hung up and beaten by Jun, who turned into a shepherd boy. Later, he was sealed in a crystal bottle by Jun for research for decades. Jiaguan ran out when Jun was out, but at this time, the Bone Empire had changed its ruler, and Jiaguan's son Jia inherited his throne. At this time, Jun left the Giglanwu continent and went to Dragon Valley to try to get more experimental materials. Many guys encountered Jun's poisonous hands on the way. He studied all the races he had never seen. Jun planned to go to Dragon Valley and then go to other continents to collect materials. There was only one Tianzhan in Dragon Valley, and one Tianzhan was no match for Jun. The first person to open the way was not a joke. Chapter 139. The Gu demon has split into 5 personalities. Under the torture of the weird problem wizard, his mind is increasingly split, and the originally fused souls are beginning to split again. Now there is a new guide on the safe town. Don't go to the east of Gigzu, because the madman there will refine it into Gu. Shi Kaiyang, who is a neutral unit in the safe town, tried to return to the cave world, but was rejected by the world. Then he could only wait for an opportunity in Gigzu. There are also many old friends of Shi Kaiyang in Gigzu. For example, King Wei. Shi Kaiyang met King Wei when he traveled to the Storm Continent, as well as the great demon god Qi, Wu Yi of the Shang Kingdom, and the former follower Light Knight. After the death of many strong men, their souls will enter Gigzu, unless their souls are broken up during the battle. Gigzu will automatically attract those souls, and when those souls die again in Gigzu, they will produce soul crystals. These special products attract the contractors to visit here. However, the extremely high mortality rate of Gigzu is not a joke with them. As more and more monsters are exiled into Gigzu, Gigzu becomes more and more bizarre and changeable. Gigzu is also absorbing the power of soul bodies to strengthen itself, turning into a small plane attached to the cave world. And the evil gods began to stir, but Ron was relieved when the stone dome existed in Gigzu. Jun quickly calculated the specific location of Dragon Valley. Gaia Tianzhan in Dragon Valley felt that someone was spying on him, so he released the power of the Great Dao. At this time, after hundreds of years of development, the Dragon Valley has more than 200 pure-blooded dragons. The adult dragons are powerful. Except for Gaia, who is a heavenly venerable, all other dragons have the strength of Dao lords. They are the most powerful race of adult individuals in the cave heaven world. Jun looked at the Dragon Valley below in the air. Dragons kept flying out of it. There were also dragons on the Giglanwu continent, but they were all mixed-blood dragons. When Jun injected Gaia's blood into those mixed-blood dragons, all the mixed-blood dragons increased their strength, but they would soon die due to gene collapse. Is it you? Gaia found Jun, who appeared outside the Dragon Valley. I came to borrow something from you. Jun stated the purpose of this trip. Gaia flew out of the Dragon Valley and confronted Jun in the sky. A long river of the Great Dao appeared faintly in the air. Gaia was on guard against the guy in front of him at any time. The 3 heavenly venerables had joined forces to suppress the guy in front of him before. Gaia knew that the guy in front of him was not something he could deal with. What do you want? Gaia asked. Half of your blood essence. Jun looked at Gaia. He was very interested in Gaia. He found out that Gaia was a genetic creation created by some existence through some means. There was no such creature in the world before. The dragon race was not born after a long period of evolution like the cave people and the tall people. Jun studied many new races that appeared in the cave world at present, and found that these new races seemed to be related to that existence, and Jun also felt that this was related to an existence that was watching him. Impossible. Gaia rejected Jun's request. The proud dragon would not lower his head. The other 6 Dao Lord dragons also flew out and confronted Jun behind Gaia. Jun took action and punched Gaia. The space twisted and vibrated. There were 6 Dao Lord dragons and a Tianzhan dragon. Jun was not their opponent, but Jun could pull Gaia into the long river of the avenue, so that these Dao Lord dragons would not be able to interfere with Jun. The long river of the avenue emerged, and Jun forcibly pulled Gaia into the long river of the avenue. 1 man and 1 dragon fought in the long river of the avenue, and the other pioneers all felt it, but they did not enter the long river of the avenue. The newly born Tianzhan did not enter because they were afraid of accidents, and the old Tianzhan did not enter because they were afraid of encountering a madman like Jun again. The battle time of the Tianzhan level is not calculated by days, but by years. After entering the long river of the avenue, the lifespan consumed by the wash is several times the usual. Hiding in the dark night forest, Hong felt that his lifespan was constantly draining away and could only come out again because his accumulated lifespan was almost used up. Hong returned to the Nikado continent, but at this time, a huge empire had appeared on the Nikado continent. Emperor Longyang opened up a secondary tributary on the Fire Road and became the Tianzhan of the Yang Road. And Emperor Longyang re-refined the tool, and the tool has. With 70% of Longyang's strength, Hong returned to the Nikado continent to plan. The number of Tianzhan in the Dongtian world gradually increased after Xiao Tianzhan opened up the secondary Long River. In the central 550 years, Shen Tianzhan merged with the Tao and opened up the boundary magic world, becoming the master of the magic world. The second small plane of the Dongtian world was born, and the Shen Tian sect moved into the magic world. Shen Tianzhan opened up the realm after opening the Tao. After the Tao realm, it is the realm of opening the world. He became the master of a world and incorporated the entire magic avenue into the magic world. Practicing the magic system in the magic world will get a tenfold bonus, and the strength of those who come from inside and outside the magic world will be suppressed. People in the magic world can fight across levels in the magic world. However, the realm of opening the world is not perfect. Shen Tianzhan actually wanted to open up a world, but when opening up, he was not strong enough, so he could only open up a small plane with his body, and there was only a small plane with a single rule. A new Dao master was born in the waterway. After the Dao power was plundered by the contractor, the waterway weakened. It was slowly recovered under the cultivation of thousands of waterway monks. The most talented monk among them was called Gong Gong. He was born with the ability to control water. He stood out among thousands of monks and controlled the waterways of the 5 basic Daos. Gong Gong is the eldest of the Atlan Empire. It is said that his ancestors had the blood of Poseidon. In his generation, there was a reversion. Gong Gong only took 30 years to become the Dao master of the waterway and was able to completely control the Dao like the Tianzhan. The energy concentration of the cave world is slowly decreasing. The energy bestowed by the heaven and earth when the Tianzhan opened the Dao is slowly decreasing. Ron intercepted the energy converted by the world barrier and used it to strengthen the barrier itself, preparing for contact with other worlds later. Strengthen the barrier, and directly break the barrier on the opposite side when they meet. The decrease in energy concentration means that the strength of the strong in the cave world will decrease. If they need to maintain their strength, they need to start snatching resources. The next cave world will be a bloody storm. When they come into contact with the new world, they will be like wolves that have been hungry for a long time and eat the other side alive. If there is no energy, the realm of those guys in the cave world will decline, which means that their lifespan will also decline. In order to adapt to the world, these guys may do some unexpected things. Ron wants to see what wonderful reactions will happen. Chapter 140. Jun injured Gaia Tianzhan and obtained Gaia Tianzhan's blood and part of his body. Gaia contacted Dong Tianzhan, who came and forced Jun away. Jun went to other continents to collect materials, and then returned to Jelinwu continent with satisfaction. When doing experiments, Jun discovered a terrifying thing. Jun found that some experiments originally had a 100% success rate, but now the probability is constantly decreasing with time. After doing many research experiments, Jun came to a conclusion. The energy of this world is decreasing. The energy of the original world was maintained at a level. These experiments were related to the concentration parameters of the world's energy. Now the world no longer converts energy. With the throughput of organisms, the concentration of energy is also rapidly decreasing. Jun was a man of such a character that he immediately thought of the consequences of reduced energy concentration, which meant that many systems would decline rapidly, the original extraordinary would instantly become ordinary, the decline in realm would mean that they would instantly age, and the thirsty body would devour its own essence, which was the end of the strong. Jun quickly responded and developed a prop for storing energy. He used the blood resin in the dark night forest to create energy-storing witch stones through special means, and mobilized the whole country to make witch stones. Jiaguan, who became the emperor, discovered Jun's big move, so Jiaguan cleverly followed to make witch stones, and the entire Jelinwu continent entered a witch stone manufacturing frenzy. Some Tianzhan soon discovered that something was wrong. Their connection with the Great Dao seemed to be weakening, and the energy concentration in nature was rapidly declining at a certain speed. Some strong men also responded quickly. They arranged formations in places where the energy concentration was still high, locked the energy, and established secret realms, constantly extracting energy from other places and storing it in them. Many Tianzhuns learned from Shen Tianzhun and opened the realm. Xiao Tianzhun established the strange fire realm, Ming Tianzhun established the underworld, Dongtian Tianzhun established the mermaid realm, Uchiha Tianzhun established the magic realm based on the Holy Land, and Jiaguan established the withered and prosperous realm. There are also some Tianzhuns and Dao masters who did not open up the realm, but they also established secret realms. Hundreds of secret realms were established at one time. They were madly absorbing the energy in the world and accelerating the increase of the world's energy concentration. The weirdness is also slowly disappearing. When the energy disappears, they lose their extraordinary characteristics. The strong men of the big clans and the strong men of the big forces have entered the realm or secret realm. The low concentration of energy outside makes their realm outside decline. Once they stay for a long time, the energy of their whole body will be sucked back by the heaven and earth. However, some strong men are unwilling to enter the secret realm. Longyang Emperor and Shushan Sword Sect Master Basian Yunhai did not enter the secret realm. Longyang Emperor will not abandon his people. Basian Yunhai is for the people of the world. Although the demon race will be affected after the energy of heaven and earth decreases, their physical strength is still there, and they are not as affected as the human race. Tyrant Cloud Sea sits on the demon plain Great Wall to prevent the demon race from rushing out of the Great Wall to harm the people. In the 610th year of the Central Period, in just a few decades, the energy concentration of the world has dropped to the point where only the mountain and sea realm can be cultivated. People with backgrounds can enter the realm or secret realm and can barely cultivate, while people without backgrounds can only make containers to seal themselves. Some ruthless people cut off their own realms to retain the realm that the current world concentration can support. The current situation in the Dongtian world is that the mountain and sea realm can dominate the outside world. Most countries have changed their leaders. They no longer respect the strong, but use the ability to govern as the selection standard. The extraordinary era quickly ended in a few decades. The props and items of the extraordinary era gradually lost their effects, and the use of teleportation arrays and witchcraft teleportation towers also required a price. Gigzu can no longer be opened, and the weirdness has disappeared from the world. The dragons in Longgu have also begun to sleep for a long time to reduce the consumption of their bodies, and the big monsters have also fallen into a deep sleep. The lifespans of some Tianzhun who are unwilling to enter the secret realm and realm are consuming rapidly. Hong finally harvested a wave of strong men. He sneaked into a medium-sized secret realm in the Nikado continent, killed everyone in the secret realm, and closed the secret realm to seal himself. Hong believes that the extraordinary will appear again after a period of time. After losing the teleportation array, the dynasty and empire's rule over the country weakened, and the ambitious people began to split the local areas. Except for the core areas, these countries completely lost their rule over the remote areas. The demons began to become the protagonists of this era, multiplying on various continents, and they began to occupy various places, devouring humans, taking humans as blood food, the most serious of which is the Kaladoa continent. The demons began to frequently invade human lands, and no Shushan monks entered the secret realm. All of them entered the wilderness with long swords on their backs, burning themselves at the last moment of the extraordinary era, and once again providing the final protection for the mortals of the northern barbarians. Tyrant Cloud Sea led 58,670 Shushan disciples into the demon plain. This trip is to eliminate the demon disaster for our clan, and we will never stay in the secret realm. Shushan disciples listened to the order and set off to the demon plain. Eliminate the demon disaster and unite with the Tao. Tyrant Cloud Sea's voice spread throughout the Shushan territory. The disciples responded to their leader with a voice that shook the clouds. Eliminate the demonic disaster and unite with the Tao. Eliminate the demonic disaster and unite with the Tao. Eliminate the demonic disaster and unite with the Tao. Basian Yunhai looked at the Shushan disciples who were all grey below him and flew his flying sword, "Follow me." That day, the northern barbarians saw thousands of Shushan disciples flying towards the demon field with flying swords, streaking across the sky like a group of meteors. This was also the last time these mortals saw these kind-hearted Shushan disciples. They prayed for them in their hearts. These Shushan disciples usually went out to solve the demons that endangered mortals, and they knew it would be the same this time. Little did they know that they would never come back after this trip. Boom! There was a huge commotion in the demon field, with explosions and earth shaking, as well as Basian Yunhai's laughter. This commotion lasted for 3 months. In the 620th year of the Central Period, Basian Yunhai led all Shushan disciples into the demon plain to kill the demons. Bishan Yunhai killed dozens of Dao Lord-level demons and finally died of exhaustion. His laughter before death spread throughout the continent. All Shushan disciples followed the master and died in the demon plane. This battle severely damaged the demons and delayed the invasion of the demons for the human race. The death of Bishan Yunhai represents the end of an era in the Dongtian world, and also represents the coming of a new era. The end of a Tianzhan level person opens the curtain for the old era. How magnificent, Bishan Yunhai! After his death, the world mourned for him, the Shushan land shook, and the Shushan sword sect sank into the ground. A super sect completely disappeared from history. Chapter 141. The era of human race has passed, and the era in the cave world now belongs to the demon race. Later, the demons came out of the White Snake Fairy Forest and began to establish the civilization of the demon race. In the sea, the marine demon race also began to rise, and their number was increasing. They hunted the long human race and the mermaid race. The war between the two races stopped dramatically because of the rise of the demon race. The demon race began to squeeze the living space of the human intelligent race. The wizard empire had more props and wizard stones, and the demon race of Jelen Wizard was not so powerful. Only the border was slightly attacked, but some beasts in the territory devoured the blood of the human race and turned into demons, and began to make trouble in the territory. This kind of situation did not only happen in the territory of the Wizard Empire. The most serious situation is the Central Caledoa continent, where the demons have been developing for many years. After the changes in the world, the strong men of the human race hid in the secret realm. Without the suppression of the strong men, the demons began to attack the Great Wall of the demon origin on a large scale. The human race used some of the foundation left before to barely repel these demons many times. Under the command of the later demons, some sections of the city were successively broken. In the Nakado continent, there are a lot of arms left by the Arms King in the Beast area. The newly developed demons have accepted the attack from the arms, so there is no problem in the Beast area for the time being. The Longyang Emperor of the Longyang Empire cut himself with a knife and commanded the operation of the entire empire in the Energy Stone Mountain. Under the control of the Longyang Emperor, the demons in the Boulder area did not make any waves. These large kingdoms and empires can still fight against the demons for the time being, but some small kingdoms have completely fallen. These small kingdoms were kept captive by the big demons, who killed all the strong ones and made them offer human sacrifices to them every year. If anyone resisted, they would massacre the city. The big demons enslaved these humans to build temples for them, disguised them as gods, and let some traders fabricate their legends to paralyze the people at the bottom and make them get used to this kind of life. Under the protection of the five-tailed beasts, the Fire Continent did not suffer much loss. The five big countries once again became the dominant forces of the Fire Continent. Most of the two holy places entered the secret realm, and the rest of the forces outside were all cleansed by the five big countries. In a sense, the five big beasts are also a kind of demon. The Dark Continent was in chaos. The number of demons increased dramatically, catching the various kingdoms and confederations off guard. The Chu Kingdom, which lost Xiahongdao, split into more than a dozen countries within a few decades. It was unable to resist the historical tide of the rise of the demons. Only the Sea Kingdom, Nidoris Alliance and Qinluo Alliance were left struggling to support the entire continent. Some of the more powerful cities that could resist the demons were Neutral Kaoch City, and the last afterglow of the Holy Empire, the Hero City. On the volcano continent, the werewolves and the demons transformed by the volcano wolf clan got along very happily, so the werewolves on the volcano continent were in a pretty good situation. With the support of the wolf demons, the volcano kingdom even improved its strength. The Zonghai continent was a place where 100 flowers bloomed. The demons grew in the Zonghai continent. The first thing they dealt with was the gourmet hunters who captured them. The gourmet hunters suffered heavy losses. Some brutal demons attacked the monster spirit hall, and some friendly demons sheltered the winged people of the Winged Sky Kingdom. The most powerful demon in the world now is the Fuxi clan. The Fuxi clan evolved from the unicorn snake and has extremely strong bodies. The Fuxi clan is on good terms with the Yukong Kingdom. They are hostile to other demon clans and have saved these winged people. However, the demon clan forces in the Zonghai continent are rampant, and major demon cities have appeared. The rising stars of the demon clan began to emerge, and the prelude to a new era was opened. The Viper demons in the Habo Sea formed the Viper Demon clan. Their clan leader captured the elders and established the Viper Demon City. Among the Viper Demon clan, the most powerful is their organization Yaoming, which is comparable to the Taoist master level. In an era when the highest combat power of the major human races is now only in the Shanghai realm, it is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. The crow demon Yadu in the dark night forest of the Geglanwu continent killed a large number of crow witches, established the Wuchao city, and captured a large number of cave people and small fog people to help build their nests. The wizard empire was released again, and a large number of wizard families were released around the dark night forest to build cities to resist the monster tide. The Fox tribe of Kaladoa established the Tishan tribe, with the tribe leader Tishan Ling as a Taoist master. Stone monsters also established the Stone Mountain tribe. In the south, poisonous insects that turned into monsters established the 10,000 Monsters Kingdom. In the west, the High Mountain Wolf tribe established the High Wolf City. In the east, the snake monster established the Snake Cave. The 5 Taoist masters of Kaladoa quickly suppressed the human race. They were called. The strongest 5 demons in the demon clan are the Demon King. The strongest demon in the sea is a dragon demon, that is, a demon with a certain dragon bloodline. This dragon demon is called Ao Ching. He obtained part of the inheritance of the waterway master Ao. The dragon demon established the Qing Long Palace and stirred up waves in the deep South Sea area and devoured merchant ships on the sea. He has the blood inheritance of the dragon clan in his body. Ao Ching recorded all these inheritances, improved them, and engraved them in his bloodline again. He called these skills bloodline magical powers. Ao Ching engraved the 4 magical powers of calling wind, calling rain, controlling waves, and calling thunder in his bloodline. His descendants can obtain these magical powers through bloodline. The strongest demon in the Dark Continent is an armored demon. Legend has it that it is the armor of the Holy Emperor. His name is Hunkai. This armored demon established the Suankai demon clan. He collected some ancient armors and transformed them into the demon clan. However, these armored demons do not eat people. They just enslave the human race to continuously cast armor for them around the clock. No matter how many die, they don't care. There are 2 strongest monsters in the Nikado continent. They are all made of bones. One is made of the bones of the Lion King, and the other is made of the bones of the Wolf King. The 2 bone monsters built the Bone Abyss city in the Great Rift. They constantly killed creatures and created bone monsters. Emperor Longyang built the Demon Elimination Pavilion and stationed heavy troops at the border of the Bone Abyss city. He also injured the 2 bone monsters despite his lifespan, which stopped the spread of bone monsters. The strongest monster in the Storm Continent is the Storm Dragon, also a dragon monster. He established the Storm Kingdom, called himself the Storm Dragon King, enslaved the Ice People, and launched an attack on the south. What the Ice People of previous generations did not do was done by the Storm Dragon King. The land in the south was taken into the hands of the Ice People, and the Ice People became the most loyal lackeys of the Storm Dragon King. The first generation of Monster Kings began to become the protagonists of the era. At that time, the major human races gradually became the foil of the monsters and became the blood food of the monsters. The demon race would not have been born so quickly, but Ron extracted energy to strengthen the world barrier. The demon race was uniquely blessed in this environment, so it was instinctively loved by the world, which promoted the birth of the demon race and made all things become demons. Even humans could become demons. Ron could interfere, but he felt it was unnecessary. The birth of the demon race might not be a bad thing. Chapter 142. In the 710th year of the Central Committee, Emperor Longyang died peacefully while reviewing memorials, ending his wonderful life. This Tianzhan-level strongman died in a sighing way, but in the end he was still with his people. After his death, he was buried in the imperial mausoleum. Hundreds of years have passed. Except for a few hegemonic countries, the rest of the countries have all fallen. 90% of the world is ruled by the demons. The originally prosperous sea is also controlled by the ocean demons. The once grand ocean trade has stopped. All humanoid intelligent races became blood food for the demons. Only a few notarized neutral places were struggling to support them. The things passed down were also consumed by the demons' attacks again and again. Everything in the world could become a demon. Some humans were willing to degenerate and practiced demon magic to become human demons. The human race called these areas ruled by the demons the Great Wilderness, and the areas that had not been conquered by the demons were called the human domain. They were divided according to different races, such as the caveman domain, the fogman domain, the tallman domain, the wingman domain, the werewolf domain. The largest caveman domain was the caveman domain of the northern barbarians. When the demons were constantly squeezing the living space of the caveman, a human genius Feng Ji came out of nowhere and created the visualization method. He visualized the legendary Yi Tianzhan and gained the power of Yi Tianzhan. The caveman picked up the discarded totem practice era again, carved the totem with the blood of the demons, and visualized the legendary Yi. They tried to visualize the gods of other northern barbarian systems, but found that only by visualizing Yi could they gain power. The energy concentration between heaven and earth dropped again. It took the cave people more than 10 years to give birth to a mountain and sea realm. They completely abandoned the Tao system, and the blood pattern system became their favorite again. In addition to the blood pattern system, the northern barbarians also began to develop the Gu master system. The decline in energy concentration means that their lifespan will be shortened. Feng Ji, the sword saint of the northern barbarians, guarded the border of the great wilderness alone, repelled the attack of the demon tribe for a total of 14 times, and killed countless great demons of the enlightenment level. However, this visualization system will not prolong Feng Ji's lifespan. He is still immortal, but his combat power can suppress the Demon King level. Feng Ji, who is now 90 years old, has entered his old age. The demon tribe is beginning to stir again. Feng Ji founded the Sword Gate in the northern barbarians and became a generation of ancestors. The reappearance of the blood pattern system has indeed increased the number of low-end combat power of the cave people, but it cannot make up for the high-end combat power. At present, only Feng Ji, the sword saint of the northern barbarians in the Kalidoya continent, can defeat those darlings of the era in this era. Northern barbarians, the border of the great wilderness. An old man sat on a broken statue, which was the god of the northern barbarians, Yi. The old man's breath was weak, his whole body was full of death, and his face was covered with age spots, which was a sign that he was about to leave the world. The old man grabbed the long sword and looked along the long sword. His hands were thin and fleshless, with skin wrapped around bones, like chicken claws. Looking at his eyes again, it was surprising that his eyes were very sharp, like a sword out of the sheath, to pierce through everything that hindered him. He was the first generation of the Jianmen master, Feng Ji. In front of him was the great wilderness, which was filled with black air, the earth was rough and barren, and wild beasts roared from time to time, and there were ghosts and wolves howling. In the great wilderness, some monsters claimed to be gods, built temples for themselves, and transformed into human beings. Those original monsters abandoned the discrimination against the later monsters and even specially created the transformation method. At this moment, the wilderness in front of Feng Ji was silent, but Feng Ji knew that there were many great monsters hiding in the dark waiting for their own death. They were afraid of the long sword in Feng Ji's hand and dared not cross the statue. 50 years ago, Feng Ji entered the wilderness with a long sword in his hand, and then moved the statue of Yi. He used the statue as a boundary to confirm the border between the wilderness and the human domain, and guarded it for 50 years, winning 50 years for the cave people of Bishan. Otherwise, the cave people of Bishan would not have time to redevelop the blood pattern system. Feng Ji kept coughing, and all the injuries in his youth broke out when he was old. Feng Ji was almost exhausted, but he was very relieved because his disciple Shui Wuya was talented enough to take over and continue to guard the border of the wilderness. Hearing that the human domains of other continents were almost completely occupied, and the only area near the capital of the Tian dynasty in the south was not captured by the monsters, Feng Ji remembered the heyday of the human race his father had said. "Old friend, you are going to die." A figure appeared near Feng Ji. This is a fox demon. The fox demon has long dark red hair, which is loose behind her without being tied or tied. It is smooth and flowing like the finest silk satin. Under her leaf-shaped eyebrows is a pair of soul-stirring dark purple roses. Beautiful eyes, with slightly upturned corners, add to the seductive charm. Red lips pursed lightly, as if smiling, skin whiter than snow, as if emitting a faint silver glow. This fox demon is Tu Shanliang, one of the 5 demon kings, and also the later demon that Feng Ji saved when he was young. After the dramatic changes in the world, he quickly grew into a demon king. The other demon kings did not attack Feng Ji together with Tu Shanliang's help. "Yes, I'm dying soon, not as good as you demons." Feng Ji coughed. "After you die, I will invade the human domain." Tu Shanliang's cold voice sounded. Feng Ji stood up, raised the long sword in his hand, and then looked at Tu Shanliang. "Let's go, boring, I will come to collect your body." The fox demon disappeared. Feng Ji knew that Tu Shanliang came to see him for the last time, and this relationship was about to end. Feeling the blood in his body drying up, Feng Ji felt that he had to do something. He sent a message back to Jianmen, asking Shui Wuya to take over his position. He wanted to learn from the caveman ancestor Ba Tian Yun Hai. In the great wilderness, the demons hiding in the dark felt something was wrong. The old man seemed to be getting younger. His figure was getting taller and taller, and his aura was getting sharper, like a peerless sword. Buzz! What's that sound? A rat demon underground asked, and then suddenly a light appeared above his head. Puff! Blood gushed out. Feng Ji walked into the great wilderness. This was his second time in the great wilderness. In the dark, Tu Shanliang looked at Feng Ji, whose appearance had returned to his youth, and couldn't help but fall into memories. The child who saved her was going to die, and she seemed a little sad. Shui Wuya came to the border. He didn't see his master, but only saw the sky full of sword light and demonic aura. Shui Wuya knew what his master was doing. He came to his master's position and sat cross-legged. A pig demon tried to attack Shui Wuya. Boom! The pig demon exploded and turned into a blood mist. A big clock appeared next to Shui Wuya, with a red portrait of Yi on it. Tick, tick. A light rain fell from the sky, dripping on Shui Wuya's face, then flowing to his chin and falling to the ground. Shui Wuya just felt a little sad, he knew his master was gone. Chapter 143. 800 years in the Central Period, the second-generation ancestor of Jianmen, Shui Wuya, died of old age, sacrificed his body to the bell, and turned into a soul weapon. The northern barbarians fell, and in the past 100 years, the human race has not produced geniuses like Feng Ji and Shui Wuya. Only the Jianmen area and the hell near neutral Wushao city did not fall in the northern barbarians' cave human domain. Other continents were also almost the same, and the human race completely entered the darkness. When the demons sacrificed to the heaven and earth and the ancestors, they all used the human race. The human race was like the 5 animals and 6 domestic animals, and they were even inferior to them. They were just like food. The blood in the human race was a tonic for them. While protecting the human race, Jianmen constantly sent disciples into the wilderness to search for the sword of the ancestor. Today, Jianmen is supported by Wuya Bell. Shui Wuya took over Feng Ji's burden and bought 100 years for Baimen. Unfortunately, the human race was not up to the task and there was a lack of successors. The human race completely entered the Dark Age and became blood food and slaves. The demons made human skulls into wine glasses, refined women into fat to make human oil lamps, peeled skin to make drums, and various bone tools made by humans appeared. Some vegetarian demons accepted offerings from humans, but they still lived a life worse than death under the hands of the vegetarian demons. They might be given to the carnivorous demons. All the food they planted every year had to be handed over. Only some people who helped them manage could get some good food. The rest ate grass roots and killed each other. All kinds of things that went against human nature were happening. This era belongs to the glorious era of the demons, but also the dark era of mankind. No one stood up to turn the tide, and no one came to write the song of the era. There were only people who kept struggling to survive in order to preserve the fire of the race. On the Storm Continent, a young man fell into an abyss when he was chased by a little demon. Here, he found a fire pit with a small flame burning in it, very bright and warm, just like a mother's embrace. The boy unconsciously approached the flame, and the flame turned into a big fire and poured into the boy, turning into a flame mark. The boy then began to dream. In the dream, he saw many human ancestors fighting against wild beasts and fighting against nature. This boy is called Zhongshan, and this flame is called Xinhuo, which carries the flame of the cave people's luck. He attached to the boy, and the son of the cave people's luck was born. In the 810th year of the Central Period, Zhongshan visualized Xinhuo and created a new system for the human race in this era, which also matched the level of the Tao system. Zhongshan created Xinhuo Gong and began to spread it among the human race groups in the Storm Continent, spreading the sub-fire of Xinhuo among the human race, and Zhongshan made plans for the continuation of the human race. The races in the demon race also began to be divided more finely, and they also had conflicts among themselves. The major demon races attacked each other, but their similarity was to suppress the emergence of the human race's genius. The Xinhuo Gong spread. Xinhuo Gong is very weak. A person who practices it for a lifetime may not have the strength of the foundation realm. However, it has a characteristic that can ensure the continuation of the human race. That is, when the practitioner of Xinhuo Gong dies, the child fire will return to the mother fire practitioner with the accumulated power of the practitioner. If too many people who practice Xinhuo Gong die, then the human race will give birth to a powerful emperor, who can also be called the human emperor, who will protect the human race for hundreds of years. When the Jibing people were slaughtering the cave people, Zhongshan grew up rapidly with the power of those Xinhuogong practitioners, and established a human domain in the south. Neutral Winter City became the capital of the Jibing people, and all the human race in it was slaughtered. Zhongshan became the human emperor when 90% of the cave people in the Storm Continent were killed. Xinhuo also has a characteristic that it can be passed down from generation to generation with practitioners. The descendants of the cave people who practiced Xinhuogong will also carry the child fire and will naturally operate Xinhuogong. The Emperor Zhongshan protected the last human race in Storm Continent and resisted all attacks from the outside world. He used his life as a barrier for the human domain, and the human domain would not be breached before his death. No more souls entered the Gigzu. Shiqiang felt that someone in the Dongtian world was communicating with him, but Shiqiang could not enter the Dongtian world. The exhaustion of energy caused the Dongtian world to close the Gigzu, and Gigzu became a closed space. Even because of the decline in energy, some contractors and reincarnations who practiced the energy system could not enter the Dongtian world. Only some practitioners who practiced the physical system could enter it, but the Dongtian world was not able to enter. The world is now in the era of demons, and these contractors will be sent food if they enter. The hatred between the demons and humans has been deepening over the years. Note that only those in the human domain can be considered humans. Those under the rule of the demons have been enslaved and can no longer be called humans. Humans and demons are incompatible. The offspring born from the combination of some transformed demons and humans are not welcomed by both humans and demons. These half-demons will be killed among humans, and their status in the demons is only slightly higher than that of humans and animals. A child born from the combination of a clam demon and a human entered the Hero King Hall, where he obtained part of the inheritance of the Hero King. This child is called Guhua. In the 930th year of the Central Period, Guhua established the 36 cities of Yanmen, took in half-demons, and created a city belonging to half-demons, but he was assigned to the rule of the great demon bear Basian. Although his strength is close to the Taoist master level, his status in the demon clan is not even better than that of a small commander. Under Guhua's rule, the human race will not be used as sacrifices at will. Guhua has saved a large number of geniuses among humans and animals. These geniuses have become managers of Guhua's 36 passes. Under Guhua's governance, Yanmen 36 passes has become the richest city of the Nikado demon race. The basic territory of the demon race in the world has been formed. The overlord demon race has been born in all major seas and continents. They rule the entire continent and enjoy the most delicious humans and animals. Those old demon races are thinking of ways to weaken the human race and even want to destroy the human race. They will not let the human race rise again. These old demon races have experienced that era. The strongest demon races from 7 seas and 8 continents gathered together. They discussed restricting the human race. They decided to block the upper limit of the human race. The Fuxi of Zonghai continent rejected this discussion. They formed an alliance with the winged people of Zonghai continent. A conspiracy against the human race has begun. They want to completely block the hope of the human race's rise. Yao Ming, a member of the Viper Demon clan, is the leader of this action. Their plan is to create a divine weapon to completely lock the upper limit of the human race, so that the human race will never be able to produce strong people. This divine weapon is called the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, which is also the 6 seals added to the human race. Each seal corresponds to a level, and at each level, the human race will face great terror. Chapter 144. The Demon Clan has 36 Demon Kings and 72 Great Demon Kings. The level of the Demon Clan is based on the original system created by Fu Bo, with the addition of Great Demon Kings and Demon Kings. The strength of the Demon King ranges from the Taoist Master level to the Heavenly Master level, and the Great Demon King is the strength of the Enlightenment level. Each of the 6 reincarnations is controlled by 6 Demon Kings and 12 Great Demon Kings, and each corresponds to a race, namely the Cave People, the Long People, the Winged People, the Wolf People, the Fog People, and the Sea People composed of Mermaids and Fish People, and other races share a common Dao wheel. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was built in the Great Crack between the Lion Bone Emperor and the Wolf Bone Emperor. The Demon Kings built a space in the Bone Abyss to accommodate the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation is also called the 6 Paths of Seal. After the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was built, the Demon Kings made subwheels and used human and animal blood sacrifices in various places. Millions of human and animal blood sacrifices were thrown into the 6 Paths of Reincarnation as sacrifices. Then, through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the human race was cursed with blood. The human race could never break through the foundation, that is, they could never become extraordinary. They added shackles to the human race's blood. After the 6 paths of reincarnation was built, the human race born later would be cursed and killed every time they broke through a realm. If an alien can break through a seal, then the next seal that greets him will be even more terrifying. The demon race wants to completely wipe out this once dominant race in the world in history. With the blood curse, the lifespan of the human race is only 100 years at most. Even if they have strong people, they are only relying on external forces and will eventually disappear in the dust of history. Even the northern barbarian sword Saint Feng Ji and his disciple Shui Wuya only protected the northern barbarians for 100 years. The Zhongshan human emperor of Storm Continent in the past 100 years can only protect for 100 years at most. After all, the human race is not the darling of this era. The neutral cities of the major human races are supported by the legacy of their ancestors. Only Winter City fell. The rest of the neutral cities survived with the protection of their ancestors. As time went on, they lost their enterprising spirit and ambition to recover the human territory. The only ones who have the ambition to restore the human race are the Zhongshan human domain of Storm Continent and the Jianmen human domain in the northern barbarians, and they are all the human domains of the cave people. The rest of the human races have all fallen into depravity. They do not have the pride of the cave people for the glory of their ancestors. Nakado Continent, in the Bone Abyss. In the deepest part of the Bone Abyss, the demon race built a space here. At this time, the 36 emperors of the demon race gathered here. This is the space they used to cut off the rise of the human race. They called it the 6 paths. The huge instrument jointly built by 108 top figures of the demon clan occupied 90% of the 6 path space. The artifact they called the 6 paths of reincarnation was now glowing with red and black air. 6 black holes revolved around a stone tablet. From time to time, wailing sounds and some murmurs came from the black holes. The stone tablet was red all day long. It was a hell tablet made of tens of millions of human beings. All the curse power came out of this tablet. The black hole was constantly absorbing the curse power and then investing it into the Dao wheel of the 6 major human races. Each path has a leading demon king. For example, the Dao wheel of the Chen Gren clan is dominated by Yao Ming, the initiator of the 6 paths of reincarnation plan. The Chen Gren Dao wheel is controlled by Yao Ming, and its combat power can even be compared with some old-fashioned Tianzhan at the beginning. The Dao wheel of the cave people is controlled by the 10,000 demon kings of the Kaladoa continent. The Dao wheel of the winged people is controlled by the Azure Dragon King Aoqing, the fog people are controlled by the Crow Demon King Yadu, the wolf people are controlled by the Crescent Wolf King of the Volcano Wolf Demon, and the remaining Dao wheel is rotated by other demon kings. All the demons now have 5 veteran Tianzhan level combat forces, and one is equivalent to the strength of a new Tianzhan. Under Yao Ming's proposal, the lords of the 6 Dao wheels take turns to garrison the 6 Dao spaces, and establish a demon court here to manage the demons of the world, and set up 6 demon court supremes, 5 of whom are permanent supremes and 1 is a rotating supreme. As in the Dao wheel, all matters concerning the demons are decided by the supremes, and the rotating supremes represent the other demon kings with 3 votes, and the other permanent supremes have 1 vote each. The 6 demon court supremes were finally determined to be Yao Ming, Wanzheng Tiandu, Aoqing, Yadu, Yuaya, and Shiju, and they began to plan the area of the demons. All demons who have reached the level of Demon King will be forced to enter the demon court to serve. Those who do not accept the jurisdiction of the demon court will be thrown into the 6 reincarnations and then forcibly reincarnated into lower animals. The aura of the Demon King will be imprinted in the 6 reincarnations. According to their contributions, they can be reborn into a powerful demon clan through the 6 reincarnations after death, and retain some memories of the previous life. However, each time the 6 reincarnations are used, a large number of people and animals are consumed. Therefore, after being promoted to the Demon King, they will obtain a piece of territory from the demon court. The people and animals they need are prepared by themselves. In addition to the 70% handed over to the demon court, the rest is controlled by themselves. The demon court collects people and animals every 30 years. So the demon court divided 108 demon countries for the first time, and the masters of the demon countries were the demon emperors and great demon kings who participated in the construction of the 6 reincarnations. The demon king is not allowed to go out without the permission of the demon court. Most of the outside world is only the big demons. However, in this era when the future of the human race is completely cut off, the big demons are a dimensionality reduction attack on these human races. The human race hiding in the barrier has lost their courage, not to mention the human race under the governance of the demon race. The status of the human race is similar to that of pigs, cattle, and sheep, and they are all sacrifices placed on the altar. The demon court began to stipulate that only the demon kings recognized by the demon court could build temples, proclaim themselves gods, and accept blood sacrifices. The rest of the demons not recognized by the demon court were all wild gods, and would be killed if they were discovered by the demon court. So various demon temples began to appear all over the world of Dongtian. The demon kings were released by the demon court every year to accept blood sacrifices. The demon kings robbed each other of faith and blood sacrifices among humans and animals. The more faith they gained, the more sacrifices they had. Only with enough blood food could they maintain their own strong blood. So the competition among the demon kings actually made the lives of humans and animals better to a certain extent. The demon kings would cast spells to increase the food of humans and animals, so that they could be more productive and fertile, just like raising animals. However, once the sacrifices were insufficient or of poor quality, these demon kings would bring disasters and start a massacre. Under the slave education of the demon race, the humans and animals in the wilderness completely became a race dependent on the demon race, and they believed in the demon gods in their area. They no longer believe in their ancestors. They have forgotten where they came from and the glory of the human race. Once some adults in the village are found to have too high qualifications, they will kill that person in fear, because once a person who can make stones glow is born, the demon god will bring disaster. People and animals are used to this kind of life. They are like animals and let others slaughter them. They have no intention of resisting. Chapter 145. In the original northern barbarian area, the only two Jianmen who had recovered the lost land of mankind were surrounded by the great wilderness. At the border of Jianmen Cave human domain, there were disciples of Jianmen constantly patrolling to prevent people from entering the territory and sounding the alarm when the monsters attacked. If a monster above the great monster king entered the Jianmen area, the Huia bell in Jianmen would ring, and a monster hunting operation would be carried out every 5 years, sending 3,000 disciples into the great wilderness to bring back the relics of the disciples who died in the last monster hunting and look for the sword of the first generation of ancestors. Now is the 900th year of the central dynasty, and the monster court is in its heyday. Under the management of the monster court, the monsters thrive, but the wildness of the monsters means that there will be conflicts among them, and they will solve the problems by force. The current Jianmen has the 6th generation of leaders. The first generation leader Feng Ji died in the process of killing demons, the second generation ancestor Shui Wuya died of lifespan exhaustion, the third generation ancestor Jin Zijing died in a protection of civilians, the fourth generation ancestor Mu Yuan died in the search for the sword of the first generation ancestor, and the fifth generation Dichanga died of blood exhaustion after repelling a demon queen who invaded the Jianmen human domain. After the 6th generation leader Li Henshin succeeded to the throne, Jianmen, which was originally suppressed by the demons to the point of extinction, recovered some vitality. Before Li Henge succeeded to the position of leader, he traveled in the wilderness, made friends with some half-demons and some demons who remained neutral to the human race, and helped many weak demons and some people in the wilderness who had a rebellious heart, so he gained a lot of favors. After Li Henge inherited the position of the head, a great demon king near the Jianmen human domain joined 7 demon kings to invade. Li Henge killed 3 demon kings, and after his friends in the great wilderness arrived, he injured and repelled the great demon king. The other 4 demon kings were also seriously injured and captured alive by Li Henge. The existence of these human domains was actually tacitly approved by the demon court. After they cursed the human bloodline, they did not believe that the human race could rise again, and the demon race needed some external stimulation to maintain vitality. In addition, some demons had goodwill towards the human race and had friendship with the ancestors of the human race. In the demon court, there was the Crescent Moon Supreme who openly protected the werewolf tribe, and the Fuxi clan also protected the human race. Once they took action, the vitality of the demon court would be greatly damaged if the Fuxi clan took action. I heard that Lazy of the Fuxi clan is still there, unlike so many powerful people in the human race who disappeared all of a sudden. Moreover, the Fuxi clan is on good terms with the Swateng elves. The strength of the ancestor Swateng should not be underestimated. At least 6 demon court supremes will control the 6 reincarnations to take down the Fuxi clan, and it is estimated that one of them will die. The demon court supremes are not so united, and they do not have the awareness of sacrificing themselves to fulfill others. So some human domains were preserved, and the demon court would not take the initiative to destroy them. However, if these human domains weakened and were destroyed by the demons in the great wilderness, then the demons who supported the human race would have no objection. On the main peak of Jianmen, Jinyao Peak, Li Hengyi and the other 23 elders were discussing the disciples' entry into the great wilderness this time. Li Hengyi was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, closing his eyes and resting his mind, listening to the elders below reporting. The quota of 3,000 disciples entering the great wilderness this year has been confirmed, including 7 from the demon suppression peak, 30 from the sword casting peak, 70 from the sword ruins, 84 from the medicine fire peak, 300 from the martial arts transformation peak, and the rest will be allocated by the remaining peaks themselves. The one who was reporting was the elder of the Internal Affairs Hall. Except for the 6 elders directly under the sect, the rest of the elders were the masters of the peaks. This year, there are more than 40,000 newborns in Jianmen human domain, including more than 30,000 male babies and more than 10,000 female babies, which is 30% more than last year. It will take more effort for Jianmen human domain to recover the lost territory, and the Foreign Affairs Hall will continue to work hard. 5 new checkpoints were built on the border this year, 17 formations were arranged, and the roads between 8 major cities were repaired. 84 formations were added, and the income in the treasury increased by 70% compared with last year. This year, 8,700 new disciples were admitted to the outer sect, and 570 people were promoted to the inner section. This year, more than 10,000 human compatriots from the great wilderness were admitted, more than 300 rapists were caught, and more than 70 human demons were found, as well as more than 700 believers of the major demon god cults, all of whom have been cleaned up and transformed. After all the elders finished reporting, the head of the sect, Li Hengyi, slowly opened his eyes. Li Hengyi looked very ordinary, with a horse face, a little red nose and both sides of the face, and wearing a patched robe, with a gourd and a jade flute hanging from his waist. I will lead the team into the great wilderness this time. I haven't seen my friends for a long time. In addition, you should start preparing. I think we will recruit half-human disciples next year. Li Hengyi picked up the gourd from his waist, pulled out the cork and drank it. The elders discussed it, but no one raised any objections, because without the leader, the Jianmen human domain would have been destroyed long ago, and mainly because they could not defeat Li Hengyi. It's decided. You go back and select good disciples. Half-humans are also our targets, including those human demons. They may not want to be like this, not to mention that they have the blood of our human race. Try to accept them. But the people may have opinions on this. An elder raised the question. Who has any objections? Let him come to me. After saying that, Li Hengyi flew out of the hall and knocked a hole in the hall of the headmaster, leaving a group of elders looking at each other in bewilderment. Among them, the elder in charge of repairs and construction was frowning. This was the 81st time this month. The headmaster was drunk again. 3 days later, on the martial arts square of Jianmen, the disciples who followed the headmaster to the great wilderness for training were waiting. Among them were experienced old disciples and new disciples who participated for the first time. The new disciples were full of expectations. They didn't know what they were about to face. The old disciples had heavy faces. Even if the headmaster led the team this time, less than half of these disciples survived, and they would face life and death again. It was said that they entered the great wilderness, but in fact they were just going to clean up the monsters near the Jianmen human domain. Even so, it was extremely dangerous. The taste of Jianmen disciples was much better than those numb people and animals. They looked delicious, so these monsters would attack Jianmen disciples when they were training. However, the strength of the disciples will be greatly improved after the training. The sword gate skills are to cultivate the mind. After experiencing life and death battles, the mind will be improved and the combat power will become stronger, but this cannot increase their lifespan. They found that since the establishment of the demon court, all the Taoist system skills have become ineffective. Only those skills that cannot increase lifespan are useful. The sword gate can only continuously improve the visualization method of the first generation and the training method of the mind of the second generation. After the development of the 5 generations of the sword gate predecessors, the results appeared in this generation. The wind was very strong that day, blowing the flags around the martial arts square and the disciples' robes fluttering. Li Hengyi appeared on the statue of Yi in the middle of the martial arts square and scanned the disciples below. Seeing that the disciples were very strong in spirit, Li Hengyi nodded, and then waved his hand. Let's go. Chapter 146. After Ron extracted energy to strengthen the world barrier, the passage between Gigzu and Dongtian world was closed, the soul was sucked away by the 6 reincarnations, the spiritual bodies in Gigzu decreased, and some weirdos fell into a deep sleep, which greatly reduced the difficulty of the tasks performed by the contractors and reincarnationists here. Without souls and energy from the outside world, the expansion of Gigzu stagnated, and the monsters that were originally born continuously were also reduced under the hunting of contractors and reincarnationists, and the speed of birth was far behind their hunting speed. It has been disconnected from the Dongtian world for more than 200 years. The dangerous places in Gigzu have not been replenished by those energies and gradually disappeared. Perhaps when the energy concentration rises again, these weirdos and monsters in the blood mist will reappear. The residents of the safe town also disappeared one by one. Some residents were relatively weak, and the lifespan of their souls reached the limit. The size of the town was also slowly shrinking and becoming dilapidated. Without the addition of new residents, the old residents were also slowly dying. The safe town was slowly disappearing, and some writers of Paradise Guides had even made predictions. The output in the Gigzu copy was also decreasing, and the number of contractors and reincarnations naturally decreased. Some rules that needed to be followed had disappeared. The Gu-Mo was also liberated, and the problematic wizard disappeared. The Gu-Mo originally wanted to train all the residents of the safe town into Soul Gu, and then recognized Shi Qiang after being beaten up by Shi Qiang. The Gu-Mo came from the northern barbarian area, and was naturally familiar with several gods of the northern barbarian, especially Yi and Shi Qiang. Shi Qiang had a great influence on the northern barbarians. The Gu-Mo originally thought that this was just a character that existed in mythology, but he didn't expect to see it in Gigzu. And the Gu-Mo was beaten by Shi Qiang for a day and a night, and then hung at the gate of the town, and then was discovered by the contractor and the reincarnation. This guy was the monster that wandered in the blood mist before, and then solved an unsolved mystery of the contractor's disappearance. After that, the Gu-Mo was hung at the gate of the town and could not come down, becoming a tourist attraction in the safe town. As the safe town gradually shrank, the evil god Yesmora, who was suppressed below, was ready to move, and repeatedly attacked the seal of the town. The notarization of the root of chaos and the paradise camp had expired long ago, and now it was all suppressed by the safe town. Yesmora below wanted to come out to suck the whole world and then destroy this world. He didn't expect that the cave world would change so much that he broke the seal and accepted the beating. Boom! In the Gigzu, the earth was shaking, the whole safe town was shaking, and the blood mist began to surge out from under the floor of the safe town. A group of neutral units and the remaining souls of the strong in the safe town were watching outside the town. There were also some contractors and reincarnations who were planning to take away all the town's last wealth. There were also some lone wolf strongmen who wanted to kill the remaining souls of the strong and the evil god Yesmora. The resources obtained in this way were not a small number. Shi Qiang was wearing armor, but he did not hold a weapon in his hand. Around him were the remains of the strong in the cave world. These strong men who sealed the evil god in the past were about to face the evil god for the second time. He came out again. It's a pity that you didn't participate in the war against gods before. Although King Wei's face was very solemn, he was still in the mood to joke. He had died once, and there was no time to face death. Beside him were the Knight of Light, the great demon god Qi, the Grand Mage of Dushan, and others who were also mobilizing the energy in their bodies, planning to have a final battle with the evil god. If it weren't for the notarization of the root of chaos and the paradise camp, it wouldn't have been so easy to imprison the evil god last time. After the notarization, the safe town could barely suppress it. Now the safe town can't suppress it anymore, and the big eyeball is about to break the seal and come out. Although Ron weakened it through various means, if this evil god breaks through Gigzu and enters the cave world, the current demon race will be a meal. Their blood and the current resentment of the human race are the best supplements for the evil god. Yesmora will recover quickly after absorbing it. Although Shiqiang was there, Ron still strengthened several layers of Gigzu's defense, and even injected some energy into Gigzu, so that these strong souls have energy to fight. Shiqiang felt a surge of energy in Gigzu, and some weirdness began to revive. He knew who was taking action. Put me down. The Gu-Mo hanging at the gate of the town felt a strong breath coming out from under the town, which made him shudder. If he continued to stay, he would probably die. He was a madman, not a fool. Shi Qiang waved his hand to unlock the restriction and put down the Gu-Mo, and the Gu-Mo turned into a group of flying insects and disappeared. At this time, a sound resounded throughout the Gigzu, and the safe town quickly changed. Eyeballs grew in the houses, floors, and pools. Tentacles grew out of the town one by one. A huge eyeball appeared above the town. Countless tentacles were connected to the big eyeball, constantly wriggling, and the densely packed eyes on the tentacles blinked, and the space was constantly deforming. Ron reinforced the space of Gigzu again, otherwise the space of Gigzu would be alienated by the big eyeball in a while. Degree row right arrow with hook, ants, the great Yesmo is out, dot. The ancient god language sounded in Gigzu, and some contractors and reincarnations with insufficient mental resistance changed instantly. Pa, pa. Eyeballs kept growing on the bodies of the contractors and reincarnators, and finally turned into a pool of mud, in which bloodshot eyeballs were mixed, and the eyeballs were still moving. Yesmora, who had been trapped here for nearly 1,000 years, was very angry. At first, he put in some supplements, and Yesmora was very happy, but soon Yesmora found that it was not the case. These supplements contained some special toxins, which kept reducing his ancient god blood and almost contaminated himself in reverse, which made Yesmora feel that he was deceived. Therefore, the great evil god Yesmora decided to destroy this world, sucking it up in one gulp and no longer polluting it. Although this was a great loss, he had to go back to the ancient god star to replenish the divinity of the ancient god. This time the loss was too great. Yesmora didn't know that the ancient wood world was still fighting with his ancient god star at this time. Everything was caused by him. If he went back, he would probably be eaten by other angry ancient gods. Tentacles began to spread in Gigzu. Yesmora looked at the ants below and decided to torture them. What should we do? Qi asked Shiqiang, who was the strongest person here. Shiqiang looked at the contractors and reincarnations who rushed towards the evil god and tried to kill him. Kill all those guys. Don't let them become the food of the evil god. I will deal with the evil god. Shiqiang could not attack the contractors. He was a neutral unit of the root of chaos. If he did, he would be complained by other paradises and punished by the root of chaos. Boom! Qi directly blew up a contractor. The chaos began. Chapter 147. Forbidden Method, Burn the Sky with Fire. The great master Dushan raised his hands, and the overwhelming flames pounced on the contractors and reincarnations like a hungry tiger. In the name of justice, I will punish you heretic gods. The Knight of Justice radiated light all over his body, and then slashed out with a sword to annihilate some contractors and reincarnations. Phoenix bathing in fire. A huge phoenix shadow appeared behind King Wuyi of Shang, and it cried with flames, and then poured into King Wuyi of Shang's soul. King Wuyi of Shang punched out, and a group of contractors and reincarnations were cleared out. The residual souls in these safe towns burst out with strength that shocked the contractors and reincarnationists. Some contractors and reincarnationists who were targeting them were ready to fight with them. As for Shi Qiang, he was ready to let Big Eyes see the power of the Hero King. Lightning flashed on Shi Qiang's body, and thunder began to roar in the blood mist-filled Gigzu. Thunder appeared one after another, and after the roar, there was the sizzling sound of blood mist. Shi Qiang slowly rose, and as he rose, the lightning in the Gigzu space gradually increased, forming a thunder curtain, confronting Big Eyes. The moment the thunder rises is the time for me to flatten the filth of the world. Are you ready? Shi Qiang's voice rang in Gigzu, and the thunder fell when the voice rang. His hair swelled and exploded, and the color changed to light purple. The armor on his body also became virtualized into thunder dragons hovering around the god. His aura impacted the entire space. He was now the same as when he was in the Geglanmyo continent. He was like the king of thunder who punished the world's lawlessness. The heroic king of the Nikado continent exuded a domineering aura, with air currents circling around the corners of his eyes and arcs jumping from time to time. At this moment, two scenes were presented in Gigzu. One half was filled with blood mist from the evil god's side, and the other half was thunder and lightning covering the sky. Fubo's thunder domain was nothing compared to Shiqiang's thunder domain. Ron was watching here. He decided to help Shiqiang again and take down the evil god in one fell swoop. Ron wanted to turn the evil god into the nutrients in the Gigzu space and become the support of this space. A set of armor appeared in the sky. Some guys who encountered the Weird King could see that this was the armor on the Weird King. At the same time, the Weird King was actually the product of the alienation of the King of Mercy and the combination of the armor infected by the evil god. Mercy turned into a weirdness waiting for his master to come back. The armor slowly turned into a figure. At first, it was the appearance of the Hero King. However, after sensing the breath of the Hero King, the armor was trembling, and then the face of the figure slowly disappeared, and a face that the Hero King felt familiar appeared. The Hero King recognized that this armor was the battle armor he made in this world, and it should be in the hands of his apprentice, Mercy. Now it appeared here, still in this appearance. Combined with the previous things, Shi Qian probably guessed it. Where am I? The remnant soul of the Mercy King had just awakened and had not recovered yet. However, when he saw a figure driving thunder in front of him, he was stunned. The master he had been waiting for many years appeared in front of him. Master, is it really you? The Mercy King shouted. The Hero King nodded and sighed, but he didn't understand why the remnant soul of his apprentice appeared here, and now he mainly had to deal with the evil god. He stretched out his hand to bring King Mercy in front of him, and then used gentle power to remove the polluted energy from King Mercy. I didn't take those polluted energies with me when I left, and I ended up hurting you. I'm sorry. King Mercy was in tears at this time. He finally saw his master again. After he turned into the King of Strangeness, he was suppressed by the Holy Emperor under the Holy Palace. Just now, a force moved him to this place and awakened him, allowing him to see the master he missed in his lifetime. His residual soul's obsession has been resolved. King Mercy's soul was slowly dissipating. His obsession was resolved, and he left a huge power to his master. These powers were plundered from fighting those strong men when he turned into a monster, and were compressed into the armor. Ajin. Shi Qian noticed that his disciple seemed to be dissipating. With one blow, he melted the tentacles of Yesmora flying in front of him. Shi Qian injected energy into his disciple's body, trying to keep him alive, but all the energy dissipated in the air, and his energy could not be maintained at all. Master, it's useless. My obsession. It's over. I want to hear you praise me one last time. I have done everything you asked me to do very well. I also accepted a disciple named Shen. He has your last name. He is very promising. Before the King of Mercy finished speaking, his soul turned into light particles and dissipated between heaven and earth. Shiqiang became furious. He looked at the big eyeball that attacked again. Thousands of lightning turned into thunder dragons and bombarded Yesmora, but Yesmora used his tentacles to consume the thunder dragons. You deserve to die. Shi Qian roared. The evil god's pollution indirectly led to the death of King Mercy, and just now when he was communicating with his disciples, Shi Qian was harassed by the evil god. The armor that had been floating after King Mercy's death suddenly poured into Shi Qian's body. Shi Qian felt a huge energy and vitality swimming in his body, and even impacted his bottleneck. This was left by King Mercy. Shi Qian became even more angry and turned into a thunder giant. Endless thunder suppressed Yesmora on the opposite side. Yesmora had just revived and did not absorb anything. In addition, the energy replenishment package was killed by the residual souls, so now he was suppressed by the furious Shi Qian. It was time for Ron to take action again. The long river of the avenue emerged in Gigzu, and one by one, the tributaries of the avenue suppressed Yesmora. Gu Tianzhan, who was refining Gu below, suddenly raised his head. He felt his own Gu Dao. Ha 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 ha, I feel the avenue. I will refine you all into Gu. The Gu demon laughed wildly. He pulled up the Great Dao in the long river of the Great Dao. Hey! Why didn't he move? The remnant souls and contractors around him looked at him like a fool. How could this guy go crazy before he was polluted? The Gu demon was angry and turned into a Gu worm to devour the contractors and reincarnators. As for the remnant souls of the strong in Gigzu, he seemed to be unable to do it. As I said before, he was a madman, not a fool. Yesmora felt the world's suppression of him. He felt incredible. In this world without the way of heaven, the world would actually take the initiative to mobilize such a powerful rule to suppress himself, and it seemed that these rules were different from when he first entered this world. The world has been upgraded. Before Yesmora could react, the furious attack of the stone dome arrived. Boom! The whole space turned into a sea of thunder, with lavender and white interlaced, and a trace of red, but it was completely consumed by the lavender and white. Ro, impossible, the great Yesmora will not die, something is devouring me. Ro, Ron activated his authority, took advantage of the stone dome's attack to suppress the evil god, and used the Gigzu world to continuously devour the evil god's energy, turning him into the food of Gigzu. Boom! Boom! The thunder in Gigzu was still roaring, but a voice came out of the thunder. You did a good job. Chapter 148. The evil god Yesmora was completely absorbed by Gigzu. Gigzu continued to expand after the battle, and it expanded faster than when it was closed before. Yesmora's original energy brought a qualitative change to Gigzu, and his divinity and blood were extracted and preserved by Ron. Originally, Gigzu, which had no subsequent soul replenishment, was also reviving. This wave of evil god's energy was enough to sustain Gigzu for many years. Even though the evil god was injured and beaten, his strength declined, but his own rank was still at that level. If he hadn't been suicidal and went to fight the ancient wood world, and was injured and notarized by the Paradise Camp and the Root of Chaos, Ron really couldn't take him down. After the war, Shi Qian created an avatar, and used the armor brought by King Mercy to throw this avatar into the cave heaven world. After this avatar goes back to see it, he will leave Gigzu. Some of the remaining souls of the strong dissipated after the evil god was destroyed, and some rebuilt a town. This time they named the town Hero Town, and the Knight of Light built a statue of Shi Qian in the center of the town. However, after this time, few contractors and reincarnations came to the cave heaven world for a short time, because the famous strategy Home Abyss Paradise Mosquito speculated that the cave heaven world was in a century of change, and ordinary contractors entering it would be looking for death. Just now, the wave of Gigzu was almost wiped out. The cave heaven world has been at the top of the mortality rate list for a long time, and it is precisely because of its high income that there are many systems suitable for contractors in this world. Contractors who play with technology can obtain the black technology of the Arms King in the Nakado Beasts area, those who play with magic can obtain some magic skills in the Kingdom of Heaven. It is said that a guy has obtained a skill and directly became the nemesis of the magician. He carries a long knife to cut melons and vegetables. He seems to be a contractor of the Big Daddy Paradise in the Samsara Paradise. Contractors and reincarnators have never seen a world with so many systems, and the area of this world is quite large. After being promoted to the third-level world, the area of the cave heaven world is almost the same as some worlds that have just entered the 6th level. The system of the cave heaven world is very chaotic, but generally based on the Tao system as the level standard. The general third-level contractors enter the Sun and Moon realm, the top third-level contractors are in the Enlightenment realm, and those who belong to the Big Daddy contractors in the Paradise are equivalent to the Tao Lord realm. There are not many Tao Lord level monsters in the cave heaven world now, but at least dozens of them are easy to come, not to mention those guys in the secret realm. There is a reason why the death rate of the cave heaven world is high. Moreover, a group of people in Nakado continent and Geglanmyo continent are very experienced in the research of contractors and reincarnations. They have almost made capturing contractors and reincarnations into a business chain. Contractors are fine, with the notarization disguise of paradise, so they are generally not so easy to find. Reincarnations are accurate except for those with special props. However, now that the human race has declined, no one is engaged in this kind of business chain, but most of the contractors are humanoid races. They have entered the world dominated by the demon race, and their aura is so strong. After the demon race sealed the upper limit of the human race, such a strong person appeared. It is conceivable what kind of treatment they will receive. These contractors and reincarnations taste very good, so the demon race also began to capture these contractors and reincarnations in the wilderness. The price of a contractor is even as high as 100,000 young and strong people and animals. Therefore, these contractors rarely enter, except for some hunter-type contractors, whose tasks are related to killing monsters, but these contractors are no match for the demon kings and great demon kings in the demon court. There are fewer contractors, but not reincarnations. There is no such thing as human life in the main god space. More than a dozen rest areas have come, and reincarnations are constantly being released into the cave world to provide food for the monsters. In the 920th year of the Central Period, a genius appeared in the Jianmen human domain. During the last time a Jianmen disciple went to the great wilderness, the disciple obtained the sword of a generation of ancestors, and then was promoted from an outer disciple to the 6th generation of the head of the sect. The 6th generation of the head of the sect accepted disciples on behalf of the master. The disciple's name is Tian, the descendant of a dragon monster and a human. When his strength reached the Taoist master level, he killed 7 elders of Jianmen, defected from Jianmen, and established Jianmen Pass in the great wilderness. The slogan he put forward was to defend the Jianmen human race. Jianmen human domain, Jinyao Peak. Li Henge was still sitting on the head of the sect, with a group of elders below him, but at this time Li Henge looked very haggard, with white hair and ravines on his face. The old man's face was dotted with old man spots, and he exuded a decayed smell. It was obvious that the Tian clan's defection had dealt him a heavy blow. The original successor of the headmaster had now defected to the human race, and took away a large number of disciples, and killed many elders and talented disciples. This was a major blow to the Jianmen human domain. An elder stood up. This time, the Taishan clan defected, taking away all the half-demon disciples, and some human disciples also defected with him. 7 elders were killed after being attacked by him, and some disciples who were unwilling to defect with him were also killed by him. He also took away the sword of the first generation of ancestors, but he did not cause any damage to the sect. He fled at a very fast speed. Helping them escape was the willow monster who was familiar with the headmaster. Those half-demons were sent by him back then. Please give the order to send people to take back the sword of the ancestor. After the elder finished speaking, the other elders quarreled one after another. They could no longer suppress their dissatisfaction with the headmaster. Li Hengji did not speak, but took out the wine gourd and took 2 gulps, then left directly through the gate. The elders who were discussing behind him were left behind. I told the headmaster not to recruit half-demons. Now the people are all dissatisfied, what should we do now? Does he have the power to do what he wants? It's a pity for Elder Zhu and Elder Yan, they died in vain, they did not die fighting against the demons, but died at the hands of those traitors. Suddenly, Li Hengji's voice sounded, from today on, I will step down as the headmaster, and the elders will choose another one. I will go to the border to defend against the demons until I die. Then, the headmaster's hall fell silent, and no sound was heard for a long time. But some elders were worried, some were happy, and some were indifferent. I don't know what these elders think in their hearts. In the distance, Li Henge in the sky was heading for the border of Jianmen human territory. At this moment, Li Henge was sighing, Junior brother, I don't know what will happen after you make this move. I only have 30 years left, but I've lived longer than Master. Human race, I don't know if we can see the day of revival. Does the era of human race that Master and his friends talked about exist? Li Henge sat on a big wine gourd and slowly flew towards the border of human territory. He saw the road ahead, but he couldn't see the road of human race. Chapter 149. After Taishan rebelled against the human domain, he led the rebellious half-demons to plunder humans and animals and establish Jianmen Pass. The demons are the descendants of some demons. Their descendants are not as high as theirs and have no talent for cultivation. Therefore, these demon descendants and small demons are uniformly called demons in the demon court. The status of demons is higher than that of humans and animals, but they cannot eat humans and animals at will. The demons without the canonization of the demon court are not allowed to eat humans and animals at will unless they are purchased from the market. After Taishan built Jianmen Pass, he activated the dragon demon blood in his body, separated from his human body, and turned into a 5-clawed yinglong with 2 wings, a scaly body and spines, a large and long head, a pointed snout, small nose, eyes and ears, large eye sockets, high brows, sharp teeth, a protruding forehead, a thin neck and a big belly, a long and pointed tail, and strong limbs. Therefore, he was wooed by the dragon demons of the demon court and was appointed as the lord of Jianmen Pass. As the demon guard guarding Jianmen Pass, he was stationed outside for a long time. Under the management of Taishan, people and animals near Jianmen Pass were protected, and many talented half-demons, humans and demons joined the Taishan army. Although Taishan did not prohibit cannibalism, he himself did not eat human flesh. It was just rumored that he liked young girls of the human race, so many demons catered to his preferences and provided various demon women in human form and young human women in the territory. After Taishan defected, assassins were constantly sent out from Jianmen human territory, but they were all killed by Taishan and hung outside Jianmen Pass. Jianmen Pass City Lord's Mansion. Taishan turned into a dragon and coiled on the city lord's throne, which was covered with ice crystals. This is a rare metal produced in the land of extreme ice. It has a special function when used to refine weapons. Now it is used to build a seat, and it is such a huge seat. According to the strength of the demon clan, Taishan's strength is a demon king level, and he has the sword of the founder of Jianmen in his hand. This sword can make him rival the demon court supreme, which is why he can become the master of Jianmen Pass as a half-demon. Even though he built Jianmen Pass, it is a major transportation hub, as it is connected to Zhongli Wushao City in the north, Zhongli Tiandu in the south, Yeyuan in the west, and Jianmen human territory in the east. How could Taishan be the city lord here if he didn't have any ability? Jianmen Pass couldn't even be built. Below Taishan were a group of half-demons and humans, as well as several demons. They all sat cross-legged below, waiting for Taishan's words. Feng Kaibo, tell me how the cities near Jianmen Pass are being built, and whether the roads and checkpoints have been repaired. As soon as Taishan's voice, like a bull's roar, fell, a half-demon with 2 goat horns on his head and a goat beard stood up. He was the descendant of a goat demon and a human. 164 cities have been built along the north and south and the Demon Plains, and there are a total of 1,874 checkpoints, all of which are engraved with formations, and all of them are controlled by our people. Some soldiers have been recruited from the demons and humans and animals, and all of these soldiers are loyal to us. All the roads have been repaired, and the customs fees paid by the caravans of various tribes and the harvest from selling materials to the Jianmen people have filled the Jianmen Pass treasury. All kinds of weapons have been made, all kinds of formations have been prepared, and the Tian army has recruited millions of people, and practicing formations is enough to stop a supreme being. Food and grass have also been prepared. The guards of each city and each pass are waiting for the order of the military lord to send troops immediately. All the demons who have allied with our Jianmen Pass are also waiting for the order of the military lord. As Feng Kaibo stood up, the other officials at all levels of Jianmen also stood up to report the situation. These half-demons, humans, and demons all followed the Tian clan, and they were about to do something big. The supremes in the demon court have been sitting in those positions for too long, and the demons below are already dissatisfied, and they want to divide the cake again. There is only one supreme of samsara, and the supreme of samsara is still controlled by several large demons. Those small and medium demons and some large demons that have not obtained corresponding power naturally have ideas, and those guys have already sat in the position. It is now 930 years. Gu Hua, who rebelled against Jianmen with Tian, went to the Nukado continent to build the 36 cities of Yanmen. When Tian raises the banner of rebellion and resists the demon court, Gu Hua will raise the banner of rebellion in the Nukado continent at the same time. After March, the guards of each pass will wait for me to attack the supreme of the demon court, Wanzhong Tiandu, and all troops will be dispatched to wipe out the garrisons stationed in various places of the demon court, and kill the demons in the demon court who support the 6 supremes. Tian waited for them to finish speaking before speaking again. The officials below all answered yes. Then they left one after another, leaving only a few half-demons and humans behind. Uncle, the headmaster seems to have run out of steam. The 7 generations of the headmaster in Jianmen are not good at management. The forces behind the traitors we killed at that time have infiltrated again. Feng Kaibo is Tian's nephew, Tian is the 6th generation's junior brother, and naturally the uncle of these 7 generations of disciples. Those who are left now are all from Jianmen. That's why I launched the attack after March. This time, Jianmen should be able to follow behind and eat a bite of meat. The 7th generation is not a simple thing. Those monsters are just his pawns, but they are all clever. Tian commented on the 7th generation. If Tian had not betrayed Jianmen, he would have been the 7th generation leader. However, he had his own things to do. Tian took away the elite of the 7th generation of Jianmen disciples, otherwise the leader of the 8th generation of disciples would not have been the leader. This time I will change the fate of the entire Kaladoa continent. The human race has lost its enterprising spirit. We must change them. Tian opened his eyes, and his eyes, which were nearly 10 meters wide, were very creepy. This time I will let the human race stand up again, instead of becoming the blood food sacrificed and devoured by the monsters. You go down, remember to deal with all the eyes in the territory, and those in the army. Tian closed his eyes again. The dozen people left after a brief discussion. The people in the demon court did not dare to monitor Tian. The treasures and strong men they used to monitor him were all turned into ashes. At the border of Jianmen human domain, Li Hengji has become a frail old man. He built a temple here, where the ancestor god of the northern barbarians, Yi, is enshrined. Li Hengji squinted his eyes and looked at the looming Jianmen Pass in the distance. This was probably the most magnificent city he had ever seen. It was said that the human race also had such a magnificent city, but he had never seen it. During this period, I heard a lot of big noises over there, and many caravans passed by here, but they knew that this was the border of the human domain and there was a terrifying old man, so no demon dared to approach here. Junior brother is really capable. He built such a city. I don't know when he will take action. I'll see if my old bones can move. It's time for the 7th generation to take action. Li Heng opened the wine gourd and drank tons of wine. Then he found a reclining chair and hummed a song while basking in the sun. Chapter 150. The sound of a dragon roared in Kaladoa, which marked the beginning of Tian's counterattack against the demon court at Jianmen Pass. Roar! Tian, why did you attack me? Do you want to stand on the opposite side of the demon court? Wanzhong Tiandu, one of the 6 supremes of the demon court, looked at Taishan swimming in the clouds and said in a deep voice. At this time, Taishan's long body was winding for thousands of miles, swimming in the clouds in Caledoya's sky, like a mountain range hanging in the sky, and Wanzhong Tiandi was like an ant under Taishan's huge size. Wanzhong Tiandu summoned the Dao wheel he controlled, and a black hole was suspended behind him. At this moment, it seemed that Taishan was the villain. Those supreme beings in your demon court have been sitting for long enough. It's time to come down. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? Taishan stretched out his dragon claws and slapped Wanzhong Tiandu. Wanzhong Tiandu sacrificed the Dao wheel and turned back into his original form, a huge toad, known as the 10,000 poison-swallowing sky toad. A dragon and a toad fought in the sky. The sound of the battle could be heard all over the world. The size of the two was so big that the sound of the battle was like thunder. Taishan refined the sword of a generation of ancestors. His strength was equivalent to those supreme beings in the demon court. At this moment, the battle between the two became more and more intense. Uprisings also broke out in the Caledoya continent and the Nikado continent. Some demon tribes took advantage of the chaos to start slaughtering. Half-demons and demon people attacked the demon court residents. In Jianmen Pass, the army and strong men belonging to Taishan drove the spacecraft and beat the war drums. Tens of millions of troops poured out of Jianmen Pass and attacked the demon field. The Jianmen people also took advantage of this movement to start their actions. The 7th generation began to purge all the traitors in the demon court. A large number of powerful people in the human domain who had been hiding in the past began to expand the domain, expanding towards the neutral no-head city in the north, with the purpose of connecting the two human domains. Some of the demons in the rotating supreme began to rebel, and for a time, a wave of resistance against the demon court was set off all over the world of Dongtian. However, in this process, some human domains without ambition were also impacted. People and animals in the wilderness were slaughtered wantonly as sacrifices and military rations for the expedition. Shi Qiang's incarnation in the Dongtian world just encountered this incident. Shi Qiang found the former Maple Leaf Town, where the Hero King's palace still existed. Shi Qiang walked in and found an old knight and a young knight, as well as more than a dozen blood-stained armors and more than a dozen seats. The old knight drew out his sword and looked at the stone dome vigilantly. He didn't understand why the palace didn't sound the alarm, but once the palace was breached, the Maple Leaf Town behind would become a slaughterhouse for the demons, and the people inside would be killed by the demons like pigs and cows. Many of the old knight's masters died in this demon era to resist the demons. The town had taken in people from the outside world before, and it was almost destroyed because of this. Those guys were demons in human skin and had no humanity at all. Who are you? Leave here. I won't do anything because you are not a demon. The old knight was very vigilant. Although he didn't feel any hostility from the guy in front of him, he would not let the town behind him have any problems. However, the young knight next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Master, he looks like the Hero King." The old knight looked at the statue of the young Hero King, and then looked at the middle-aged man dressed as a knight in front of him. There was a 7-point resemblance, but the old knight would not believe that the guy in front of him was the Hero King. The Hero Kings were all figures from thousands of years ago. How could they live to this day? The lifespan of the human race is not that long. The old knight's master died because of blood exhaustion. I have no hostility towards you. I just came to see this place. Shi Qiang's body glowed. The old knight felt that the power in Shi Qiang was of the same origin as his own, and even purer and more powerful than his own. The things left by Shi Qiang were already super incomplete versions when they were passed to the old knight. In addition, the times have changed, and many skills cannot be used in this era, or are greatly discounted. At this point, the old knight's defense was much less, but he still did not completely let down his guard. Where did you get the inheritance? Our lineage is a single-line inheritance, unless it can be traced back to the generation of Shishan patriarch. Shi Qiang looked at Shishan's seat, on which was a set of damaged armor. Shi Qiang was a little confused. According to what Sabei said, Shishan could not have such a short lifespan. Here Shi Qiang also felt the breath of his chief master Shen, who had been here hundreds of years ago. Me? My name is Shi Qiang. Is just a wanderer returning from afar. Shi Qiang looked at the armor and couldn't help sighing. They are all good children. Thief! How dare you insult my king? Watch my sword! The old knight was furious and swung his knight's sword. Even after 1,000 years, the people of Maple Leaf Town still have a heroic king. They will not let anyone do anything to insult the king. Above the sky of Kalidoya, the battle between Wanzhong Tiandu and Taishan clan has become fierce. The rest of the Demon Court Supremes were entangled. The Lion Bone Supreme was entangled by Gu Hua and a group of half-demon strongmen, and Yao Ming was entangled by Zhong Yu, the new emperor of Zhongshan human domain. Although Zhong Yu didn't know what happened to the demon clan, but it was right to weaken the demon clan while the chaos was going on. The two Supremes, Yuia Supreme and Yadu Supreme, were entangled by the Fuxi clan. Taishan contacted the Fuxi clan, and the Fuxi clan, who disliked the demon clan, took action. Hundreds of pure-blooded Fuxi suppressed the two Demon Court Supremes. The two Demon Court Supremes did not dare to kill them. They felt that there was a gaze watching them. If they killed these Fuxi, that guy would run out of lazy. However, the bottom of the Demon Court Yun was very powerful. The Demon Kings, Great Demon Kings, and Demon Emperors in the Demon Court emerged. The rebellions in some places in the world that took advantage of the chaos were quelled, some small and medium-sized demon tribes were exterminated, and some demon god temples that followed the rebellion were destroyed. Then the main body was skinned and the tendons were pulled out, and the rebels were at a disadvantage. Some old demon emperors in the demon field organized the demon court to counterattack Jianmen Pass, but fortunately, Taishan clan made good preparations in the early stage, and the rebels in the two continents of Kalidoya and Nikado and the demon court the army was deadlocked, and the battle between the strong was also deadlocked. This time, Taishan's rebellion was too fast. The demon court knew that he was up to something, but he didn't expect to launch such a big rebellion. However, if the rebellion was quelled by the demon court, the demon race would usher in a major reshuffle. The last Samsara Supreme would probably be revoked, and the 6 Demon Court Supremes would continue to sit in that position. Taishan, you are still planning for the human race after you have transformed into a demon. You are a demon, and in their eyes, you are an unforgivable demon. Wanzhong Tiandu controlled the Dao wheel to smash Taishan. The scales of the Taishan clan broke inch by inch, and the scales fell to the ground like meteors, smashing the ground into big pits. Every move of a strong man of this level in battle would affect many things. Taishan did not answer, but opened his huge mouth of the abyss and bit Wanzhong Tiandu's front leg. Chapter 151. Crack. The front legs of Wanzhong Tiandu were directly broken by the dragon head transformed by Taishan, and the dark red blood glowed black, and scattered as the front legs were broken. Blood rained in the sky. A leg hair of a strong man is a treasure for a weak man, not to mention that blood contains a lot of energy and rules. The boiling blood burned through the earth. After a lion was hit by the blood, its fur was first melted, and then its breath kept jumping in and out in the weakening and rising. Roar! Taishan sprayed a water column, hitting the roaring Wanzhong Tiandu, and then Wanzhong Tiandu slammed heavily on the ground, causing the Kalidoa continent to shake. The battle between the two has lasted for a year. The situation between the demon soldiers of the demon court and the rebels in various places has stabilized. Only these high-level combat forces are still fighting. Their battle cannot be stopped for a while. After the incarnation of Shi Qiang was attacked by the old knight, Shi Qiang let the old knight try the care from the king. After showing various means and Shi Qiang's powerful strength, the old knight recognized Shi Qiang's identity. Therefore, Shi Qiang stayed here. The war between the demons in the outside world had nothing to do with him, and the human races that were slaughtered outside had nothing to do with him. Those were not his people. His people were always the residents of Maple Leaf Town. Shi Qiang had been on the battlefield of the void. There were many situations like the human race in the cave world now. There were wandering races that were destroyed in the world, and there were also races that became slaves after the failure of the war between races. The rise and destruction between races naturally had their own paths. Shi Qiang would not interfere unless it involved something he cared about. Shi Qiang began to teach the young knight. Shi Qiang found that the blood of the human race in the cave was cursed, but it was easy for Shi Qiang to solve. On the one hand, the blood curse of the demon race on the human race had too many loopholes in Shi Qiang's opinion, and on the other hand, Shi Qiang's own strength was enough to expel these blood curses. Shi Qiang was also a legendary wizard in the Wizard Tower Academy in the past, and the school founded by Shi Qiang still exists in the academy. These blood curses may be difficult to expel in a few hundred years, but now Shi Qiang easily extracted these curses and returned the curse power to the Demon Court Supreme. The Supreme who controlled the Dao wheel of the cave people accepted the feedback from the Hero King. This young knight is called Guang Ying. In Shi Qiang's opinion, his qualifications are pretty good, so Shi Qiang taught him personally and left a lot of formations in the palace. He wants to ensure the safety of Maple Leaf Town and his people will never be harmed. Moreover, Shi Qiang cleared all the demons near Maple Leaf Town. Some guys who had attacked Maple Leaf Town died in a tragic way. When Shi Qiang reached the wilderness near Maple Leaf Town, no one dared to attack, whether it was the rebels or the people of the demon court. The 3 demon kings of the demon court only attacked Shi Qiang for an hour, and then Shi Qiang was unscathed. Shi Qiang slapped 3 demon kings and killed them. The people of the demon court were scared away from here for hundreds of miles. Shi Qiang also set up a boundary stone nearby. Anyone who dared to enter the boundary stone would be killed. So Shi Qiang got some time to teach his disciples quietly. He hadn't rested for a long time. While Shi Qiang was teaching his disciples, the battles in other places were still going on. They would not stop fighting because of Shi Qiang. Maybe if Shi Qiang killed them all, they would stop. The 10,000 demon kings, who had grown their front legs again, were fighting with Tian. Suddenly, another evil and dark force attacked from the Dao wheel. Although it was not strong, it made Wan Shengtian stop for a while. Just this one time, Tian caught the flaw. Tian seal. A huge seal as big as a mountain fell from the sky and hit Wan Shengtian directly. He stopped again. What followed was the storm-like attack from Tian. In this kind of battle, once a flaw is revealed, it is the time to be defeated. Wan Shengtian was just counterattacked by the curse of the stone dome, which means that his battle has been defeated. First, the lower body was blown up, and the dark red blood turned into mist, dyeing the entire sky red. A large number of red clouds appeared, and this was just the beginning. Tear. Crack. Boom. Wan Shengtian was tricked by the Dao wheel. If there was no Dao wheel, he might not be so miserable at this time. His body kept growing, and the new body existed for less than a millisecond before it was instantly annihilated. Buzz. Bang, bang, bang. A piercing sound was followed by an explosion. The human race Tian killed the demon race Wan Shengtian here. The human race in the world should not be enslaved, and the demon race is not invincible. The entire demon in Wan Shengtian was broken up, and the soul and the blood was shaken apart. Even a drop of blood could not be reborn. The statues in the Wanyao temple in all parts of the Dongtian world were all blown up, and then an earthquake occurred and sank into the ground. The arrogant demon court supreme did not expect that he would die so aggrievedly. The other demon court supremes heard the voice of Tian and could not help but become furious. The damn Tian clan, with the blood of dragon monsters flowing in their bodies, actually claims to be human. A traitor, he is a traitor, I will skin him alive and pull out his tendons. You dragons who sow seeds everywhere have brought such consequences to the monsters. Tian clan, I will kill you. The Emperor Zhongyu of Storm Continent laughed loudly and slashed Yao Ming in front of him with a sword. My fellow Taoist is very capable. The human race has such a person, good and good. He is not worthy of being a dragon monster. He is not a human at all. He is just a traitor of the monsters. Yao Ming turned into a huge green dragon and swung his tail, knocking the Emperor Zhongyu away. As for the rebellious monsters, they didn't care what Zhongshan said. They had already started the rebellion and could only go all the way. There were some people, animals and monsters in Jianmen Pass who were rioting, but the generals of these passes and the commanders of the Tian army were all half monsters and human children brought out by Tian from Jianmen. There were also some monsters rescued by Tian. They would only follow their Tian army master and would not care about the affairs of humans and monsters. Roar! Tian flew to the storm continent. He knew that there was a powerful human warrior there who was dealing with the supreme monster court. He wanted to help, and if he could devour Yao Ming, Tian felt that he could suppress this world and realize a world where humans, monsters and half-monsters coexisted. It must be said that Tian's dream was beautiful, but the struggle between races was not as simple as he thought. Tian has always believed that he is a human, but for the sake of the human race, he would rather shed his human body and become a demon. His heart is still that of the human race. Some people have human bodies but the hearts of demons, and some people have demon bodies but their hearts are toward their former race. Once Wan Shengtian dies, it means that the balance has been broken, so if the demon court does not have a trump card next, it is estimated that the dynasty will really change. Chapter 152. The huge body of Tian clan was very fast, and it took less than a day to reach the storm continent. At this time, Zhongyu Renhuang was fighting 1 against 2, one was Yao Ming, the Supreme Demon Court, and the other was Storm Dragon King, the native demon king of Storm Continent. Seeing the arrival of Taishan clan, Zhong Yurenhuang thought that another demon king had come, and he cried out in his heart that he was in danger today. However, the subsequent changes made Zhong Yurenhuang understand instantly. Taishan clan went directly to Yao Ming, and then 3 dragons appeared on the Storm Continent. Yao Ming and Taishan clan were more inclined to the Eastern Dragon bloodline on Earth, while Storm Dragon King was more inclined to the Western Dragon in appearance. Taishan clan Renhuang is really a hero. Zhong Yurenhuang thought that Taishan clan was also a human emperor like him. Zhong Yurenhuang did not watch Taishan fight alone. He conjured a long sword and rushed forward to attack the Storm Dragon King. Hurry up and invite Qing Tianzhan. Yao Ming gritted his teeth and repelled Taishan. Then he contacted other supremes and demon kings through the Dao Wheel. Taishan swallowed the Dao Wheels of Wansheng Tiandu and the cave people. His current strength is above Yao Ming. At this time, the demons can only use their trump cards. Those rebel demons who only think about fighting for power and profit did not expect that the human race would retaliate against the demons after Taishan succeeded. These demon court supremes had already thought that the one in Lazy E could come out for a short time, and Qing Tianzhan could naturally come out of the Green Snake Cave. Qing Tianzhan knew that the current human Tianzhan had disappeared, and the human Tianzhan Ba Tian Yunhai who beat him up that time had already disappeared, and 300 years had passed, and the original agreement had expired. Many demons were taught by Qing Tianzhan at that time. Qing Tianzhan was the only one of the demons at that time, and he taught everyone, so there were countless demons who worshipped him. Qing Tianzhan. Tai's Hanshi learned from the classics of Jianmen that the figures of the demons hundreds of years ago were said to have disappeared along with the human Tianzhan. Why did they appear again? Do the human Tianzhan still exist? The last trace of the human Tianzhan was the tyrant Cloud Sea who died in the demon field. If the Tianzhan were still there, these demons would not be like this. Tai's Hanshi originally thought that these were all legends, but he didn't expect that they are still there now. It seems that this demon court supreme can still be summoned. Please help Qing Tianzhan. Some demon kings in the demon field ran to the Green Snake Cave, the holy land of their former master Qing Tianzhan, and called. There was a big movement between heaven and earth. The long river of the Great Dao, which had not appeared for hundreds of years, emerged. A green snake-like tributary of the Great Dao flowed over the demon plain, and a strong breath spread from the demon plain. What is this? Zhong Yurenhuang murmured. Taishan was not surprised. He knew from ancient books that this was the long river of the Great Dao, and it was also the mainstream system of the previous era. It seems that the human race in the ancient books did have a peak period. As for those demon supremes and some old demon emperors, they came from that era and naturally saw the long river of the Great Dao. Not many people in the human race knew about it. All the old guys who did not enter the secret realm died. In neutral Tiandu of the Kaladoa continent, many old guys lying in coffins woke up, but when they realized that the energy between heaven and earth had not risen, they fell into a deep sleep again. When the demons ruled the wilderness, some of the demons who liked to dig holes dug out a lot of coffins or crystals that sealed the old guys of the human race, and then were killed by the old guys inside, but those old guys also died because of the exhaustion of their lifespan. The demon court also ordered that the demons were not allowed to enter some places, so as not to dig out some things that should not be dug. If a Tianzhan level was dug out, many demons might die. It would not be a problem for these Tianzhan to take away the demon court supremes when their lifespans were exhausted. In a secret realm on the Nikado continent, Hong felt the movement of the long river of the avenue outside, so he opened the secret realm. Just as he was about to step out, he felt the energy concentration outside, and then locked the secret realm again with a curse. In the Geglanwu continent, Jun walked out of this world directly. He felt that the world seemed a little different. This era is still not suitable for us. The races of this era seem to have done something interesting. As soon as Jun walked out of the secret realm, it seemed that there was a curse coming up, as if it was based on the principle of blood, but before he got close to Jun, he was wiped out by the power of the avenue. A big demon saw Jun and rushed over. He thought it was another one of those contracts in the market. After a moment, the big demon and Jun disappeared on the spot. The Tianzhans from other continents began to explore the outside world. When they felt that the outside world was still not suitable for their survival, they closed the secret realm again. However, many of the demons and humans in their secret realm and the nearby realm disappeared. These Tianzhans will not stay in this era. Even if they can kill the strong men of this era, the loss of lifespan cannot be made up. Tyrant Yunhai and the self-decapitated Longyang Emperor who died in this era are examples, but no other Tianzuns died in battle. While these Tianzuns were looking for information, Qing Tianzun in the Green Snake Cave came out. The tributary of the avenue rushed down, and a giant snake appeared, and a figure with green hair and green clothes appeared. He was the demon Tianzun Qing Tianzun. Suddenly, the demon aura of the demon source soared to the sky, so the demons unconsciously looked in the direction of Qing Tianzun, and always felt like kneeling in their hearts. Ha 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 ha, I'm here. Tyrant Yunhai is dead. Those old guys are all gone. This world belongs to me, my precious disciples. Qing Tianzun laughed loudly. He looked very handsome in human form, but he had a pair of cross-eyed eyes. He looked a little not very smart at this time. Swoosh! Qing Tianzun disappeared on the spot and flew towards the storm continent. He felt that there were humans and monsters fighting over there. He thought his disciples should be there. Tai's Hanshi felt this powerful breath and became desperate. Heaven will destroy the human race. Zhong Yurenhuang was different, fighting with the sky, fighting with the earth, fighting with monsters, there is endless fun. Why does Taishan Renhuang have to do this? Use yourself to kill a future for the human race. Zhong Yurenhuang has always been fearless. He wants to see what this so-called Tianzun is, and see if Tianzun's head is hard or his sword is sharp. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Qing Tianzun used the long river of the road and quickly moved here. Then Qing Tianzun whipped Yao Ming with a long whip, and directly whipped Yao Ming in half, and then whipped Zhong Yurenhuang, whipping Zhong Yurenhuang away. Ah! Yao Ming howled, Master, what are you doing? Hey? Qing Tianzun was very confused. He had just seen that the guy opposite was his disciple's enemy, so why did he want his disciple to scream? He looked carefully again, and it seemed that he really hit the wrong guy. Tai's Hanshi next to him was stunned. This Qing Tianzun seemed to have a bad eye, but Tai Shanxi's body size was similar to Yao Ming's, and they looked similar, but the color was a little different. In fact, I am testing whether your cultivation has improved. Leave it to me next. Go back and heal your wounds. Qing Tianzun stood with his hands behind his back, and then tried to get his cross-eyed look back. Chapter 153. As soon as Qing Tianzun made a move, it was clear whether he had any chance or not. The strength of the Tianzun masters in the last era was not comparable to that of this era. Simply put, the system development in this era was not perfect enough, and the superimposed passive skills were not enough, so they were destined to be defeated by the Tianzun. However, the weakness of Tianzun in this era is that his lifespan will be consumed quickly, and the replenishment of the power of the Great Dao cannot keep up. Therefore, if there are enough masters, the Tianzun level will be exhausted to death. However, Qing Tianzun is a little special. He is a demon clan, so he can blend with this era. After Qing Tianzun made a move, Taishan clan retreated step by step and was beaten unilaterally. Zhong Yurenhuang was not much better. Yao Ming and Storm Dragon King suppressed them together, and the swords were swinging sparks. Very good, with such strength, why didn't you join my sect in the first place? Qing Tianzun turned into a giant snake, pressing down on Taishan and beating him. Every time he attacked Taishan, his scales burst and blood flew. Taishan spat out the sword of the founder of the Jianmen sect, and shot it at Qing Tianzun like a flash of lightning, but was entangled and reflected back by Qing Tianzun's power of the Great Dao. At this time, Zhong Yurenhuang had reached his limit. He had been fighting Yao Ming and Storm Dragon King in front of him for several years. It was very consuming to fight one against two. If it weren't for the special feature of the Xinhuo Gong, he probably wouldn't have so much power to support him until now. Taishan Renhuang, I guess we will die here today. Crack! Zhong Yurenhuang's sword broke, and then was hit by Yao Ming's breath, smashing it hard on the ground, smashing out a huge tunnel, followed by a more fierce attack, one attack after another like a tide. Rumble! With the defeat of Emperor Zhong Yu, Taishan was also shot down and fell into the sea. Taishan swam quickly in the sea. He knew that only by escaping to a place could he survive and the human race might be saved. Taishan once found a group of giants. Those giants had a deal with Taishan. They promised to help Taishan. Taishan took people to them and they would help, but they would not leave Emma Island where they lived. It is said that they guarded their gods. There are welding thunders all year round where they live, and they are in a special storm zone. They say that it is the sound of their gods sleeping, but Taishan does not believe it. They also say that their god is called Yi. Tian knew from ancient books that this is the god of the northern barbarians. Legend has it that he is the leader of the headless barbarian god who founded the northern barbarians. Yi is a powerful monarch. There are many myths about him. Legend has it that he killed gods and wandered in the sea in the form of giants, but Tian has never seen it, so he would not believe it. As long as Tian ran there, the most powerful Titan and Zi among the giants would attack. Tian had understood the strength of the two giants, which were at the level of the supreme demon court. With Tian and many powerful giants, Tianzhan who was chasing behind should not be a match. Tianzhan was chasing slowly behind. He had not experienced the feeling of hunting for a long time. This animal nature had not been stimulated for a long time. Tianzhan wanted to tease the prey in front. He knew that the prey must have a backhand, but he didn't care. On Emma Island, the giants were lying, sitting, or lying on their stomachs, or fishing in the sea, or playing and playing. They were not disturbed by external objects in this place, and they were very happy. The demons also wanted to enter here, but they were caught by the giants and skewered into skewers and then turned into fragrant barbecue. However, some newborn giants were also cursed by the 6 reincarnations, and their size and strength became smaller and weaker than the previous newborns. It seems that Tarzan's good friend is coming. The biggest giant among the giants, Tian, felt that his good friend Tarzan was coming. Tarzan saved a little giant who ran away secretly, and gave the giants a lot of good things, so he became the giant's friend. The giants have simple minds and will help their friends. Tian got up and walked quickly to the coast. Emma Island is very small. In proportion, the giants live in an area as big as 2 football fields. This island is so big for the giants, so Tian quickly walked to the shore. His wife Zi also came over. Some giants saw their grandparents, father and mother, walking to the shore, so they followed to the shore to watch. They found that Tarzan was swimming in front, and there was a big green snake chasing behind. There is a big snake chasing our good friend. Children, search the house. Guys, come on. Tian would not let his good friend be bullied, so he found his big bone club and rushed towards Tianzhan with a group of giants. Tianzhan saw a large group of giants in front of him and felt their strength, which was indeed very strong, but Tianzhan was still a little confident in his own strength. He felt that he could do it. Take my club. The Titan jumped up, waving his club at Tianzhan's head, and Tianzhan opened his mouth wide, trying to bite the Titan to death. When Tian saw the giants coming to help, he turned back and fought back. As for Zhongyu Renhuang in the Storm Continent, when he was almost killed by Yao Ming and Storm Dragon King, the old man Zhongshan appeared, rescued Zhongyu Renhuang, and beat back Yao Ming and Storm Dragon King. However, after the old man returned to Zhongshan human domain, he turned into a dry skeleton. The old man burned the last of his blood and rescued Zhongyu Renhuang. Zhongshan human domain must have a human emperor to escort the human race. The fire of the human race cannot be extinguished, and the fire will be passed down from generation to generation. The old man believes that the light of the human race will surely come. They only need to light the fire for the human race in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Tianzhan kept knocking away the giants that were besieging him, basically knocking out a giant at a time, and some weaker giants were even beaten to death. Only a few powerful giants could withstand the attack. Tian and Tianzhan were entangled together, but Tianzhan's power of the avenue was eroding Tian, and Tian's mind became blurred. Unexpectedly, even with 2 giants that could rival the Tianzhan level, they couldn't beat them. The attacks of Tian and Zi hit Tianzhan like scraping. Tianzhan's training for hundreds of years was not in vain. A pig can become a big monster in hundreds of years, not to mention a Tianzhan level existence like this. Good friend, don't be afraid, we are here, the ancestors are protecting us, and we are invincible here. Tian roared, the bone stick had been bitten off and swallowed by Tianzhan, and now Tian waved his fists and kept hitting Tianzhan's huge body. Roar! Tian clan spurted out the sword of the ancestor, trying to hurt Tianzhan. However, the ancestor's sword seemed to have changed a little, constantly emitting red light, and something seemed to be coming out of it. Chapter 154. A soul floated out of the sword of the first-generation master, and Tian recognized it at a glance. It was exactly the same as the portrait of the first-generation master when he was young. Here, I feel the god Yi. The remnant soul of the first-generation master murmured. He was awakened from the sword by the breath here. He felt the breath of Yi he visualized. Feng Ji created the visualization method, but only by visualizing Yi can he gain power. The other human Tianzhan strongmen Feng Ji did not get a response when he visualized. Great Yi, are you here? Please save your people. Feng Ji's remnant soul held the sky with both hands and called Yi. Qing Tianzhan, the giants, and Taishan clan all slowed down their battle speeds for a while. Qing Tianzhan was even more disdainful of what this remnant soul was doing. This remnant soul of the human race was still fantasizing. Taishan clan struggled to break free from Qing Tianzhan's entanglement, slapped Qing Tianzhan's head with one claw, and scratched off a few scales. The giants were a little confused. Some young giants didn't know that a strong man was sleeping near them. They thought that their ancestor god was just a myth made up by their ancestors. The ancestor god has fallen asleep, you can't wake him up, give up the soul of the human race. The giant titan said. Ga 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 ga, you guys are playing tricks here, this can't stop the arrival of your death. Qing Tianzhan blew up another giant, and then the power of the avenue swelled and rushed towards Taishan clan. Qing Tianzhan decided not to fight with them. He decided to kill all these guys, and then go and devour the humans in several cities to replenish his physical strength. Feng Ji's residual soul was still calling, but with the words he said, there seemed to be some movement. Great Yi, your people are being slaughtered by the demon god, please save your people. Feng Ji's residual soul seemed to only know these few words. His residual soul was not much, and he may have done this many times during his lifetime, so the residual soul left after his death still liked to call Yi in this way. Boom! The sea began to surge, the thunder and storm stopped, Emma Island began to tremble, and something seemed to be waking up in the sea. I want to see what this is. I am not afraid of anyone except Tyrant Cloud Sea. Qing Tianzhan was no longer in a hurry to kill people. He looked at the surging sea to see what the residual soul of Feng Ji was calling for. God, where is he? Who is God? Qing Tianzhan heard this, but he didn't see the owner of the voice. Qing Tianzhan sneered, I am God, what can you do to me? God? Die! A huge hand appeared from the sea. In front of this hand, Qing Tianzhan's body was a small snake. Qing Tianzhan was startled and wanted to escape from the palm, but the owner of the palm didn't seem to let him do so. Squeak! Kaka! Qing Tianzhan was instantly caught by the palm, and then was squeezed hard, his eyeballs bulged out. The front was the sound made by Qing Tianzhan, and the back was the sound of his whole body being crushed. Hwa-la! Boom! A giant sat up in the sea, holding a snake in his hand. The giant of Emma Island was a child among children in front of him. Yes, this is the sleeping Yi, who revived after triggering the keyword. As for whether this era will affect him? Just kidding, no matter how a family changes, he will not let his children starve, and the Dongtian world will not let the son of his world be wronged. Qing Tianzhan felt that a huge force was about to crush him, and Yi's huge Dao power began to deprive Qing Tianzhan of the Dao power. Once completed, Qing Tianzhan would no longer exist. Even the monsters with immortality could be killed by Yi by physical means, how could a small Tianzhan be Yi's opponent? Seeing Yi who had grown bigger again, the giants of Emma Island knelt down and began to salute their ancestor god. After hundreds of years, they saw the ancestor god again. Qing Tianzhan felt that he was dying and had to use his last killer. Old Bai, save me! When Qing Tianzhan shouted this sentence, a white light enveloped him and disappeared with him. Yi looked at the little snake that disappeared in his hand and couldn't help but fall into confusion. Taishan looked at Yi who easily solved Qing Tianzhan and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why did the human race fall to this level? How could the human race cultivate to this level? This is really... Is it a human? Yi looked at another little bug, which seemed to look similar to the little bug just now. Should he crush it to death? Just when Yi was about to take action, Feng Ji's residual soul spoke, Great Yi, please save the people on Kalidoya. You have been ruling your land for a long time. Yi's obsession was sober for a while, but not much. He could feel that the little bug next to him was not an enemy. Yi felt like sleeping, he hadn't slept enough. Boom boom boom. Yi lay down again, and all the creatures in the world could feel the obvious vibration. White Snake Fairy Forest. Qing Tianzhan, who turned into a human form, slumped on the ground. A woman in white had just treated him, but Qing Tianzhan's cross eyes seemed to be more serious. Old Bai, why are there a few people around you who look like you? Qing Tianzhan pointed to the air next to Bai Tianzhan and said. No. Bai Tianzhan was a little confused. How did you provoke that kind of existence? I told you not to run around, luckily I acted quickly, otherwise you would have become a dead snake, the last time the Tyrant Cloud Sea incident was also. Bai Tianzhan suddenly became nagging. Qing Tianzhan listened to Bai Tianzhan's nagging quietly, he didn't expect that there was such a powerful existence in this world, and he almost died. Do you think there are no strong people after Tyrant Cloud Sea died? Those old guys hid themselves when the world changed. There are a group of old guys hiding in each continent. The human race is not that simple. This era belongs to our demon race, but if those old guys are blown out, they will definitely kill people. I have checked the information about the existence you just provoked. That guy was born earlier than us. According to legend, he fought with and killed the sea serpent god of the western continent. He was the CO lord of Kalidoya before and a god wandering in the sea fog. There are many legends about him, but he is not in normal state now, otherwise I can't save you. Qing Tianzhan nodded frantically, otherwise he would not be able to call for help next time he encountered trouble. Okay, I won't say anything about you. You should recuperate from now on. Don't leave the Holy Land again. Leave the things outside to those juniors. Bai Tianzhan left after leaving a bottle of elixir. On Emma Island, Tarzan transformed into a human with a dragon head and was eating food with the giants. His transformation into a demon was irreversible, and he could only return to this level at best. Chapter 155. The Fuxi clan was created by their ancestor god Lazy Fu Bo. They have a human upper body and a snake lower body. They are naturally friendly to all things in the world, and are friends with the blood-vine elves and the winged people. There is the Fukin Empress in the clan. The Fuxi clan also belongs to the sequence of the demon clan, but the Fuxi clan does not classify themselves as demons. They call themselves the innate human clan. Only those who are transformed from unicorn snakes are called innate Fuxi. The descendants born between the innate Fuxi are called acquired Fuxi. The birth rate of the Fuxi clan is extremely low. There are only about 100 innate Fuxi and thousands of acquired Fuxi. As for the unicorn snake clan, the source of the birth of the innate Fuxi, there are only dozens of them. In recent years, the birth of innate Fuxi has become less and less. Because some acquired Fuxi have mated with humans, the purity of their blood has become low and they have been contaminated with the blood curse. In the central 1,000 years, the demon court entered the Zonghai continent in a big way. The demon race in the Zonghai continent began to split into two camps. The demon court race, which was originally weak in the Zonghai continent, became strong after a large number of demon court masters entered. Fu Ling, the young patriarch of the Fuxi clan, was attacked by the demon court when he was out playing, and his whole body strength was abolished. The Fuxi clan was furious and began to order the various demon tribes under his command to investigate and began to actively prepare for war. They also asked Fu Bo and Fu Qin and Lazy Yi for instructions. Fu Qian, the leader of the Fuxi clan, began to mobilize all the strong men who were close to the Fuxi clan. He felt that a war was about to break out. In fact, his premonition was correct. The demon court was ready to attack the Fuxi clan. Qing Tianzhan agreed to take action. He did not listen to a word of Bai Tianzhan's words. The main point was that it went in one ear and out the other. Anyway, Bai Tianzhan would not watch them die. At the same time as the internal war between the demons in Zonghai continent broke out, 13 people walked out of the Hero City, the afterglow of the Holy Empire in the Dark Continent. They called themselves the Hero Knights. They honed their skills to the extreme and began their journey of redemption in the Dark Continent with mortal bodies. They followed the ancient Knight Code and redeemed the people and animals enslaved by the demons on the earth. Even if these people and animals leaked their news to their demon gods, these 13 knights still wandered on the continent and spread their chivalry. Gradually, some humans enslaved by the demon gods followed them, practicing asceticism in the Dark Continent, and practicing the Knight Code with their own bodies. They fought against the demons with their mortal bodies. They would die if they were injured, and they would grow old. They were writing their own chapters. Some bards followed them and recorded their stories. The 13 knights had been replaced many times. Whenever a knight died, they would select someone from their followers to inherit the power. The person who inherited the power would also practice the Knight Code like their ancestors. The power of the knights would become stronger from generation to generation. This is also a new power system created by the knights in the Holy City. They can only rely on the accumulation of generations. Since the physical power of the flesh cannot be developed, they can only develop the power of spiritual idealism. Even though there are some people who are willing to degenerate among the human race, there are also some who are carrying the burden for the future of the human race. These knights include Tian, who turned into a demon, Gehua, who established the 36 cities of Yanmen in Nikado, Zhongyu and Zhongshan, the inheritors of the Flame of Storm continent, the successive masters of Jianmen, and the disciples of Jianmen who gave their lives to resist the demons. The reputation of the hero knights began to spread in the Dark Continent, but the demon court transferred a large force to the Zonghai continent. There were not many powerful demon courts who encircled the hero knights. Even if these human knights were strong, they would be killed by time. The 6 reincarnation artifacts of the demon race were no joke. The knights traveled on the continent, and they began to spread the information of various kingdoms and various human-neutral places to other places. The human domains that did not fall in the Dark Continent got the opportunity to communicate, and the silent human domains began to become active. Some human beings ignited the idea of reviving the human race, and they began to do research. When the Demon Court and the Fuxi clan started a game, the leader of the Green Forest, who had been hiding for many years, came out again and raised his arms. The 72 leaders responded to their leader and started the rebellion of the Green Forest people in the Nikado continent. The Green Forest Holy Land, Prison Head Mountain. The leader made his fortune here, and the Green Forest also started to rise from here. The 72 leaders all have unique skills, but they all submit to the leader. In addition to the famous 72 leaders, other big and small. There are thousands of small gourd leaders, including humans, demons, and half-demons. Each gourd leader is at the top of the wanted list in their area. The gourd leaders who are usually hard to find in the demon court gather in Lanja Mountain. The chief gourd leader is an old human with a mouth full of yellow teeth. He is very thin and looks like an ordinary old farmer. At this time, the chief gourd leader is standing on the top of the mountain. Below are the gourd leaders and green forest heroes from all over Nikado. They responded to the call of the chief gourd leader and came with the mentality of pilgrimage. They want to see what the legendary chief gourd leader looks like. After seeing this, a green forest hero of the human race below sighed and said, "The chief gourd leader looks like an ordinary person, almost like me." At this time, the chief gourd leader spoke. "Brothers, today is the good time for our green forest. The demon court above has gone to fight with the Fuxi clan. Our chance has come. Today we will convene the Green Forest continent to launch an uprising. Tear down all the gods of the demon court, and stand shoulder to shoulder. Today we will strike the thunder. Let's do this great cause together. Even the old man who doesn't want to participate will not be rejected." The voice of the chief leader echoed on the Prison Head Mountain. The Green Forest heroes below responded to their chief leader, and the voice shook the dark clouds in the sky. The drizzle continued to fall. After drinking the oath wine, the Green Forest people of the Prison Head Mountain unveiled the Green Forest's great cause of resisting the demon court. All the Green Forest people drank the blood wine. These Green Forest guys only gathered together because of the charm of the chief leader. As for who they rebelled against, they didn't care. None of them or the monsters were good, but it must be said that what they did was beneficial to the human race. In the year 101 of the Central Period, on the Nikado continent, the leader raised his arm and the heroes of the Green Forests across the continent launched an uprising, divided into 72 rebel armies, and the second wave of resistance against the demon court arrived. At the same time, the secret competition between the demon court and the Fuxi clan in the Zonghai continent has ended, and the open competition is about to come. Both sides are well prepared, and the demon court decides to start with the Fuxi clan to establish the majesty of the demon court. Chapter 156. The war broke out on a sunny day. The demon tribe led by the Fuxi tribe and the demon court broke out in war. Some monster trainers among the winged people helped the Fuxi tribe, and the Bloodvine elves and the Bloodvine ancestor Balo also joined the war. The ancestor Bloodvine is the most powerful among the plant demon tribes. The accumulation of years has enabled the ancestor Bloodvine to basically kill the demon court celestial master within its own body range, and its combat power is equivalent to the original 16 celestial masters. The ones who helped the Fuxi tribe were basically some demon tribes transformed from monsters. They all retained their original forms, or evolved to new forms with the help of monster trainers, so some demon tribes on the Zonghai continent were relatively friendly to the human race, unlike the Kaladoa continent. These strange spirits transformed into monsters after the era came, and they can also be called fairies. The war between Fuxi clan and the demon court will not stop soon. At the beginning, it was just a battle between the lower classes. Their high-end combat power was waiting for the other side to reveal flaws. If the war became one-sided, it would be the time for the top to end. In the past few hundred years, in addition to the excitement on land, there were also great changes in the ocean. The original ocean overlord Chang'eren's power shrank rapidly after the arrival of the Demon Clan era. Like the Sea Clan alliance composed of mermaids and fishmen, the fishmen moved their race to the Mermaid Reef. However, this caused a gap between the two clans. The mermaids looked down on these mixed blood species, and after ending the war with Chang'eren, the mermaids felt that they no longer needed the help of the fishmen, and even began to enslave the fishmen. If it were not for the arrival of the Demon Clan era, the two clans would need to unite again, and the fishmen would have become a subsidiary race of the mermaids. Even so, in the current mermaid kingdom, the status of the Merman tribe is still lower than that of the mermaids. The Merman king nominally rules the world with the mermaid king, but in fact, most of the power is in the hands of the mermaid king. After the arrival of the demon era, the two tribes were also cursed by the blood of the 6 reincarnations. Relying on the natural bonus of the Mermaid Reef, the two tribes barely managed to keep their own territory together, but all the territories outside the Mermaid Reef fell. In addition, the Mermaid tribe and the Merman tribe have to pay tribute to the Azure Dragon Emperor Aoqing every year, and some strong human tribes to obtain the protection of the Dragon Palace. Dragons are inherently lustful, and the beauties of the Merman tribe and the Merman tribe are very consistent with Aoqing's aesthetics. They gave birth to many dragon sons and daughters for Aoqing, and the Mermaid Reef was naturally saved. The Mermaid Kingdom began to secretly plan changes for revival through blood output. Compared with the two tribes in the Mermaid Reef, the Longman tribe was miserable. Only the new Atlanta city remained, and the dominant territory in the ocean shrank by 99%. If it weren't for the previous new Sea Queen leaving some foundation, some of the imprisoned monsters could barely be used. Under the immortality and treacherous nature of these monsters, the last fire of the Longman tribe was preserved. The number of monsters in the ocean is far greater than that on land, but the strength of the top leaders is not as good as that on land. There are two demon court supremes who rule the ocean. Yaoming and Aoqing divided the ocean respectively. Aoqing established the Dragon Palace, and then divided his dragon sons and grandsons into various waters, and then commanded the monsters in those waters. As for Yaoming, the sea area ruled by the Viper Monster clan is extremely chaotic. The Viper Monster clan is only responsible for collecting offerings regularly, and will not care about anything else. Due to the existence of the 5-tailed beasts, the demons and the magicians can still live in harmony in the Fire Continent. However, they have also encountered the Blood Seal. Now most magicians can only use some simple magic. The daimyo, who originally served as a political administration in the 5 major countries, began to rise. They controlled the mortal army, and the magic villages no longer had the high-level military forces that could suppress the mortal countries. The magic shadows have lost their power and become tools of war for the daimyo. The village can only survive with the funding from the daimyo. Under the protection of the 5-tailed beasts, the human race in the Fire Continent lives much happier than the human race in other places, but they can no longer contact the ocean, and in order to protect them, the 5-tailed beasts made a deal with the Dragon Palace in the ocean, and held a living sacrifice every year, claiming that this would bring good weather and good harvests, and built a Dragon Emperor temple on the Fire Continent to worship the Blue Dragon Emperor Aoqing. The waters of the Fire Continent were also allocated to the Dragon Clan of the Dragon Palace. The stability of the Fire Continent also required a price to be paid, but after the sacrifice, the Dragon Clan would not harm the people of the Fire Continent, and would use their innate magical powers to help these humans increase their food production. If there is no sacrifice, disaster will come. Therefore, some legends of the Dragon Clan making clouds and rain and the legend of sacrificing the Water Dragon King spread among the human race. The Dragon Palace not only controls the waters of the Fire Continent, but also most of the waters of other continents are controlled by the Dragon Clan. Dragons are lustful by nature, so they have many dragon sons and grandsons, so the Dragon Clan is even divided accurately into wells. However, the Dragon Clan in other continents is not so disciplined. They are all causing trouble, then devouring people and animals, attacking human areas, and even because their ancestor Aoqing is the supreme of the demon court, he began to act tyrannically, which is why so many demons rebelled together when Tian launched a rebellion. The race of the supreme of the demon court enjoyed the benefits brought by the strong in their clan, oppressed other demons, and robbed other demons of their upward channels and even promotion resources. Once intelligent creatures lose their promotion channels, they may retaliate. Even if the wild beasts are robbed of food, they will resist. The demon clan began to form in the demon court. They controlled the circulation of various resources of the demon clan, and even embezzled the resources offered to the demon court with the tacit consent of some demon kings. Even this war with the Fuxi clan was intervened by some demon clans. Once creatures form wisdom and civilization, their bad natures will be exposed. Many demon clans like to transform into demon clans, because many post-demons are in human form, and the cultivation speed of post-demons is the fastest among demon clans. The cultivation speed of transforming into human form is much faster than that of beast form. The bad nature of the demon clan is even more than that of the human race. They retain the nature of beasts. The demon clans have different characteristics according to different races, such as the lustful dragon clan, snake clan, the gluttonous pig demon, the greedy monkey demon, the rat demon. For hundreds of years, various forces in the demon court began to intertwine, and some demon clans began to make plans. When they were sure that the demon clan was firmly in power and the human race would not revive, they began internal struggles. Even Lion Bone Supreme and Wolf Bone Supreme, two of the rotating supremes of the demon race, were besieged by some demons and powerful men of the small demon race after leaving the demon court. These were the dead soldiers trained by some forces in the demon court, but this was nothing to the two demon court supremes. These dead soldiers were just sent out by the guys behind the scenes to test Lion Bone and Wolf Bone, and it is estimated that a permanent supreme of the demon court was involved. After the wizards of the Jelen Witch lost their extraordinary powers and were cursed by their blood, the Wizard Tower Academy began to study alchemical creations. They began to make machines according to the basic operating rules of the world. The entire Wizard King Tower City turned into a big creation. When the demons attacked neutral Wizard King Tower City, they were severely educated by this group of wizards who studied alchemical technology. Alchemical bombs, alchemical power cars, alchemical street lamps, alchemical steam guns, all kinds of strange alchemical tools began to appear, and wizards began to study the curse in the blood, and died in the backlash after the attack, but these research madmen did not care about these things. Under their research, they developed a special potion that can alleviate the blood curse, and they also established a new blood discipline. After the advent of the Demon Era, the alchemical wizard faction appeared in the Wizard Tower Academy, and it controlled the Wizard Tower Academy together with the Witch Doctor faction. In this era, they played a much greater role than other factions. Among the alchemical wizards, their leader Skek was the smartest. Most of the alchemical creations came from his hands. The alchemical biochemical transformation of the Witch King Tower City was also from Skek's hands, and the potion related to the blood curse was also developed by Skek. In order to achieve immortality, Skek transformed himself into an alchemical creature, completely out of the scope of human beings. Only the brain and heart are his own, and the rest are made of alchemy. If Skek had not been unable to study the creation forbidden area in the brain, it is estimated that even the brain would have been transformed into an alchemical creation. Skek believes that the brain is the most perfect part of the human race. The Witch King Tower City also repelled the attacks of the demon clan many times under the leadership of Skek. In this era, there are more or less some characters in those neutral places, but due to the influence of the environment, they have no intention of expanding outward. Skek's idol is the Wizard Emperor Jun of the Wizard Empire. He has studied a large number of books compiled by Jun and verified Jun's experiments many times. Human anatomy and outer god anatomy experiments have been conducted many times, and other various perverted experiments are countless, but some experiments cannot be reproduced in this era, which troubles Skek. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the central 1012 years. The battle between the Fuxi clan and the demon court has entered a white-hot stage, and the innate Fuxi has begun to die one after another. Some rotating supremes of the demon court also began to take the field. They took turns to control the Dao wheel and fight against Fuxi. The demon court's main camp was built on the food city of the previous food hunters. The profession of food hunters only existed for less than 100 years and disappeared. Those legendary food hunters disappeared after the arrival of the demons, but there were still some people who hunted some demons to make food. After the arrival of the demon court, the food city suffered a fatal blow and then became the base camp of the demon court. The demon court's camp in the Zonghai continent was built very large, with layers of progressive and clear levels. The Supremes built a hall. They lived in the middle and highest point of the camp, showing their status. At this time, the demon court supreme and the demon kings who arrived here gathered here. Some demon kings had just been on the battlefield a few days ago, so they still carried a bloody aura. They were all sitting in the hall. The one sitting at the top was Tanzhan. Tanzhan's cross eyes seemed to be getting worse. Tanzhan was holding a wine glass and looking at it, trying hard to focus his eyesight. 1/3 of the demon kings in the seats had been instructed by Tanzhan. Under his disciples and his powerful strength, he became the commander of the demon court army this time. The demon court also announced that Tanzhan was on the same level as the supreme in the demon court, and those below the supreme had to pay tribute. Tanzhan was also canonized as the teacher of all demons to teach all the demons in the demon court. Some demon kings maintained their beast form, some demon kings turned into human form, and some were demon kings of the post-demon clan, who were born in human form. However, the demons who turned into human form would have the characteristics of their own clan, and their true form could generally be seen directly. There were all kinds of food in front of them. Those who liked to eat people put the thighs and organs of humans and animals in front of them, all of which were bloody. Those who liked to eat tender things put the meat of children and girls, and those who liked to eat strong ones put the meat of young and middle-aged people, and there were also drinks next to them. Some monsters who didn't eat people put the meat of other animals. In front of them were all the food they liked. In the middle of the hall, the female fox monsters of the Bishan clan were dancing, and some bee monsters were playing music. The little monsters kept replenishing the food of the monster kings. They were careful because once they angered the monster kings, they would become the monster king's food. Recently, the group of guys in the green forest of the Nikado continent have been making a lot of noise. All the temples in various places have been overthrown, the monster soldiers have been killed, and the rebel leader Guhua and the two guys, the chief boss, have begun to erode the demon court's ruling area in Nikado. The Lion Bone Supreme brought up the topic. Nikado is the territory of the Lion Bone Supreme. As the representative of the Nikado monster clan, he naturally had to bring up the topic. Don't worry, Supreme Lion Bone. Once we wipe out the Fuxi clan, we will naturally deal with the rebels slowly. We have to make them suffer. Otherwise, they don't know that the demon court is protecting their interests. We have Tanzhan here, so why worry about not winning? Supreme Yao Ming began to hold up Tanzhan. Tanzhan drank the wine in the cup and laughed, except for Tyrant Cloud Sea and Yi Tianzhan, no one is my opponent. Disciples, just look at the methods of the master. As soon as the voice fell, thunder sounded in the sky, one by one at first, and then it continued to sound, and from far to near. Wailing began to appear outside. Boom! Report to all the heavenly masters, the Fuxi clan is coming. A giant with a human head and a dragon body controls thunder to kill our soldiers. Now it is almost in the center of the camp. Tanzhan stood up, and his cross-eyed eyes returned to normal. It can be seen that he is serious. Come on, disciples, look at the master's move, and he will definitely take him down. Chapter 157. Tanzhan walked out of the hall and saw a giant with a human head and a dragon body coming angrily in the distance. He slapped his belly while moving. Every time he slapped, countless thunders appeared, and then some strong men in the demon camp who went up to stop him were electrocuted to death. Tanzhan felt that the giant was a strong man of the same level as himself, and even older. He was a little unsure, but he would not show weakness in front of his disciples and juniors. At this time, Tanzhan did not know what kind of existence he was going to face. What he had to face was the snake of destiny from the previous era, the strongest among the strongest race of unicorn snakes, the creator of the later demons and the origin of the current demon race. The demon race liked to build temples, which was inherited from Fubo. It can be said that Tanzhan had to face the demon ancestor. Tanzhan shook the power of the avenue, let out the long river of the avenue, and then turned into a green demon snake of the same size as Fubo, but the eyes of this demon snake were a little strange, and the eyeballs bulged out obviously. Fubo saw Tanzhan and walked over angrily, stepping on many small demons to death with every step. This time Fubo was invited by Fuxi and others because the demon court killed Fubo's favorite little unicorn snake, which made Fubo very angry. Although Fubo's activities were not smooth in this era, he was still able to adapt to it, so there was a scene where Fubo came to find the murderer. You are the leader of these guys. Accompanied by Fubo's voice, thunder roared between heaven and earth, the earth began to crack, thunder surged from below, and the soil began to become muddy. Fubo was assimilating this place. Tanzhan was naturally unwilling to be outdone. The light green power of the avenue emanated and confronted Fubo. I am, so what should you do? The Demon King and the Demon Court Supremes watched the battle in the distant sky. Those little demons on the battlefield could not escape. They could not bear the pressure in the confrontation between the two strong men and all turned into blood mist and returned to nature. Some demon kings and supremes who were not disciples of Qing Tianzun were watching the show. They wanted to see what level this legendary Qing Tianzun and the current demon court demon master were. As for Qing Tianzun's disciples, they believed in their master, so they also watched from the side. Fu Bo was very angry. He looked at the guy in front of him and decided to give him a loving beating. These demons are related to the demon system created by Fu Bo. Fu Bo is familiar with this system, so Fu Bo can see the weakness of Qing Tianzun. Even if Qing Tianzun cultivates the Tao system, he is a demon, and Fu Bo has a way to deal with him. Thousand Snakes Illusion Formation. Thousands of blue transparent snakes emerged from Qing Tianzun's body, and then formed a light green sea of snakes, and waves after waves covered Fu Bo. ZZ. Fu Bo created a thunder domain, completely covering the sea of snakes, and all the snakes turned into flying smoke in the sizzling sound. On the other side, the Demon Court Supreme and Demon Kings who were watching the show were found by the Fuxi clan. The Fukan Empress of the Fuxi clan entangled 6 Demon Court Supremes alone, and the other Demon Kings also fought with other Fuxi's strong men. There was even the appearance of a unicorn snake. The unicorn snake suppressed the dragon monsters at the source of blood. Most snakes and dragons have more or less the blood of the unicorn snake, so the unicorn snake is their superior body. The Fuxi clan had no power over snakes and dragons. When they turned into Fuxi, they became a new race. While they gained some new things, they also lost other things. In Fu Bo's eyes, the Fuxi clan was not as important as his unicorn snakes. If the Fuxi died, he might not come out of the thunder domain, but he came out immediately after the unicorn snake died. However, what shocked the Demon Court Supremes at this time was that Qing Tianzun, who was still in an attacking state and seemed to have the upper hand, was now hugged by Fu Bo and was being beaten there. Qing Tianzun's snake tail was constantly whipping Fu Bo, but it was like tickling Fu Bo, and Fu Bo didn't feel it at all. Instead, Qing Tianzun's scales were broken and blood was gushing out. Fu Bo assimilated the muddy ground and turned bright red. Boom, boom, boom. Fu Bo pressed Qing Tianzun's head into the ground and beat it continuously. Fu Bo had no way to use the power of the Great Dao. He was simply torturing Qing Tianzun with the strength of his flesh. Why was Qing Tianzun subdued so quickly? On the one hand, Fu Bo suppressed his Great Dao, and on the other hand, the principle of hitting the snake at its weakest point also applied to Qing Tianzun. It worked. Qing Tianzun was bleeding on the spot. Now Fu Bo tore his mouth open and broke the fangs in Qing Tianzun's mouth one by one. Qing Tianzun was wailing. The Demon Court Supreme and the Demon Kings beside him were terrified. They didn't expect Qing Tianzun to be defeated so quickly, nor did they expect the old guy of the Fuxi clan hiding in Lazy E to be so terrible. They didn't feel any other power from Fu Bo, which meant that Fu Bo was beating Qing Tianzun with pure physical strength. Under Fu Bo's fierce attack, Qing Tianzun, who was struggling constantly, was also getting quieter. It can be seen that Fu Bo was very angry. Except for the first sentence, he didn't say a word afterwards and tortured Qing Tianzun the whole time. Qing Tianzun's blood flowed out and even formed a lake. When Fu Bo wanted to give him the last blow, an accident happened. Fu Bo, who was about to tear Qing Tianzun open from the mouth, felt a gentle force blocking him tightly, making it impossible for him to continue to exert force. If he could mobilize the power of the Great Dao, Fu Bo would naturally be able to do it, but now he couldn't continue. Daiyu, give me a favor, I will take him away, and he will not appear in this world again within 500 years. A woman in white with a veil appeared in the air, with a cloud under her feet, and the white power of the Great Dao constantly emanating from her body. It was obvious that she saved Qing Tianzun. Qing Tianzun, who was dying below, burst into tears, and he knew that Lao Bai would not watch him die without saving him. Just you. Fu Bo snorted coldly, and some little demons who had just been glad that they survived were frightened by this sound. Demon ancestor, we are all demons, why do you have to do this? This world is not suitable for you now. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you, but your people may not be something I can't do to them. Bai Tianzun's voice was very ethereal, but full of confidence. Fu Bo was furious, and slapped out with a palm, thunder roared, you dare to threaten me. Bai Tianzun just pointed, and a huge finger appeared, resisting Fu Bo's attack. For Fu Bo who could not use the Great Dao, Bai Tianzun was confident that he could resist him. Fu Bo was naturally unwilling, and slapped again, but soon he stopped, because Bai Tianzun was in front of a few small unicorn snakes, which had just hatched not long ago. Fu Bo quickly retracted the attack. The newborn small unicorn snakes in the past 100 years are all here, Fu Bo will not gamble with the lives of his own people. Now, do you agree? Bai Tianzun smiled. Rumble, rumble. The wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and heavy rain began to fall on the ground. The rain gathered beside Qing Tianzun, who was lying in a pool of blood mixed with water and blood. Fu Bo's tail pressed him down, making him unable to move. The weather changes at this moment can show that Fu Bo is in a bad mood. He is angry, but he quickly finished thinking. I let him go, you guarantee the safety of my people, and this guy is not allowed to appear within 500 years. The demon court evacuates Songhai continent. If my people suffer any loss, I will activate the Great Dao and destroy the demon court. As he said, Fu Bo punched Qing Tianzun again to vent his anger. Qing Tianzun spit out blood again, and carried teeth and internal organs. Bai Tianzun handed a few small unicorn snakes to Fu Bo, leaving the last one in his hand. I have given my sincerity, it's your turn. Fu Bo took a few small unicorn snakes, and then let go of Qing Tianzun. Bai Tianzun waved and sent Qing Tianzun away, and then gave an order to the demon court, I'm taking him away, you can do whatever you want, whether you want to leave or not is your business. Bai Tianzun put down the last unicorn snake and disappeared. Fu Bo looked at the place where Bai Tianzun disappeared, with anger in his huge pupils. Those two snakes will die miserably one day. Fu Bo looked at the demon court supremes and the demon king. Boom boom. Qing Tianzun was saved, but was seriously injured. Bai Tianzun was actually there early in the morning, but did not come out. She wanted Qing Tianzun to learn a lesson. It happened that these hundreds of years were used to recover from his injuries. If Qing Tianzun continued like this, it is estimated that more than Fu Bo would come out. The demon court lost a supreme and several rotating supremes, as well as more than a dozen demon kings and countless demon soldiers, and then fled from Songhai continent in a hurry. If it were not for the last Fu Bo and Fu Qin who seemed to have come out, it is estimated that several more supremes would have died, and the one who died was Yadu Supreme. Among the 6 heavenly masters at the beginning, Wanchengdian and Yadu died, and the demon court began to reshuffle. The Wu Rendao Lun was replaced by Cao Yao Zhanshan, a rotating heavenly master from the Jelinwu continent, and the Dong Rendao Lun was replaced by Lang Gu. This time the demon court was defeated, and their goal of regaining prestige failed. Taishan clan took this opportunity. For external expansion, Yaoding changed its target to the Green Forest people of Nikado. Since the Fuxi clan was too hard to chew, they would use a chicken to kill the monkey. Chief Lao Beizai became very prosperous when the demon court attacked the Fuxi clan. He also created a Dacian empire, which expanded crazily in the Beast region, killing demon court officials, destroying the demon court temple, and also attacking the princes. General Xiang Ning has a kind slogan. The leader of the human race was elected as the founding emperor of the Dacian Empire. However, how could a country established by a group of bandits be good? The management was chaotic and caused widespread dissatisfaction under the rule. If it were not for the suppression of the leader, it would have fallen apart long ago. Chapter 158. In the 120th year of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, General Lao Beizai founded the country and proclaimed himself emperor. The country was named Dacian. Mr. Yehu was appointed Prime Minister, and he planned to carry out reforms in the territory to maintain a longer rule. After a short period of repairs, the demon court decided to take action against the Dacian Empire on the Nikado continent and the 36th city of Yanmen established by the half-demon Gehua. The demon court has a high probability of success this time. Don't forget the demon court's headquarters. Right here, all the demon kings who have accumulated over the years in the 6 realms of space are ready to go out in full force. This is the base of demon court, and they decided to directly focus on eradicating all the troubles on the Nikado continent. After Shi Kaiang educated the young knight for a while, he came and left. He turned into a mortal and travelled around the world. He tried to walk the journey again, but the world expanded, and Shi Kaiang had not even completed the giant stone area. As for the young knight at the time, he has now become an old knight. The old knight at the time has also turned into a pile of grave soil. There is another seat and a set of knight armor in the Palace of Heroes. The Dacian dynasty occupied 20% of the original territory of the 100 Beasts, and began to build border gates to resist the attacks from the demon court. After establishing the country, General Lao Beizai also began to control the country established by this group of bandits. Reform. The real name of Zhong Laobangzi is Wang Erniu, and he was later renamed Wang Xiaocheng. He is now about 100 years old. According to the current lifespan of the human race, he is already an old man. He can also be called Ran Rui. The current Wang Xiaocheng is still Dun. Drinking wine and eating meat, Wan favors the harem, especially the concubines from the Flower Demon clan. Normal kings would start purges after taking office in order to stabilize the regime, and Emperor Tian did the same. He began to purge those Laobaizai who followed him in rebellion. Those Laobaizai would be purged by Emperor Tian after they committed crimes. After the establishment of decay, 7 major cases occurred successively, involving millions of people. More than 300,000 people and demon heads were beheaded by Emperor Tian. This stopped the chaos in the Dacian Empire after the founding of the country. A large number of prisoners and demons were transported to border gates to build cities. Later, under the reforms of the Prime Minister Mr. Yehu, a 9th grade ascending path was established. The first grade had the highest status and respected martial arts. The Tongguyu Division was established to be responsible for the assessment and appointment of imperial officials. After passing the initial assessment, you will become a 9th grade person. Only by becoming a 9th grade person can you be considered a civilian of the Dacian Empire. If you do not become a 9th grade person, you will not be able to enjoy basic rights and can be killed at will. At most, the Empire will not allow people to kill people or kill monsters. The perpetrator will be fined. If someone of rank 9 or above is killed, the Tongguyu Division will arrest the murderer and make him pay with his life. Moreover, demons are not allowed to build temples in the Dacian Empire. The temples in the countryside will be destroyed and the founders will be killed. The empire does not allow demons to enjoy incense. Due to the characteristics of the monster race in this era, they can pass the assessment and become the 9th grade at birth. Humans and animals have to go through training and struggle to become the 9th grade. They are still the bottom of this world, but the Dacian Empire has liberated some human races. These human races, after becoming the 9th grade, he will become one of the people who oppress the lower class. The emergence of the 9-level system began to differentiate the hierarchy of the Dacian Empire, and strata soon emerged. The hierarchy was even stricter than that of Yaoting. For this reform, Emperor Tian once again purged a large number of Green Forest heroes. In the central 1030 years, the Dacian Empire began to operate smoothly, and the new empire was full of vitality. When everything was going up, the Demon Court announced the annihilation of the rebels, and millions of Demon Court soldiers attacked Yanmen 30 years in 2 groups. Liuguan and the Dacian Empire. The Dacian Empire met the first test of their founding. Chapter 159. While the war between the Demon Court and the Dacian Empire and the Yanmen 36 passes on the Nikado continent was in full swing, big changes also occurred in the sword sect human domain of Kaladoa. The 7th generation head abdicated, and the 8th generation head Shen came to the throne. Jianmen ushered in a golden age. Among the 9 generations of disciples, there were endless talents, even better than the previous generation of the Taishan clan who had not betrayed the Jianmen. The escort means that the disciples of this generation do not have to fight for life and death as before, and they have enough time to grow. Among them, the new generation is divided into 1 sword, 3 monsters, and 7 gentlemen, which are the geniuses of the first echelon, the 24 warriors of the second echelon, and even the 48 formations of the third echelon. 1 sword is Uncle Feng, the 9th generation elder brother, known as the Little Sword Saint. The 3 monsters are the painting monster Wu Ziai, the book monster Wang Guzi, the piano monster Luu, the 7 gentlemen Song Qing, Mei Xi, Zhu Shuang, Lan Qian, Julie, Lian Sheng, and Yang Li are 7 gentlemen. Their favorite things are all related to their names. As for the 24 warriors, they are 24 martial arts idiots who are proficient in a single sword skill. They only practice a single skill, and have reached the pinnacle of that skill, innovating new ones. The 48 formation is a large formation composed of 48 young disciples. The formation formed by these 48 disciples is as natural as one body. They are composed of 24 men and 24 women. They coincide with the yin and yang of heaven and earth. The formation is called yin and yang. With the Wuji swordsmanship formation, these 48 people successfully became the third echelon. Of course there are some other geniuses, but those geniuses did not come out to compete for these names and grope their own way. These names actually also represent the tilt of resources. The first echelon naturally gets more resources. In this harsh environment, given the poor living environment, resources will naturally be given to the best seedlings. Some guys who didn't like the struggle fell silent. Among them was Dongfang Yueming, the disciple with the best qualifications in the 9-generation test. However, after entering the school, he became a member of the Tibetan guardian lineage of Jianmen and was responsible for guarding and cleaning the scripture pavilion. The resources obtained are the least. Dongfang Yueming worshipped in this channel, and spent all day practicing, taking pleasure in drinking. Every time he got drunk, he would fall asleep in the sutra pavilion. If the previous generation of pavilion master hadn't died, only the remaining he was probably expelled from this lineage. Under this situation, Dongfang Yueming faded out of the sight of the people in Jianmen, and lived in Jianmen for 20 years. From the original 17th he turned into a decadent middle-aged man. In the Jianmen Sutra pavilion, a slovenly middle-aged Taoist burst out laughing. The sides of his face were a little red, which was caused by drinking. His Taoist robes were also stained with oil. Ha ha ha, I learned another wonderful method in my dream, and it will suddenly become clear to me. This middle-aged Taoist was Dongfang Yueming. His laughter did not attract anyone's attention. The disciples in the Sutra pavilion were used to this drunkard's daily madness. Uncle Dongfang, keep your voice down, it will disturb the junior fellow apprentices from watching the exercises. A long-haired young man with a smile came over and said. Okay, okay. Dongfang Yueming nodded in agreement, then picked up the wine gourd and drank heavily until there was no more wine in the wine gourd. Dongfang Yueming was still licking the corners of his mouth, still unfinished. Senior nephew Chen Ping, how long have I been sleeping this time? Excuse me, how about my uncle teaching you a small skill? Dongfang Yueming lay down on the chair after drinking and started to feel sleepy again. Uncle Master has been sleeping for half a month. There is no need for small exercises. My nephew has taken over the task of slaying demons and is going down the mountain. Is there anything I want to bring with me? This long-haired young man with a smile is called Chen Ping. He is the master of a small peak in the sword sect. He is also a single generation. His master is more than 10 years older than Dongfang Yueming. He was injured and died during a demon-slaying mission. Bring me some Jianmen Shiju, nothing else. Dongfang Yueming yawned and his eyes were almost closed. That disciple is leaving. Chen Ping bowed his hands and was about to leave. Take this, I'll give this to you. Dongfang Yueming threw a small jade pendant, and Chen Ping caught it easily. Thank you, uncle. Dongfang Yueming waved his hand and fell asleep quickly. After a while, the snoring started. Many new disciples frowned, but the old disciples were used to it. But if there are souls with strong enough souls here, they will feel the powerful soul power of Dongfang Yueming at this time, and they will see each one. The little people who looked like Dongfang Yueming were coming out of his body and then into the books. Some of these little people were into the books, some were sitting cross-legged and practicing, some were discussing with each other, some were sleeping, and all kinds of little people were doing all kinds of things. Maha maha. One little person went crazy while practicing, and then he was beaten up by other little people and returned to normal. Another little person became distressed after flipping through a book of exercises, and then started shouting there, calling other little people to come and discuss together. Maha maha, mama haha. The little people started to quarrel, they were discussing exercises, and then they beat each other after a dispute, and some little people were beaten to death and turned into bubbles and flew back into Dongfang Yueming's body. However, every time the little man turned into a bubble and returned to Dongfang Yueming, his soul would be further strengthened. The whole sutra library was full of little men. The disciples were not strong enough to sense them. Some little men even ran to the heads or shoulders of the disciples to sleep or dance. Dongfang Yueming, who was on the recliner, was still smacking his lips. It can be seen that he was having a sweet dream. In the 150th year of the central period, Tianzhan also entered his old age. He was only a half-demon. Even if he turned into a demon later, the curse of the human race in his blood still accompanied him. If it were not for the blood of the demon race, Tianzhan would have died long ago. After Tianzhan's old age, the demons of the demon court outside Jianmen Pass began to become active. The demon court's attack on the Nikado continent was smooth. In addition, Jian Huang and Guhua also entered their old age, so the demon court was constantly recovering the Nikado continent. Tianzhan still had the Dao wheel of Wanzhong Tiandu in his hand. Even if the demon court made a substitute later, it was not as suitable as this one, so the demon court was also planning to take back this Dao wheel. After Ba Tian Suans became the head of the sect, he did not continue to send disciples to attack Jianmen Pass. Instead, he started to trade with the people on the border and the half-demons, humans, and monsters in Jianmen Pass. However, Jianmen still sent people into the wilderness to hunt monsters, and Dongfang Yueming's nephew was one of them. Chapter 160. The Taishan Emperor who protected the Jianmen people from the wind and rain in Jianmen Pass is old. He has lost control of many things in Jianmen Pass. The Jianmen disciples who followed him to implement the plan and buy time for the human race have passed away. Many of the monsters who followed him have retired or are not of the same mind. After all, humans and monsters are on opposite sides. The imperial mausoleum and temple of Taishan have been built. Now the monsters behind his descendants have begun to stand out. Jianmen Pass is now a giant on the Kaladoa continent. Inheriting the throne of Taishan, that is supreme power. The strength of Jianmen Pass, which was established to repel the monster court, cannot be underestimated. The remaining power of Taishan gradually disappeared as his lifespan decreased. He lay in the temple prepared for him. The scales on his body had become dull and his hair had fallen off. He no longer had the strength to lift his claws, and he could no longer transform into a human form. This half-demon who was devoted to the human race would eventually die as a demon. Taishan was waiting. Before he died, he had to clean up some things that were harmful to the human race in Jianmen Pass. After years of management by Taishan, there were no more people and animals in Jianmen Pass. Although their status was still very low, at least they were not slaughtered at will. They still had to offer sacrifices to the demons in Jianmen Pass, but not to humans, but to animals. Some demons became the sacrificial spirits of the human villages, enjoying the offerings of the human race and bringing protection to the human race. These sacrificial spirits were generally inconvenient to move, and most of them were stone demons or tree demons. They were slowly assimilated into the human camp. Taishan had more than 100 children, more than 70 of whom died for various reasons, and some did not have the strength to compete for the throne. Only 4 sons of the emperor were qualified. One was the offspring of Taishan and the horse demon, Longxiang, ranked 6th, one was the offspring of the bull demon, Kai Yuniu, ranked 9th, one was the offspring of the turtle demon, Bixi, ranked 13th, the last one was the youngest offspring, the offspring of the human race, named Haoshan, Taishan's most beloved offspring, and Taishan wanted to pass the throne to him. With the support of Taishan, Haoshan barely competed with the other 3 sons of the emperor, but compared with the other sons of the emperor, Haoshan did not get the support of other demon tribes, only some human races and half-demons followed him, and Haoshan's mother's origin was the lowest. However, Taishan married Yaokai, a daughter of Huayang, the largest half-demon clan in Jianmen Pass, to Haoshan. Therefore, Haoshan got the support of most half-demons. With the support of Taishan, Haoshan is likely to inherit the throne. In Taishan Imperial Temple, Taishan's huge body was heaving, and many soldiers were guarding outside the temple. Taishan was very weak now and no longer accepted any audience from his ministers. The imperial temple was brightly lit, and countless brass oil lamps were burning. Under the light was Taishan's huge body. Taishan fell into a deep sleep for more and more time, and he was still sleeping at this time. Suddenly, Taishan opened his eyes. Although he had entered the stage of lifespan decline, Taishan's eyes were still domineering. He stared at the air in front of him, with curiosity in his eyes. What is this? You can actually exist in this form. You don't exist in the past, nor do you exist in the present. Are you from the future? I can't hear your voice. What are you doing here from the future? What will the human race be like in the future? Have you realized the glory of your ancestors? What does nodding and shaking your head mean? But I believe that the future of the human race is bright. Taishan seemed to be talking to someone. I don't know if he was talking to himself because he was old and had hallucinations or if some existence was talking to him. But soon Taishan stopped talking to himself because someone came in. The person who came was his youngest son Haoshan. Father, I'm ready, and my brothers are ready, but is it really like this? Haoshan is still very young, only in his teens, but his style of doing things is very mature. He still can't bear to attack his brother. You are a human, they are monsters. Even though they have my blood, they have completely turned into monsters under the guidance of their mother clan. I will not let Jianmen Pass become a wilderness again, and I hope you don't want to either. You should become a great emperor, an emperor who protects the human race. Taishan said in a deep voice. Go, spread the news that I am dead, and let me make you the emperor. The news has also spread. While the demon court is still in the south and junior brother Guhua is still here, we can still contain them. Hao Tian looked at his father and fell into sadness, but soon recovered. Yes. Hao Shen left, but paused for a moment when he stepped out of the temple gate. In the 150th year of the central period, Hao Shen became the emperor, Tian passed away, and Hao Shen escorted Tian's coffin into the imperial mausoleum. After Tian's death, countless followers committed suicide and followed the late emperor. While Hao Shen was transporting the coffin, the three emperors, Kai Yuniu, Longxiang, and Bixi, were extremely sad and asked to be buried with the emperor together with a group of demons. Hao Shen agreed to his three brothers out of sadness. When Emperor Tian fell and was buried in the imperial mausoleum, there were strange signs in the sky and the soul of Tian was circling the Jianmen Pass. The sky was blood red, and heavy rain and thunder came. The people cried for him, and then the emperor's soul escaped into the imperial mausoleum, and the imperial mausoleum disappeared. After Hao Shen succeeded to the throne, because many demons followed the late emperor, Hao Shen established Yaokai as the emperor and empress, and appointed a large number of half-demons, and feft the spirits of various places, and using the Dao wheel left by Tian clan to suppress the blood curse of some human geniuses, the strong men of the human race began to emerge during this period. The status of the demons in Jianmen Pass began to decline, and the status of the half-demons began to rise, but Hao Shen clan balanced them. Jianmen Pass repelled the demon court that wanted to take advantage of the fall of Emperor Tian. In this war, the major demons in Jianmen Pass began to decline, and their ancestors died heroically in the war, following the footsteps of Emperor Tian. Under the leadership of Basian Shen Ce, Jianmen human domain began to communicate with Jianmen Pass. Jianmen began to establish some subordinate small sects in the Jianmen Pass area. The most famous of them was the Tianjian sect established by the 10th generation disciple Chen Ping. Tianjian sect received the support of Hao Shen clan, benefited from Hao Shen clan's reforms, and developed rapidly. Under the situation that a large number of demons in Jianmen Pass followed the previous emperor, the relationship between Jianmen Pass and Jianmen human domain began to rise rapidly. In the central 160th year, on the Nikado continent, the 36th pass of Yanmen was breached by the demon court, and the city lord Guhua died in battle. The demon court began to announce it to the world, and Guhua's body was hung on the demon court warship and paraded around the continents. Later, it was snatched back by some half-demon old guys who came out of Jianmen at that time. Guhua was finally buried with his senior brother Tian. They fought for their common ideals and goals all their lives. In the end, the two were buried together in the same grave. Guhua was posthumously named Guhua Emperor by Hao Shen, and they were both the first emperors of Jianmen Pass. In the eyes of outsiders, the two half-demons betrayed the demon race and devoted their lives to planning for the human race, but in their hearts they felt that they had always been human.